Have you ever had a dream so strange? A beast so enormous it blocked the sun and darkened the sky? Yet it seemed like a cheerful spirit, as if they were the same being. The beast was him and he was the beast. From that moment on, the world would honor him as if he were a true god, because between heaven and earth, he was the most revered. The news on TV said that you are watching the nightly news on June 2nd, 2224. The Ning City Zoo was attacked by a snake over 100 meters long, and specialists couldn't determine the species. Several citizens managed to record the appearance of a giant beast resembling a whale in the sky north of the city, which caused quite a commotion. Recently, internationally wanted criminals have been on the loose in the city, and in front of the TV, a young man was lying unconscious, with his arm completely wounded on the table. In his subconscious, he began wondering if that body wasn't actually his, realizing something felt different. And when he looked in the mirror, he was shocked, questioning what was happening. Surprised to notice the body was completely different, he wondered if he had just turned into a marine iguana. His name is Chen Chu, a second-year student at Ning University, and he decided to rent a place outside the school because he didn't like living in the dorms. Chen Chu likes cold-blooded animals and is fascinated by vibrant colors, and the pet shop had received a new batch of exotic species that day, which immediately drew him to that marine iguana, an amphibious creature. Marine iguanas are usually docile, but an accident happened the moment it was released. It broke the protective glass, jumped onto his arm, and bit him. It bit him while staring straight at him, and with his phone he hit the iguana's head, making it let go, but it counterattacked by hitting his face with its tail. Back in the present, he started waking up and noticed the iguana staring at him again. He moved and the iguana raised its arms as if imitating him. Still confused, he asked what was going on and whether he could really control the lizard's body, because the sensation was the same as moving one of his own arms. With a smile on his face, he wondered if this was the so-called gold finger and if his hero's journey had finally begun. Chen Chu kept watching the lizard lying belly up, wondering what that iguana could do. Maybe he could live stream showing how intelligent his lizard was, or even sell freshly collected abalones or sea cucumbers. He held the lizard a bit discouraged, saying that maybe he wasn't born to be the main character of a story because when other people get advantages, they become powerful villains chosen by fate, or turn into a tree that grows and becomes the god of the universe, while he is stuck with a small lizard. Suddenly, both their stomachs growled at the same time, showing they were both hungry. In the middle of the night, he looked out the window saying he was starving since he didn't realize he had been passed out the whole day. But he didn't really know what a marine iguana ate, and when he looked at it, he thought that since it was a lizard, it would probably be fine eating just meat. He grabbed his pack of delicious steak and prepared a quick meal, and while the iguana was eating, he felt relieved and thought that was obvious, since marine iguanas and lizards can normally eat meat. Suddenly, he heard a strange sound and a screen appeared in front of him saying that after eating, his clone had received 5 evolution points, and its constitution had increased by 0.5. Chen Chu was confused, asking what that was, but the screen changed, showing his information. Name Chen Chu, Level 0, Constitution 8.5, Spirit 12, Talent Mind Control, Traits Beginner External Aura, Experience 0 of 1000, Beginner IQ Perception, Experience 0 of 1000, Skills Beginner Limb Boxing, Experience 48 of 100, Cloud Jump Beginner, Experience 66 of 100, Leaping Leg Beginner, Experience 39 of 100, Marine Iguana Cloning, Evolution 0 times, Evolution Points 5 of 200. He was surprised to see all those stats, wondering if that was really his cheat ability. He put his hand in front of the system screen and stared at it, remembering his past when he practiced, and his coach said that repeating the form without understanding the foundation was the same as learning nothing, because the root of strength starts in the feet, passes through the thighs, controls the abdomen, and takes shape through the bones of the fingers. With his body trembling and sweat rolling down his face, he looked at his father saying he was very tired and asked if he could take a break after standing on the stakes. But his father, extremely strict, said that would not happen because giving up halfway was cowardice. The young protagonist looks at himself and says he doesn't want to be a coward. He keeps pushing himself as hard as he can, running around the training ground while his father yells for him to run even faster until he trips on a rock, falls to the ground, and stays there breathing heavily, completely exhausted. His father approaches telling him to get up because no one will help him when he grows up. And sometime later, already inside the house, he gives him a box saying that inside it are all the savings he managed to gather, explaining that he needs to go on a very long journey and that the boy will have to walk the rest of the path alone. Chen Chu gets emotional, but his father places a hand on his shoulder telling him to never neglect martial arts practice because when he becomes strong enough, he will be able to see the other side of the world. Still shaken by the farewell, the protagonist asks how he will find him again, and the father replies that it will only happen when he becomes a grandmaster but by then, he might not be around anymore. With those final words, he stands up, opens the door, and leaves, never to return. And looking at the photo of the two together from his childhood, the protagonist realizes an entire decade has passed. The marine iguana finishes its meal and starts wagging its tail excitedly, and he thinks that little creature eats really fast, but he notices something strange, and as he gets closer, he sees an unusual energy running through its body. He starts wondering if it's just his imagination, or if his new pet really grew a little. And the system screen appears again, showing that he now has 15 points after a single meal. He looks to the side and notices something different on his shirt, and when he lifts it, he's shocked to see defined abs, because his body had never been that strong before, and then he begins to understand that the points gained by the pet might directly affect his own body. That means the iguana can evolve for the first time if he gets more points, and maybe it could even become the behemoth of his dreams while he becomes a true grandmaster of martial arts. A little later at the market, the protagonist buys 4.5 kilos of boneless prime beef and 9 kilos of lean, boneless pork. The clerk says everything is packed and asks if he will pay with cash or QR code. He chooses QR code, and after paying, he goes to the car and stores all the groceries, saying that should be enough, then returns home preparing a beautiful meal. He takes a deep breath, thinking his pet needs to eat more, so it gets closer to becoming a true master of martial arts. And the iguana is fascinated staring at all that food. Sometime later, the iguana had already finished eating everything, and the protagonist thinks that for the lizard's taste, pork isn't as good as beef. He looks at the table, saying the beef could use a little more cumin, and that he'll make sure to add more next time. The iguana starts walking across the table and goes to the window to sunbathe. Meanwhile, Chenchu takes the opportunity to go to the training room to check his progress. He focuses as much as possible, and after throwing a punch that almost destroys the punching bag, the system screen appears saying that after hard training, his limb boxing experience increased by 5 points. He observes his stats, thinking his constitution has improved, even his training progress is faster than before, and 2 days later, the bag was already completely worn out, but the protagonist kept training, amazed by the feeling of getting stronger just through hard work. Excited, he kicks the punching bag, but his strength is already so great that he splits the bag in half and sends it flying, and when he looks at his stats, he sees that his constitution increased to 28 and his spirit to 16. Beginner external aura gained 10 experience points. IQ perception also increased by 10 points. Limb boxing is at 48 points, cloud jump at 66 points, and hopping kick at 39 points. He thinks that from the perspective of traditional martial arts, he is currently at the peak of the Ming realm. Chenchu remembers his father saying that the martial arts realms are divided into Ming, Dark, and Transformation. The peak of the Ming realm allows someone to become a high-level fighter capable of facing 10 opponents alone. The Dark realm makes someone a first-class expert able to fight 100 opponents at the same time, and usually these experts belong to legendary families, while the Transformation realm allows someone to face 1,000, with grandmasters recorded in history and extremely rare in modern times. The Transformation realm represents an unbreakable body described only in ancient texts. And excited about all of this, the protagonist asks his father which realm he is in. His father lowers his gaze, saying that once he briefly reached the Shadow realm, and after that, Chenchu interrupts, impressed, saying he's really incredible and asking if he's also part of one of those legendary families. But when he hears the word families, the father seems a bit shocked and, taking a deep breath, says he is Luotuan. At the end of the day, Chenchu returns to the apartment and is surprised by the size of the pet, since it's already much bigger than before. And with a smile, he says that one more meal and it will be ready to evolve, hoping he won't be disappointed. The pet keeps eating while the protagonist watches. The experience points keep rising, and when they reach 100 and 99 out of 200, Chenchu thinks it's almost ready for evolution, and he can't wait to see how that little guy will change. Finally, the 200 points are reached. The system appears saying that the marine iguana clone has met the evolution requirements and that the evolution will begin immediately. Suddenly, sparks start appearing on the pet's arm, making it feel something strange. The same pain on the same arm begins to pass to Chenchu, and the two start screaming. The iguana's body begins to completely change, and spikes start emerging from its back. Its size and face also begin transforming. The pet loses control over its body and dashes at high speed, destroying everything in the apartment. Shortly after, the evolution seems to have come to an end. Still on the floor, Chenchu takes a deep breath, saying he didn't expect evolution to hurt that much. He looks to the side and with difficulty goes to the other room to see the iguana. And as soon as he gets there, he finds everything broken and the iguana standing still without moving. Excited, he says he wants to see how strong his little buddy has become after evolving and orders it to attack the punching bag. But the strike is so strong, it creates a very loud noise throughout the apartment. The protagonist is shocked, saying that after the evolution, the iguana gained extraordinary power. The system screen appears again. Name Chenchu, level 0, Constitution 56, Spirit 18, Talent Mind Control, Traits Beginner External Aura with 20 points, Beginner IQ Perception with 20 points, Skills Intermediate Limb Boxing 48 points, Cloud Jump 66 points, Spring Kick 39 points, Marine Iguana Clone Evolution 1, Evolution Point 0 out of 1000. Chenchu is surprised because he didn't expect that with just one clone evolution, the physical strength and attributes of the main body would directly double in growth. However, he is still a bit confused because he doesn't know if it simply increased once or not, since his current strength is still very weak, or if each time the clone evolves, his constitution doubles. An hour slips by without him noticing, and he says that if it's the first case, then his strength will improve at a reasonable pace at the start, but if by chance it's the second option, then it's terrifying to even think about. Chenchu starts analyzing everything around him, saying that by traditional martial arts standards, he has just entered the Dark Realm and activating the traits allows him to release external energy. He starts wondering if he is now officially a martial arts expert. However, even with his training, without daily experience points for his skills, this is the limit. He looks at the pet that is destroying everything around, thinking that since this improvement is sudden, to increase his body even more, he needs to rely on the marine iguana. But he notices that even the iguana can release external energy. While he contemplates the evolution, someone begins knocking very hard on the door. The protagonist goes there, and on the other side, a very irritated muscular man is waiting. As soon as the door opens and he asks what the man wants, the guy becomes completely terrified. A demonic aura comes out of the protagonist's body. Trembling with fear, the man starts wondering what is wrong with that boy because he is emanating vibrations that could crush him in seconds. He completely changes his attitude, saying that lately there has been a lot of noise upstairs and that's why he came to check, asking if the protagonist's place is under renovation. Chenchu gets a bit embarrassed and apologizes, saying there are no renovations being done. He was just training the last few days and didn't realize how much noise he was making. The man asks what kind of training sounds like an earthquake, and when he looks inside the apartment, he's shocked by the destruction, which scares him even more. He slowly begins stepping away, saying it's all good and there's no problem, only asking the protagonist to change his training methods to something a bit quieter. The man runs to the elevator and the protagonist says there's no problem and apologizes again for everything, saying he will adjust his methods from now on. The man thanks him for understanding, and as soon as the elevator door closes, Chenchu and the pet watch. Chenchu closes the door and keeps looking at the pet and the apartment while thinking that the marine iguana clone is way too big now and it's no longer appropriate to keep it indoors. So it's time to set it free. He grabs his car and drives to the shore, saying everything is ready. He opens the door and it runs out while he just watches, and without hesitation his pet dives. He activates energy sense, and with his current level he can cover a 10-meter radius around him. As the iguana swims, the protagonist can feel and see everything it sees, becoming surprised when he notices a five-eyed fish. So he decides to make it his prey and orders the pet to attack. It increases speed and rushes into combat, causing a commotion in the water around it. The iguana kicks up some debris, blocking the fish's vision, and with that, it manages a stealth attack, finishing and consuming the creature. The system notifies that after the clone ate the mutant fish, it gained 10 evolution points and the protagonist's physique gained 1 more point. Chenchu is surprised, thinking that after evolution, eating normal food only gives 1 evolution point per meal, but eating mutant fish can give 10 points. He keeps swimming while thinking that with this kind of mutant creature appearing in the oceans and with recent news popping up everywhere, the world is far from peaceful. The protagonist takes advantage of the situation and continues devouring the mutant monsters appearing before him. Sometime later, the system notifies that the clone has reached the daily limit of 100 evolution points and cannot gain more. Even so, Chenchu keeps swimming because to human eyes, the ocean at night is cold and completely dark. But through the eyes of the marine iguana clone, the underwater world is colorful and vibrant. As an amphibian, the marine iguana can stay submerged for a long time, but since it still has no gills, it depends on lungs to breathe, needing to surface from time to time. He keeps moving through the seafloor and observing everything around until he finds a small crack. Upon entering, he finds an underground cave and thinks that place seems very good, so he can let the marine iguana clone rest there. After cutting the mental connection, he takes a deep breath, saying that now the clone is already settled and it's time to go home. While driving down the roads, he notices something strange. An apparently abandoned house has a car parked in front. The protagonist becomes curious, wondering if someone is actually living there, but then he hears a cry for help from inside the house. He thinks he needs to control his abilities and act at the right moment. The thugs inside begin to worry, asking if the car has already left, but one of them, eating chips, says yes. They calm down, saying that's great, while another yells at the girl, covering her mouth and telling her to keep quiet. The bald man goes to the guy who was watching the girl and kicks him, asking how he could be so careless, because he told him to keep an eye on her and he didn't even notice the cloth gag fell from her mouth. The young man tries to explain to the boss that it was too dark outside and when they dragged her in he couldn't see anything. The boss keeps looking at the girl who is completely terrified and approaches touching her neck, telling her to shut up and behave. The girl begins crying, not knowing what to do or say. Outside, Chenchu begins his preparations. He uses his energy sensibility and easily sees all the places and people inside the house. He sees two thugs sitting at the table, the girl trembling and tied up, while the other one just eats leaning against the wall. Understanding their positions, he starts trying to figure out what is happening, if it could be a kidnapping or even human trafficking, since there are 3 men and 2 of them carry knives. Therefore, it's better to finish all of them in less than a minute to avoid putting the hostage in danger. He prepares for the fight, releases his external energy, and with a single punch blows the door apart, leaving everyone inside stunned. He uses the distraction from the smoke to move forward, and with a kick defeats one of the thugs, throwing him against the wall with great force. The boss becomes furious and tries to attack from behind with a knife, but the protagonist had already sensed it. His strike was so strong that when he hit the boss, the noise was enormous and the impact reached even his bones. The young man leaning against the wall holds the leader, telling him to rest a bit and prepares for combat, saying it is time to use the Yue Wang Ning Fu fist. On the other hand, the protagonist uses Luo Tuan, the 8 extremities boxing. The two begin to fight. The boy tries to make the first strike, but the protagonist defends and tries to counterattack, being blocked and receiving a punch to the head. Immediately, he realizes that Guy is also an expert. Before completely losing his balance, he makes a distracting move and lands a direct hit, throwing the opponent far away. Lying on the ground, the boy smiles, finding everything more and more interesting, and begins to stand up, saying he really didn't expect to meet a true Luo Tuan 8 extremities disciple after coming down the mountain. The Iron Mountain Slam, the supreme move of the 8 extremities, truly deserves its reputation. Chenchu says it's all a shame, and the young man asks what he means by that. The protagonist gets closer, saying he didn't expect to see a bandit being a descendant of the Yue Wang fist, and that it's shameful for a martial arts disciple to follow a path like that. The boy smiles and asks why Chenchu is so arrogant, when he's nothing more than a simple student who knows nothing, because he only understood reality after leaving the mountain. Shouting that to survive in that world you must do whatever it takes, he charges forward. The protagonist watches, and when the opponent is just a few centimeters away from striking him, he simply kicks him and sends him flying, making him fall face first into the floor. While the boy is on the ground, Chenchu observes carefully and thinks that battles between martial artists are truly dangerous because the pressure he feels from his opponent is greater than that of dozens of muscular men. Bothered, he starts recalling the strikes he threw and, looking at his own hand, thinks it's a shame he still doesn't have full control over his strength, because things don't look good for those 3 people, and from now on he needs to learn to control his power better before seriously hurting someone. The girl tied in the corner tries to scream, calling his attention. He quickly goes to her and frees her, telling her she doesn't need to be afraid anymore because everything is okay now. Still overwhelmed by terror, she grabs him without thinking twice, crying and thanking him for what he did. With a sincere look, he tells her to wipe her tears and says she can call the police as soon as he leaves. He hands her his phone and says he needs a small favor. If the police ask about him, she should say she didn't see him clearly and doesn't know who he is. The girl agrees, promising she won't say anything. 10 minutes later, the police arrive. When they break into the house, they shout for the girl not to move and raise her hands. But once they light the place with their flashlights, they're surprised to see everyone lying on the ground and only she still standing. At the station, security agent Guan Qing enters the room, telling the deputy chief that all the requested information is there. She explains they found clear footprints on the broken door and, based on the depth and the way the hinge snapped, someone kicked it from the front. The door flew about 3 meters and the force applied was at least 1,000 kilos. The deputy chief places the images on the table, saying that among the kidnappers, 2 died instantly, and the rest entered a vegetative state after suffering severe concussions. According to the girl Lin Rongye, the one who did that was wearing a mask, and since it was night, she couldn't see his face. The agency chief remains confused, saying this makes no sense, because the greatest impact ever recorded by the Boxing King was 800 kilos on a machine, and achieving something that absurd in real life is unheard of. Guan agrees, saying that Guy's strength is truly inhuman, although even stranger things have happened lately. Suddenly, strong lightning cuts through the sky and the deputy chief comments that a major storm is coming. Meanwhile, in a remote area near the river, the protagonist observes a boat with some people. 3 men get off the vessel and one complains to the boss, saying he just earned money and already wasted $1 million on the bald tiger's woman, asking if that isn't a waste. The shirtless man agrees, reminding him they took a long time to find the sunken ship and only profited a little over 2 million. But the boss says they're exaggerating and asks if they even know who that woman is. If they manage to put her in his hands, money won't be a problem. The two get excited and ask if that's true, but the boss changes the subject and asks Four Eyes if he has already dealt with the business with the company. The boy replies yes. He already hired a transport company, rented a high-end commercial building for the offices, and even activated a recruiting agency to find the prettiest girls for the secretary and receptionist positions, just as the boss requested. The leader emphasizes that with his newly awakened ability to breathe underwater, all they need to do is locate any sunken ship to bring treasures to the surface. If they can do that, they'll have all the money they want and no one will go hungry again. While they talk, something moves in the nearby bushes. The boss immediately turns around asking who is there. The protagonist appears saying he has seen many perverts, but that guy really stands out. Irritated, the boss charges forward saying Chenchu is too bold and people like him don't live long. But the protagonist simply stomps the ground with force, causing an explosion that throws the boss upward. Taking advantage of the opening, he disarms him and finishes with a kick that sends him crashing into a tree. The two underlings scream that it's impossible, saying the boss became much faster and stronger after awakening his superpower and can easily defeat 5 men. Four Eyes, panicking, says that's really bad and they need to run away immediately. But before they can take a single step, both are knocked out by the protagonist. The boss, badly injured, screams asking what Chenchu is doing, and the protagonist tells him to look straight at him, thinking he can now test his mental control power. He asks the man's name and what he is doing. Mental control activates instantly, and the man starts moving strangely, saying his name is Zhang Chang Shou and that he owns a boat and smuggles to survive. A month ago, he gained the superpower to breathe underwater. Chenchu thinks his mental control is extremely effective because that man is now practically a puppet under his command. Chang Shou continues explaining that he scavenges sunken ships in the depths and trades whatever treasures he finds for money with wealthy people. After getting all the information, the protagonist cancels the mental control, and Chang Shou collapses on the ground, crying out in pain and calling Chenchu boss, asking what happened to his hand. The protagonist replies that he broke it himself by accident. Chang Shou keeps treating Chenchu as his boss and says he is right. The protagonist is surprised to realize his mental control also affects people's judgment. He tells Chang Shou to rest a bit on the boat because he will go there after waking the other two. The man agrees immediately. Chenchu thinks that to raise his lizard, he will need a huge amount of food. And since Chang Shou has a boat and deals with rich people, maybe he can get money through his company to feed his pet. Without wasting time, the protagonist uses mental control on the other two and concludes that his power truly is amazing. However, there was some resistance when controlling Chang Shou, but with those two it was very easy, and apparently his mental control works better on weak-minded people. Shortly after, already inside the ship, they walk down the corridor when a crew member asks Chang Shou who the man with him is. Chang Shou, a bit irritated, says that is his boss and demands respect. The crew member immediately greets the new boss and Chang Shou orders him to prepare the transfer contract because that ship now belongs to his boss. The contract is quickly prepared and handed to the protagonist. Chenchu tells the man in glasses to meet him at the office the next day and calls boss Chang Shou to go with him to the hospital since he is injured. The next day, the iguana was at the bottom of the sea eating again, and the protagonist thinks the ocean is a paradise of infinite food. While his pet eats, he continues training at the gym. The system keeps notifying him that evolution points are rising, plus 5 points, and constitution increases another 0.5. He thinks he can't depend only on the marine iguana to increase his power, and must train as much as possible. And after his 2 fights, he realizes his control over his own strength has improved a lot. In the mountain cave, the iguana is also excited, and the system says the energy absorbed was digested during training, giving it 6 more evolution points. In the city center, in front of a building, the protagonist watches his subordinate saying goodbye and asking him to take care. He thinks the transfer process is complete and that even without leaving home for an entire day, he gained over 90 evolution points and his body grew 20 centimeters. Tomorrow, he must make the lizard's journey into the depths of the sea because he's not the only person with superpowers in that world and therefore needs to become even stronger, especially because there are unknown creatures in the deep ocean. In the middle of the sea, the 2 subordinates were on board a ship. The shirtless man says there have been far fewer fish in recent days and they aren't catching anything. Four Eyes comments that maybe there is a school of big fish down there, maybe even sharks, because they move in groups and even orcas need to be careful with them. Indeed, some sharks were below the water hunting everything that came near. Suddenly, the protagonist lizard begins approaching one of them and lunges to bite. The iguana dodges the attack and starts eating the shark. The system notifies that it gained 10 evolution points, and the protagonist thinks that great white shark meat is quite tender. After the iguana finishes feeding on the shark, the system informs that the clone has met the evolution requirements and asks if they want to evolve. Chenchu is surprised to see he can choose even from a distance, and without hesitation confirms, triggering both evolutions immediately. After going through the pain of evolution, the status screen appears again saying, Name Chenchu, Level 1. Constitution, 130. Spirit, 38. Talent, Mental Control. Traits, External Aura, Beginner. Experience 280 of 1000. Chi Perception, Beginner. Experience 280 of 1000. Skills, 8 Extremities Boxing. Intermediate, experience 370 of 1000. Cloud Step Leap, Intermediate, experience 290 of 1000. Tan Leg Technique, Intermediate, experience 390 of 1000. Clone, Armored Scale Spiny Lizard, a newborn beast attempting to evolve into a fierce Lord-class beast. Evolution, twice. Evolution points, 0 of 5000. Skill, Water Affinity. Lying on the floor, he looks at his stats, saying he finally made a breakthrough, and that his constitution is 13 times that of a normal person. Also, he has reached a level equivalent to a grand achievement in the dark realm of ancient martial arts. He also notices that his constitution didn't double this time after evolving, which makes sense because last time it doubled only because his base attribute was extremely low. He keeps checking the new updates, and when looking more closely at his pet's attributes, he sees it has the Water Affinity skill and wonders what that means. When he connects to his clone, he's shocked to see that his pet became extremely large, its bone density several times higher than before, and its weight reaching 4 or 5 tons. On top of that, its power has doubled. Its claws look like steel and are far more explosive than before. The protagonist also notices it can now swim up to 70 kilometers per hour faster than a large ship, and it makes less noise and feels less resistance while swimming, probably thanks to the Water Affinity. Inside the apartment, Chenchu calls his team asking if anyone requested treasures recently, but his employees say no. The protagonist says that's not a problem because they'll find them themselves, and asks how the research is going. The man replies they were able to locate some points with sunken ships, but without Changsho, who can breathe underwater, they can't advance. Chenchu tells him not to worry because he'll handle it. After hanging up the phone, the protagonist thinks that the shallow water areas of the routes used by Country Z in the past and the major trade routes used by Country H and Country R have already been mostly explored. Even so, there are still many priceless ships in the deep sea area. He connects again with the pet, which is in the Yellow Sea area, southeast, around 25 kilometers from the coast, and thinks that now it can breathe deeply in the water after that evolution. Its perception also increased greatly, allowing it to sense an area of up to 20 kilometers around, and he will be ready to depart as soon as he organizes everything. He stretches on the couch saying that this is the point of having a clone, being able to enjoy life. And when he checks his phone, he sees it's almost 11 o'clock. So he decides to get something to eat and treat himself. Somewhere on the pedestrian street, a girl was unconscious leaning against a pole. Sometime later, the protagonist goes to the street and, seeing the food stands, is impressed because they look delicious. But one meal costs more than 3,000, and his savings are only 20,000 for now. Still, soon he will take over Changsho's company, so he will at least get to experience being rich. While walking, he comes across a somewhat infuriating scene. 2 young men approaching the unconscious girl leaning against the pole. He yells, asking what they are looking at, and tells them to leave immediately, thinking that with his growing strength, his passion for martial arts is awakening too. And as long as there is no real danger, he doesn't mind stepping in. The 2 get annoyed and ask what the protagonist just said, and with a knife in hand, one of them says that if Chenchu leaves right now, he will pretend he saw nothing. The protagonist begins releasing his aura, which takes the form of a beast, and the 2 become terrified. The boy in the hoodie asks why it feels like a beast is staring at him. The other, frightened, says they should leave, but the unconscious girl wakes up and starts laughing, asking what they are doing and if they aren't real men since they're so scared, continuing to mock them. Chenchu gets confused and wonders if that woman is crazy. The guy in the hoodie thinks a woman like that isn't something you find every day. The guy with the knife, with his masculinity wounded, says he can't let a woman think he's weak. The 2 start running, saying there's no reason to fear that guy because he's just an ordinary person. The one with the knife charges faster, saying that's right, that the young man is too confident and will be defeated right there and now. Chenchu simply watches them, and as soon as they get close enough, the protagonist attacks and defeats both with a single kick. He thinks he didn't even use 10% of his strength, because otherwise that kick could have reduced the 2 of them. And right after that, the guys start running away, saying the protagonist is terrifying, a demon straight from hell. Chenchu simply watches them leave, thinking that this time he'll let them run, because they messed up, but not enough to deserve death. The woman stands up acting strangely and laughing, saying that was amazing, praising the protagonist and saying he is very strong and that it was impressive. Chen Chu notices she isn't normal and wonders if she was drugged. The woman begins rubbing herself on him, and the protagonist calls the police saying there's a slightly drunk and out-of-control woman outside the Shengteng bar. The girl asks why he called the police, questioning if she isn't pretty and if he wouldn't want to take her home. A few minutes later, the police arrive, and a policewoman says the woman isn't being funny doing this kind of thing, while the protagonist talks to another officer, saying he was the one who called because he went out for a late-night snack and saw the woman there. After settling everything with the police, he thinks that now he can control the giant lizard and search for the sunken ship. And when he uses the probe to sense the surroundings, he realizes that Four Eyes was right, because online information confirmed that there is indeed a sunken ship there. At the moment, his energy sense reaches only about 20 meters, so he needs to keep searching. Shortly after, he finally finds what he had been looking for and says that it seems he won the lottery because the bars are solid gold. Immediately, he contacts Four Eyes and tells him to guide the ship 3 kilometers east and drop a container. The guy from before calls the crew member Black Ghost and wonders if anyone besides Changsho can breathe underwater, but Black Ghost just tells him to stop asking questions and not interfere with the new boss's secrets. Underwater, the pet had already placed numerous gold bars inside the container, and the protagonist says they can start retrieving the site. The container is closed and lifted to the surface. While it's being taken up, the protagonist decides to take one last look around and suddenly finds something strange that looks like a piece of metal. Black Ghost says the cargo is already aboard and everyone can return. Chen Chu uses the lizard to try identifying what it is, but when he tries to scratch it, he notices it's extremely tough because the claws of his pet can easily tear through common metal, but barely leave a mark on that thing, so it must be some kind of special alloy. He decides to take it because it might be valuable and he'll study it later. As the lizard returns, something suddenly rushes at it and bites by surprise. Chen Chu asks what that thing is because a monster is trying to ambush him. He wonders what that monster thinks it is because even if it's bigger than his pet, when it comes to strength, attack, and defense, unfortunately the two can't compare. In just a few minutes only, the monster's bones remain at the bottom of the sea. The lizard begins moving away and the protagonist thinks that sashimi tastes really good. A few hours later, the protagonist is on the shore thinking that the reefs have been eroded by water for years, making them incredibly hard. The deserted night beach is the perfect place for him to test his strength. That strength works both ways, but his bone density is almost 20 times greater than that of an average human. And with the inner shield absorbing most of the impact, he barely feels pain in his hands, even when punching the rock with force. And even the little pain he does feel is eliminated almost instantly thanks to his body's recovery ability. He keeps training on the rock with light punches while thinking that, after all this evolution, his physique surpassed 200 points, and even without testing, his punch should weigh at least 3,000 pounds, which is 1.5 tons. And with the increase in external energy and the 8 extremities boxing technique, he could easily pierce through a person with a single punch. He decides to test his strength a bit more and throws a powerful punch at the rock, breaking it with ease. After training for a long time, he throws himself on the ground a bit tired, thinking that the punching bag he has at home isn't strong enough. Besides, he can't train in the park because with all the modern technology, if someone recorded it and posted it online, it would be a huge problem, since if people discovered he was extraordinarily strong, he would only attract more trouble. That's why he can only train on that empty beach. Looking at his hands, he comments that this is great because his incredible regenerative ability managed to heal the injuries in less than a minute. Suddenly, his pet emerges from the sea carrying that strange thing, and the protagonist starts examining it, thinking that the irregular black ore shines with a metallic gleam, but doesn't look especially remarkable at first glance. He tries to lift that stone but realizes that piece of metal weighs at least 90 kilos, and besides being heavy, it's extremely tough, to the point that even the giant lizard's claws have trouble scratching it. This would be perfect for forging a weapon, however. With his current skills, making something suitable would be extremely difficult, but what he really needs to focus on now is how to deal with those gold bars. The next day, the protagonist goes to the ship and asks where the goods are. Black Ghost says everything is inside the ship and has already been cleaned and stored in the captain's cabin. The protagonist is evaluating the gold bars when Black Ghost asks how much all that is worth because he has never seen so many gold bars together in his life. The protagonist explains that the bars don't have any kind of markings, so they must have been privately minted and cannot be sold as antiques. He goes to the city center, and upon reaching the 8th floor, the receptionist greets him warmly. Chen Chu asks if they buy gold there. The receptionist says yes and asks if he wants to sell rings or necklaces, but he opens the bag full of gold bars and says he wants to sell that. The receptionist is shocked, saying that is a lot of gold, and asks him to come with her because she will take him to the manager upstairs. The manager greets him, asks for his name and how much gold he wants to sell. The protagonist introduces himself, opens the bag again, and says he would like to sell everything. The manager is also surprised but says he needs the team to check the gold quality, so he will have to wait a bit. While they analyze, the protagonist just sits and waits. After assessing and weighing everything, the manager returns saying the bars total 11 kilos and 250 grams, and since they aren't very pure and were privately minted, they can pay 400 yuan per gram, asking if he accepts. Chenchu smiles and says it's a good price. Shortly after 4.5 million are deposited into his account, and as he drives through the streets, he watches the people around thinking that normally people his age are still struggling to pay for college while he can earn millions with just one adventure. Something that feels surreal. Now that he is a millionaire, he thinks he should buy a car first because the one he currently has is too low and terrible on the hole-filled coastal roads. He goes to the luxury car showroom and starts looking at a Land Rover. Two other people enter the store and another receptionist greets them, while the protagonist watches the scene and realizes that's his ex. Since back then, he spent a fortune trying to win her over, but she preferred chasing wealth and status, enjoying life with rich guys. She notices him too and tells her boyfriend that he's the loser who used to chase her. The boyfriend asks what a broke college student is doing in a luxury car dealership. Black Ghost gets irritated asking who they're calling poor, but Chenchu steps in and tells him not to bother. The ex's boyfriend shouts back asking why they can't just tell the truth, saying the protagonist is nothing but a poor college student and questioning what he's doing in a place like that. The girl tells her boyfriend not to waste time with that loser and to go pick a car. She walks over to a convertible saying she likes that model, and the boyfriend answers he'll take a look, but inside he feels embarrassed thinking that money exists to impress women. But he only receives a few tens of thousands per month to spend, so how could he ever buy her a luxury car? Meanwhile, another saleswoman is showing the Land Rover to the protagonist. He thinks that the car is tall, comfortable, and can carry a lot, so it should meet all his needs. He tells the saleswoman that he likes the car and will pay with his card. She smiles and says he made an excellent choice, explaining that the car costs 2,380,000 and asking whether he wants to pay in full or in installments. He replies that he will pay in full, surprising the saleswoman. His ex-girlfriend hears that and is stunned, asking how he plans to pay for a car worth more than 2 million with a card. Her boyfriend walks over saying he's just pretending because there's no way he has more than 2 million in his account. She agrees and mocks him, saying that back when they were together, he didn't have money to buy anything besides instant noodles for weeks just to try to impress her. The two get closer and the man starts laughing at him, saying a broke student wants to buy a luxury car and telling him he doesn't need to put on a show because it would be embarrassing if the card gets declined. Black Ghost steps in saying it's none of their business, whether the protagonist can pay or not, and asks what the guy will do if he actually buys the car. The young man replies that if by any chance he really manages to pay, then he will call him dad right there on the spot. But if he can't, then the protagonist will have to call him dad instead. The ex continues feeling superior, convinced he's just bluffing to impress her. Suddenly, the saleswoman returns with the keys and the card, saying the car now belongs to him. The protagonist thanks her, leaving everyone shocked. The man asks if he really bought a car worth more than 2 million in cash, and his ex is completely dumbfounded, demanding to know how he became so rich. Black Ghost grabs the man by the shirt, demanding that he keep his promise, and asking if he isn't going to call the boss dad. Chenchu tells Four Eyes to stop wasting time with people like them. The saleswoman remains mesmerized, and Black Ghost says they're lucky the boss is so gentle because if it were up to him, neither of them would leave before doing what they said. Chenchu gets into his new car and his ex starts running after him, shouting and begging him to listen to what she has to say. The two saleswomen watch the pathetic scene, commenting that the girl thought she had found a rich man but ended up losing someone with real potential. The other agrees, saying people only realize the value of things after they've truly lost them. A short time later at Claude's Edge restaurant, the best place in the city for dinner with sophisticated service, the protagonist walks in together with his subordinate. A woman sits beside him asking what he would like to order, and Chenchu asks her for a Boston lobster costing 5,888 yuans and 2 king crabs costing 7,888 yuans. Shortly after, the food arrives and 2 girls start feeding him. All of that is very expensive, but it is definitely worth it because it tastes great. The girls keep smiling and asking where he wants his next bite from. Chenchu keeps enjoying that moment, thinking that he has cooked many meals for his lizard, and now it is time to enjoy a bit of a luxurious life. He looks at his tablet and sees that the advisor had sent a message in the group saying that classes would start in 1 week, so they need to remember to arrive at school on time. Some students say they understood, and the protagonist sends a message saying it is true because he had forgotten he was already in the 2nd year. He opens his status panel and keeps looking, while thinking that as soon as classes start, he will have less time, so he needs to make more money as quickly as possible to help his little lizard reach the Shadow Realm. The protagonist connects with his lizard, thinking that the swordfish in front of him is the fastest swimmer among the fish, and can reach speeds of up to 60 miles per hour, which is about 90 kilometers per hour. However, he is already faster than that. He manages to hunt a fish, and while eating, he thinks that sailfish is really delicious, and that as soon as he is satisfied, it will be time to resume treasure hunting. While he eats, his evolution points keep rising. As soon as he finishes eating, he starts searching because by expanding his senses, he can detect things dozens of kilometers away, but unfortunately, even after combing the entire seabed, he couldn't find any shipwreck, and some days have already passed without any results. He keeps swimming searching for things, but the world is beginning to change in strange ways, making him question whether there is some type of secret supernatural organization commanded by the government, because either way now he has these abilities and needs to be even more cautious with his actions. He goes to the high-end commercial building in City N, thinking that after Changsho transferred the company to his name, he never returned there even once, because that is the busiest area of the city, and that alone shows that Changsho really did everything to leave the company with a good appearance. As soon as they enter Tianlan Marine Industries, the receptionist Ning is happy to see assistant Zhang Shu, and he asks her to call everyone to the boss's office right now. Shortly after, in the boss's office, the assistant introduces the protagonist, saying that he is the real head of the company, and his name is Chen Chu, Mr. Chen. Everyone there greets the boss, and the girls become completely enchanted, thinking if he is really the boss because he is very young, handsome, and rich. An assistant calls the protagonist, saying that girl is Ning Nixon, the receptionist. A bit happy, with a reddish face, she smiles, greeting the new boss. Another beautiful woman starts approaching, saying she brought his coffee, and the assistant introduces her, saying that woman is the boss's secretary and her name is Su Lengyu. While looking at some documents, the protagonist asks her to leave the coffee on the table. While his secretary serves the coffee, he keeps observing, thinking that even though it is just a front company, it is surprisingly well equipped, and it costs hundreds of thousands to maintain that company every month, and apparently he needs to find more shipwreck treasures. Chen Chu calls Zhang Shu, saying he would like to end the introduction meeting there, and that he can ask everyone to return to work. Besides that, he asks his assistant to return immediately to the ship and keep an eye on things, at least for now. As he leaves the room, the protagonist remains seated, thinking that apparently the effect of the mind control is stable, but subconscious hypnosis is not foolproof, and that is why he needs to ensure they don't interact too much with the outside world. While holding his cup of coffee, he goes to the office window and the system keeps notifying that he is gaining constitution points. He thinks that using clones to hunt while he just lies down and still gets stronger is truly incredible. Deep in the sea, the lizard keeps hunting, growing stronger and stronger. While hunting, the protagonist connects once again with his pet and asks if that is a barracuda, because barracudas are only about 2 meters long, but that one is 4 to 5 meters. Its speed is also incredible, and its teeth are harder than steel. And if it weren't for his external force field, he might have gotten hurt, which only shows that the number of mutant and aggressive fish in the ocean is increasing even more. While the lizard tries to eat that monster, the protagonist notices that the meat is clearly different, as it provides much more energy. The system notifies that his clone devours it with effort and gains 90 evolution points and 9 constitution points. He notices something different and thinks something is wrong, because that fish definitely has something in common, since right now his muscles and bones are strengthening, and the increase is 10 times greater than it used to be. After finishing eating, the lizard keeps swimming, while the protagonist thinks it really is a shame because in such a vast ocean that mutant fish seems to be the only one of its kind. Meanwhile, at the Tianlan Marine Industry office, Ning asks Leng Yue if she thinks the boss has someone special. She sits on the desk asking why, and if she's thinking of hitting on him. The other woman behind looks at the receptionist, saying she's blushing again. Suddenly, someone arrives asking if they still haven't finished work hours, and everyone is surprised to see that it is Chen Chu. Secretary Leng Yue walks up to him, saying they still have some things to finish. The protagonist starts getting ready, thinking that with his hearing, he can hear their conversation from inside the elevator. But to avoid embarrassment, he will pretend he didn't hear anything. He says that it seems they are all working very hard, and because of that, dinner will be on him. They all get excited and thank the boss for that. A short time later, they arrive at the Above the Clouds restaurant. A waitress approaches, asking if he would like to place the order immediately. The girls were watching all of that, and Ning thinks that her boss's car is a luxury vehicle worth more than 2 million, which is impressive. The other girl thinks that this restaurant is very extravagant. After making all the orders, the receptionist says the total was 48,888, and he just hands over the card, asking her to charge everything there. A few minutes later, the food is served at the table, and the three are completely impressed. Ning starts wondering from which rich family her boss came. Leng Yue, also impressed, thinks that the boss is simply throwing money everywhere. The other girl is also amazed, thinking that following a boss like that surely means there is a bright future ahead. Before they start eating, the protagonist says he still needs to take care of some things that night, and because of that, after dinner, he will take them all back. The three smile, excited, and thank him. After dinner, he goes back to the seaside and starts training, thinking that the sea breeze is so relaxing that it really lifts his mood. During the night, on a rocky, deserted beach, he didn't stop training the whole time, and now his physique is more than 20 times that of a normal person, and the strength of his punch exceeds 2 tons. However, the stronger he becomes, the harder it is to control. He punches the rock using too much force and complains because his stance was not fully correct, and that is why he ended up losing control and needs to keep training to get used to his true strength. But he notices something strange when he realizes that even so late at night, there are still some people in such an isolated place. A buyer shows up saying that they have done so many deals already and still they don't trust him. The seller says the pressure is too great right now and the rules are still the same. First the money, then the goods. Chenchu hides behind a rock thinking this is a D-level deal, but those guys are armed, and so he needs to be cautious. One of the subordinates goes to the boss saying the goods are top quality. The buyer says that is not bad at all and that it is a pleasure doing business with them. The seller also thanks him, saying the pleasure is all his. The man warns that things have been tight lately and so they need to be careful. But another guy tells his boss not to worry because they only work through exclusive channels. And even if something goes wrong with the goods, it won't be traceable. Suddenly, the protagonist jumps toward them and quickly takes down the 2 guys. The buyer gets scared and steps back, pulling out his gun. But the protagonist's speed is so great that before he could aim, Chenchu had already gotten close enough to end it. With the 3 people on the ground, he thinks those people have already lost all humanity, and eliminating them is practically a public service. His pet starts approaching and with a single attack manages to split the boat in half, and people start falling into the sea asking if they hit something big or what might be happening. As soon as they fall into the water, they notice something is close to them and begin to panic, shouting that there is a monster there and that they need to swim as fast as possible. Some start calling the boss for help. One of the thugs pulls out his gun, saying it is impossible to escape through the sea, so they need to go all out because he wants to see that monster dodge a bullet. As soon as he fires and hits the monster, he cannot believe what he just saw. With his body trembling in fear, the shot didn't cause a single scratch on that beast. The pet keeps attacking until it wipes out all those thugs. After finishing the job, it carries the briefcase to the beach. Sometime later in Chenchu's room, he sees the briefcase was full of money, and a stack of bills is worth 10,000, and 3 million are 300 stacks. He thinks that money spread right in front of him feels much more real than just numbers on a bank card. The next morning at a cafe, Lung Yue arrives with some documents in hand, heading toward the protagonist, and the men sitting at the table keep looking at her, saying she is a stunning woman because she gives off a cold, untouchable vibe. When she reaches the table, she asks her boss to sign them, and the 2 young men at the next table are impressed, wondering if that really is that woman's boss because he looks so young. After signing the contracts, the protagonist stands up, asking Lung Yue to inform everyone that it is time for a meeting. The 2 men keep observing, thinking that even though he is young, he seems unshakable like a mountain, and his presence is completely intimidating. Sometime later in the meeting room, the protagonist asks them to take good care of every little detail, and if they do so, they will be the heroes of the company. Because if performance keeps rising like this, at the end of the year, everyone will receive a big bonus. In the middle of the meeting, his phone rings and someone says that today is the last day for him to register at school because he is the only person still missing from the class. He apologizes, saying he will go there right now, and Lung Yue brings his coat. The protagonist says he needs to go register at school and that there is not much left for them to do there today, so everyone can leave work early. Furthermore, while he is not there, Su Lengyue will be responsible for taking care of all company matters. Ning is surprised to find out that her boss is still a student, and the girl next to her comments that he seems so focused she thought he was some rich heir raised with perfect etiquette. Shortly after, at the university campus, the protagonist arrives with a new car, and everyone around is impressed, asking if he is Chenchu and if he is really a rich guy because that car is worth more than 2 million. Some people cannot believe he owns a car of that value. Later on the campus forum, a back-to-school post was pinned, saying that on the last day of enrollment for new students, a tall, handsome, and elegant guy showed up driving a car worth more than 2 million. Shares 748, comments 2,822. In the comments, people were asking if he was Chenchu because he looked very handsome in the summer. However, others said they didn't care about looks since he was driving a car worth more than 2 million, and his family surely must be billionaire. The girl reading the post feels that man is very familiar, especially those black and white eyes like stars radiating a sharp glow. She keeps reading and sees someone saying that Guy is not a freshman because he is in the second year of the finance department and is now entering the third, and his name is Chen Chu. The girl is surprised to discover he is from the finance department because that cannot be true since he is in the same year as her. While walking, the protagonist thinks that his body and strength are improving at a very good speed, but he only knows light extremities cloud step and tan leg technique, and needs to learn new skills to better control and use his current power. He passes by a fight club but thinks those moves are too graceful, and if he fought someone like that, he would end up crushing the person with a single slap. So if he really wants to learn how to control everything, he needs to keep training alone. He arrives at Longteng Steel and upon meeting the receptionist, says he would like to make a custom steel order around 100 tons or more. The woman agrees and takes him to the VIP room to call the sales manager. Once inside, the manager asks what type of steel he wants to order, and Chen Chu explains that he wants a steel pillar with 2 meters in diameter and 5 meters in height, as well as some steel blocks weighing 1, 5, 10, and 20 tons each. After the simulation, the manager informs that the total weight is around 200 tons and the estimated cost is about 700,000, but the final price depends on the product finishing. The protagonist says it's all good and asks to sign the contract the next morning. At Changshou's improvised dock, assistant Zhang Shu informs the boss that the entire area is his warehouse. The protagonist thinks it's great and asks him to leave because he wants to take a look by himself. The system notifies that the clone gained 8 evolution points through directed feeding, and that constitution increased by 0.8. He thinks about all the stages: brightness, darkness, transformation, and beyond transformation. But he hasn't even reached the transformation stage yet, so he still has a long way to go. Looking at the space, he imagines that when the steel pillar is installed in the warehouse, that will be his training field. However, he thinks the maximum daily evolution points is 100, and because of that, he will need many days. And compared to the progress of that giant lizard, his body is still far too slow. At the site of the last fight, Guan Qing and the deputy security chief were analyzing everything together with the police. She starts reading the report, saying that Luo Hao, known as Big Boss Luo in the underworld, owns a bar and commands more than a dozen henchmen. His right hand was almost torn off by a heavy weapon, used with unbelievable force, hanging only by a piece of flesh. Iron Chi Lao had his chest hit with immense force, crushing his organs and dying on the spot. All three were killed in less than a minute by the same person, whose strength and speed were insane. She wonders who could do such a thing when the captain's radio rings saying they found another body coming from the sea. Meanwhile, at Tianlan Maritime Company, Leng Yue comments to the boss that the company has no services. Everyone just slacks off, and she asks if they shouldn't hand out flyers or something like that. The protagonist replies that it's not necessary because business is like fishing. You just need to wait for the fish to bite the bait. The secretary gets worried, thinking that even if the boss is very rich, they might end up going bankrupt. After all, how will the fish bite if no one knows about the bait and no one reaches them? Suddenly, Ning knocks on the door saying someone came to see the boss with a business deal. Leng Yu can't believe someone actually came to bring money in the end. The man enters the office looking around and asking where Zhang Laoda is, and the protagonist says he and his men are all under his command now. The man finds it impressive that he actually sidelined that guy and introduces himself as Wang Tianhua. The protagonist is impressed, saying he finally met Boss Wang and that they should sit down to talk more calmly. Leng Yue says she will prepare tea for everyone. Tianhua explains that there is a centuries-old shipwreck worth at least tens of millions and asks if the protagonist can make it happen. Chen Chu asks how Tianhua intends to split things once the items are recovered, and he answers that he will provide the map and keep 70%, while Chen Chu would get 30%, because even international teams work at that rate. Chen Chu says that if that's the case, he should look for an international team. Tianhua asks what his suggestion would be, and Chen Chu replies that he would like a 50-50 deal. Otherwise, it's better to forget it. Tianhua is surprised, imagining that with such strict laws, a private salvage is impossible, and the protagonist is his only chance. He stands up asking if Chen Chu is sure he can take everything from there. Chen Chu states that just like Chang Shou, he has many others under his command, and if Tianhua is not convinced, he can go along and see with his own eyes. Tianhua ends up agreeing to the 50% deal and they shake hands, saying it's a pleasure doing business together. Meanwhile, at the police station, the deputy chief was impressed with the exaggerated claw marks, wondering what kind of creature could leave marks that large. He begins to consider whether it could be some abnormal creature and analyzes the records indicating multiple deaths. 4 died at sea, suspected of beast attacks, and professionals would investigate. At the end of the day, Chen Chu goes to the warehouse to receive the order, and Leng Yue asks what that huge iron pillar is for. He says it is a calming pillar of the sea, buried at the dock to stabilize the waters and restrain the sea dragon kings. She thinks the boss really knows a lot of things. After making the payment, he looks at the bank account balance, which was at 321,800, and thinks money really flies. And now, only that is left in the Bixi Garden complex. Chen-Chu drops off the secretary and she follows him, apologizing for bothering him again and asking if he would like to go up for a glass of water, but he refuses, saying he still needs to take care of other things. She says it is fine, and as he walks away, she keeps watching and wonders how she managed to be bold enough to say something like that to him, especially knowing that even her underwear must be lying around there. While driving, he thinks that during dinner earlier, he accidentally broke the chopsticks, so he still needs to train his control over his own strength. That is the key point. During the night, he goes back to training on the rocks, thinking he needs to reach full mastery to completely use his powers. He focuses and notices that his aura shield now covers an area of up to 30 meters, allowing him to feel every movement of the wind and the grass around him. 3 days later, the pet was still fiercely feeding in the sea, and the system reports that evolution points are at 210 and constitution points at 21. He notices that the red-eyed fish are the same as the ones he saw that day and realizes that Tianhua's ship is slowing down, so they must already be close to the spot. He calls Tianhua, saying that the other team has already arrived and asks when they will start. Tianhua says the work is quick, and he will prepare things to begin still that night. The protagonist thinks that after hard work, he gained 15 experience points in control, and with aura enhancement, his strength multiplied. Tianhua calls again, saying he still hasn't seen the other team, and Chen-Chu replies that they are already underwater and asks for the location. Tianhua questions if he is serious because that is truly impressive, then gives the coordinates, explaining that it is 200 meters to the left and about 700 to 800 meters deep. Connected to the pet, he starts descending but notices that even with his constitution, the water pressure is making everything uncomfortable. Upon reaching the point, he realizes there is nothing there and reports that at 800 meters deep, within a radius of 200 meters, there is nothing. Tianhua asks if he really scanned all of that so fast, thinking it is impossible for someone to sweep 700 to 800 meters deep in just 20 minutes. One of the subordinates comments that after hundreds of years the location has probably changed and asks to try moving about 1 kilometer east. The boss apologizes and asks if the protagonist can check this new direction. He continues scanning with the pet, and after searching for a short while, they finally find what they were looking for. They bring everything to the surface, and when opening it, one of the men tells the boss there is a total of 8 broken pieces and 3 intact ones, valued at around 30 million. And if sold privately, they could get about 20 million more. Tianhua asks the protagonist if he heard, because that is the situation. And Chen-Chu states that now the rest is up to Tianhua because he will only come back to collect the money. A few days later, the two meet, and Tianhua says the total exceeded 23 million. Each one receives 11.5 million, and that he can check if he wants. Chen-Chu says there is no need because he trusts his work partner. Tianhua laughs, saying the protagonist is quite straightforward and that he will look for him whenever he has new information about sunken ships. Chen-Chu looks at the pile of money, thinking that the financial problem is already solved, but his strength is still too weak. He needs to train until he reaches the point where sniper bullets and grenades do not affect him before trying riskier moves. The next day, inside the industry, one of the employees approaches him, saying someone sent a resume the day before claiming they could bring 200 fishing enthusiasts every month for a salary of 50,000. He asks to take a look, and Ning comes over excited that he's back. Upon picking up the resume summary, he reads, "Member of the Fishing Association, knows many insiders in the area." Without a second thought, he crushes the paper and tells the employee to reject that candidate, saying he is nothing but a scammer. Ning, excited, asks why he hasn't been at the office in the last few days, and he replies that he had a big project and ended up earning a few million. She brightens her eyes, saying he is truly amazing, and with a smile on his face, he asks if he hadn't already said he would take everyone to celebrate after that project, and emphasizes that tonight he will take everyone to Yunshang Tianwan. The HR girl thinks that working there is truly wonderful. The job is easy, the salary is excellent, and the boss always treats everyone very well. Ning even jumps with joy, saying how nice he is. The girl keeps thinking that unlike her friend's company where the manager tried to hit on her, everything there seems perfect. But then she gets a doubt. If the boss himself tried something with her, would she accept it or not? At the restaurant, Ning comments that she didn't know maritime fishing was so profitable. The HR girl asks if just a few days of traveling can really bring millions, and the protagonist says it was just luck because he caught a bluefin tuna, a fish worth hundreds of thousands. Suddenly, a man appears asking if he is Mr. Chen, owner of Tianlan Marine Industries. He introduces himself as Li Tianrui, deputy general manager of the Tianhong Group and a friend of Tianhui, saying that he wants to fish in the sea and asks if Chen-Chu is interested in cooperating. The protagonist replies that as long as it is profitable, he is always interested. and asks the man to go to his company the next day so they can discuss things better. Leng Yue hands over the boss's business card and Li thanks them, saying they will see each other the next day. Xiao Hui observes, saying he didn't expect him to be so young. Ning asks if the Tianhong group is really big, and Xiao Hui explains that the chairman is worth tens of billions. He is richer than the richest man in the city, and even has the same surname as young Master Li. So maybe they are relatives. Ning is impressed by the idea of tens of billions, and Leng Yue also cannot imagine that she just ran into the son of the richest man during a meal. The protagonist gets excited, thinking that even the heir of the richest man is interested in shipwrecks. Meanwhile, at sea, he thinks it's a coincidence because just when he was telling Xiao Hui about a fish worth more than 10 million, he finds not one but two of them. At night in the warehouse, he looks at the preserved fish, saying that it is worth more than 10 million and its meat isn't even that special. That is not just a fish, it is literally money swimming. And now the next step is to find a buyer and sell it. The next day, while he is still training, the protagonist gets a call saying that young Master Li has been waiting for him in the office for some time. He replies that it's fine and that he is on his way immediately. Shortly after at the industry, the two meet and Tian Rui says he has the exact location of a shipwreck. Chen Chu asks why, with all the wealth of the Tianhong group, young Master Li is still interested in shipwrecks. Tian Rui replies that no one thinks they have too much money. The protagonist agrees, saying they will split 50% each after the items arrive, and Tian Rui says it's fine by him. Chen Chu keeps staring and thinks that from the young master's look, it's obvious he's not only after the treasure on board, which is interesting. He takes advantage of the meeting and asks Tian Rui if he knows anyone who runs high-end seafood restaurants, because he has a 4-meter bluefin tuna. Tian Rui says that is very impressive because even a bluefin tuna is within his reach, and adds that he knows someone who owns a seafood restaurant and invites the protagonist to have lunch together so he can introduce them. Sometime later in the warehouse, the protagonist takes manager Lin to see the fish. The manager runs off, and Chen Chu asks him not to run so much because the fish is right there and it won't escape. After examining it, one of the manager's subordinates says the quality of the fish is perfect and all aspects meet A-level standards. Manager Lin says that the fish really is top quality, but since they are all friends, he offers a price of 7 million. The protagonist says it's a good price and accepts the offer. Leng Ye, who is with them, keeps watching her boss, thinking that a single fish was sold for an unbelievable 7 million. Downtown, Chen Chu tells his secretary that they had a great harvest that day, and now it is time to spend a little. She is impressed when she sees that the place is Marriott International, a meeting point for the world's biggest luxury brands. Chen Chu starts buying a lot of things, and Leng Yue is amazed, thinking that this is the peak of luxury and that her boss's money comes way too easily. The saleswoman is impressed, believing a big spender has just arrived. At the dock warehouse, the two are together, and Leng Yue is shocked when she sees that just her boss's watch is already worth 2 million. And he also bought so many luxury items for her, which probably also cost more than 2 million. Chen Chu tells her that he wants to buy a mansion, so she needs to keep an eye out for him. The mansion has to be big and spacious. It can be in a quieter place because he prefers peace and silence, and the price has to be around 30 million. She says she understood all the requirements. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the sea, the protagonist is connected with his pet and sees 2 submarines passing by. He thinks it is truly a shame that he is not strong enough, otherwise he would tear those 2 submarines in half. He keeps swimming and feels something strange. Apparently there is something dangerous down below and he needs to leave immediately because there is no need to take unnecessary risks. But a giant crab appears behind him, trying to attack. He manages to dodge, questioning whether the crab really thinks it would be easy to mess with him. But when trying to strike, he realizes that the crab is much stronger than that mutant ribbonfish. The monster keeps trying to attack, but he dodges every blow, and after gaining some distance, he thinks that the strength shown by that creature exceeds 10 tons, which is interesting. However, he can defeat it easily, but realizes that this big guy cannot be consumed all at once, so he will have to absorb it little by little. Inside his house, he grabs his laptop and checks the reports on unusual marine phenomena in recent years. Giant ribbonfish, giant pigfish, and now a giant spider. He begins to wonder if the world may indeed be changing. He keeps reading the news. SSN 689, a nuclear submarine from country M, disappeared at 600 meters deep in the Pacific. The latest report states it was attacked by a giant unknown sea creature. Another nuclear submarine in the Arctic collided with a submerged iceberg, killing all 127 crew members. The protagonist says all of this happened within the last 2 years and that apparently, the deeper one goes, the stronger these unknown creatures become. Meanwhile, inside a submerged cave, the pet was feeding on the monster, and the system kept notifying evolution points that wouldn't stop increasing. the protagonist thinks that its body size has now reached 18 meters. On the surface, he continues training, thinking that his physical attributes have increased by more than 100 points. His bone structure, muscle strength, everything has reached a completely new level. Not even punching a metal pole hurts anymore. And now a handgun would at most leave a scratch on his skin. With his natural armor and reaction speed, common bullets won't even leave marks on his body. At Xinhua bookstore, the protagonist is reading a book and thinks that the world is not as simple as he once believed, and that learning and reading are always the right choices. The women in the bookstore start commenting that the guy is very handsome. One of them tells her friend to go ask for his contact, but she gets embarrassed and refuses. After picking up some books, he states that only through continuous learning can a person keep improving. He returns to his training room in the warehouse, saying that Bajiquan and Xingyiquan may seem simple, but mastering them is not an easy task. He then gets a call from Tianrui saying that they have already arrived. The protagonist asks for the location because his team will be underwater at noon. Sometime later, the protagonist says they managed to find gold and some porcelain fragments, and Boss Lee asks if he managed to find any special box because as long as he finds that box, everything else in the wreck will be his. He thinks that just the gold is worth more than 20 million, and that in that special box there is only a bunch of black mud. He has no idea what that guy wants with it. Once everything is recovered, the special box is handed over to Boss Lee, but as soon as he opens it, he almost has a heart attack, saying this cannot have happened to his elixirs. Meanwhile, the deputy chief is investigating another case. His subordinate says that just like the people who died before, all of their blood vanished and their muscles dried up like jerky. However, the time of death is only 10 hours ago. The deputy chief says it is better to wait for the superiors to arrive to investigate. He thinks that all the victims were thugs without family ties, but physically strong, and asks his subordinate Xiao Zhang to write a report later and shut down all entertainment venues in the city. Later that night, another person is attacked. The information reaches the deputy chief, and completely irritated, he asks how this is happening, because everything was shut down. So how did 4 more people just die? While all of this is happening, the protagonist keeps training and after a few days manages to make great progress in both Bajiquan and Xingyiquan. The system appears, notifying that he has understood a new martial arts technique and asks him to give it a name. Chen Chu thinks about it and decides to call it Explosive Fist, because it combines the posture of the 8 extremes of Bajiquan and the half-step Bengquan of Xingyiquan. 1 step, 1 explosion. Punches like cannonballs. In the middle of the sea, a fisherman is excited, saying he finally managed to catch the fish after chasing the shoal for so long. However, he must remain cautious because this time, the investment was huge. Just 1 fishing net costs millions, and he cannot afford any mistakes. Suddenly, the alert inside the cabin goes off. One of the fishermen rushes to the captain, saying there is a hole in the middle of the net and the fish are escaping. The captain tells him to pull the net as fast as possible. Tom Chan-yun says the detector shows nothing. However, the net does not move. Underwater, the protagonist's pet had already reached an enormous size, and he thinks that with a single bite it takes dozens at once, so that free banquet was very satisfying. With its affinity with water, sonar detectors cannot detect it at all, and now it is time to go home because it is already satisfied. When they finally manage to pull the net up, the boat captain starts to panic, questioning why all his fishing nets are torn and why the fish have disappeared. He wonders what kind of monster or divine being could be behind that. Meanwhile, at his dock like a king, the protagonist was relaxing when he received a call from young Master Lee, saying he was returning to the city and, to show his gratitude, he would take the protagonist to an amazing place that night. Chen Chu says that if it is an invitation from the young master, then he must check it out. Night arrives and they go to the elegant Mengluo Pavilion. A beautiful girl comes to the door to welcome them. Tianrui arrives all happy, asking if someone reserved the Yungxiao Hall, but the receptionist says that hall is always reserved for him. She takes them to the hall and the protagonist observes the environment, thinking that it is no wonder the king neglects his duties because places like that are perfect for enjoying the atmosphere. After indulging, they go to a forest, but he notices that something is following him because the aura is making him a bit uncomfortable, similar to the night he was chased by that giant lizard. Excited by the situation, he wonders if it could be a monster or even a ghost. However, he is pleased because it has been a while since he has stretched his legs. Suddenly, a guy wanting to show off to his girlfriend calls the protagonist to bet on a race. Chen Chu begins to disdain him and accelerates like a madman. The couple is impressed, saying that the turn he just took was completely insane, questioning if he is trying to kill himself and if he is really human. The protagonist thinks that at that speed, not even the fastest car could keep up with him. However, that car is still close, and it seems they are not weak. As soon as he reaches the beach, he gets out of the car and asks the person to get out quickly because he is not a bad guy. A naked woman hiding behind a palm tree says that is a funny way to speak, pointing out that she was bathing at the beach and someone took her clothes, asking if he could give her something to wear. Chenchu starts running toward her, asking if she really wanted clothes, because if that is the case, then he can get some for her. As he approaches, he throws a punch toward her, causing a huge impact, but is surprised as a mist covers the place. As that mist begins to dissipate, the girl transforms into a monster, saying that the protagonist's vital energy is truly impressive, strong, and rich, and now she really wants to eat him. Startled, he retreats quickly, dodging her attack, and asks who she is. She says she is also human, but a more perfect version, and her name is Ying Xiao, the Orochimaru of the black market. She keeps attacking while shouting that eating the protagonist is like eating hundreds of healthy and energetic people, enough to help her complete the first stage of evolution. Chenchu keeps dodging all attacks, but with astonishing speed, he appears behind her, asking if she really wants to eat him, because first, they must see if she has what it takes. She is shocked by his speed and his completely terrifying strength. He throws just one strike, causing a massive explosion. Ying Xiao, already defeated, asks how this is possible because the protagonist clearly does not have the aura of an awakened one. She tries to escape, hiding behind the palm trees. However, the protagonist is like a predator, attacking her at all costs and destroying everything in front of him. He realizes that this being can merge with trunks and stones, but every time he attacks the attached object, her aura weakens. After destroying everything around them, Ying Xiao has nowhere left to run, and the protagonist stares at her on the ground, saying that merging with trunks and trees really is a good survival ability. However, it is a pity that she met him. He emphasizes that if she answers a few questions, she will receive a quick and painless death. Ying Xiao asks if she looks like someone who fears death and begins to laugh, saying that this place is very beautiful, but it is a pity she will not see it again. Still, it is fine because she has already taken her revenge. She says that if she had just one more month, she could have completed her shadow transformation, and by then not even a god of war would be able to scare her. But instead, she met a true monster in an ordinary city. Her body begins to dissolve until it completely disappears. The system notifies that he managed to eliminate a corruptor and gained 10 attribute points. He becomes a bit confused and asks what a corruptor is and what those attribute points are. The system explains that they can enhance abilities, strengthen weapons, and improve the body itself, in addition to unlocking special abilities such as lightning, ice, fire, and others. He looks at the system, thinking that he already has extraordinary powers and that soon the giant lizard will have them too. He starts smiling, imagining that with those powers he could create a real-life Godzilla. He goes to the warehouse and begins searching about corruptors and awakeners, but his search on the internet finds no relevant information, and he concludes that apparently the authorities have blocked those details. Still, he thinks it is fine because he is still too weak, and when he becomes stronger, he will explore this world again, maybe after his physique surpasses 10,000 points. Suddenly, the system appears asking him to choose an element to enhance: wind, fire, water, earth, lightning, light, or darkness. His current physique is insufficient, allowing him to strengthen only one basic element, so he quickly chooses lightning. The system notifies that attribute points were used to enhance his extraordinary abilities, granting lightning mastery and +1 to his mental attribute. He begins to control lightning with his fingers and asks if that is just a cheap version of lightning powers, but accepts it because even lightning mastery has experience points and seems it can be improved with training, which is not bad at all. Currently, his status is Level 1, Physique 465, Mental 57, Mental Control External QI Techniques, Beginner Experience 571 thousandths, QI Sense Beginner Experience 481 thousandths. Abilities: Collapsing Punch, Beginner Experience 26 500ths, Sky Step Intermediate Experience 517 1,000ths, Spring Kick Intermediate Experience 412 1,000ths. Powers: Lightning Mastery, Beginner Experience 10 10,000ths, Attribute Points 0. Clone: Spiked Scaled Lizard evolved twice, already a mature beast, goal to become a Beast Lord, evolution value 3,195 thousandths. Clone abilities: Observation Hockey, Armament Hockey, Talents, Affinity with Water, and Lightning Mastery. At the bottom of the sea, the lizard was already using its lightning power to eliminate its prey. The protagonist thinks it is another mutant sea beast as terrifying as the giant spider from last time. With that prey, the lizard gains 980 evolution points, and the protagonist concludes that so far, the giant lizard has lightning mastery and is already stronger than him. Meanwhile, at the city airport, the deputy chief was waiting for someone. He approaches and asks if those two are agents from the Department of Special Affairs. He introduces himself as Guan and says he was assigned to receive them. The man shakes his hand and introduces himself as Huang Junfeng, thanking in advance for their cooperation. The man in white says his name is Nangong Jian, chief investigator of case 907, and asks to see the body. They proceed to the morgue where Guan presents the corpse, explaining that this person died the night before and was the only body found, and that in the past 4 days, 4 people mysteriously died each night. Junfeng begins using his powers to analyze and senses Yin Xiao's aura. However, Jian notices that the aura is fading, which means she is dead. His partner gets confused, asking how the person who did that also died. Meanwhile, in the warehouse, the protagonist kept training, thinking that his power had grown too fast and he was not managing to control it, so he does not dare visit Ning's house because he fears breaking her couch just by sitting. He remembers giving her a ride when she invited him for tea, but he said he couldn't because he had other plans for that afternoon. Furthermore, he thinks he cannot get too close to her since he might accidentally crush her bones. The next day, a seller was showing house number 88. He says the main building has 560 square meters, with a front garden of 70 square meters, plus a backyard of 200 square meters and a billiard room of 80 square meters. He emphasizes that the last buyer, the current owner, paid in full including furniture worth over 1 million, and that the total price is 34 million. Chen Chu says that for 25 million he will buy it now. However, he suddenly receives a call for help on the phone, saying there is a monster somewhere else on top of a building Junfeng and Jian were observing. Junfeng comments that no unusual activity has occurred since last night, and that it shows the corruptor is really dead, but he finds everything very strange, because that being was in a semi-ethereal state, and a being like that is not something normal people can handle. He asks the captain if they should stay and investigate since they could take the opportunity to get to know a bit of the city's commotion. Jian tells him to use his free time to train, otherwise when the apocalypse comes, he will just become cannon fodder. Junfeng doesn't believe the apocalypse is close. The captain says the professor predicts the next spatial fluctuation will be 10 times stronger than 20 years ago, and that the most urgent matter is to increase their capabilities in every aspect in anticipation of that day, because only then will they be able to repay the country for having raised them. Over time, at the bottom of the sea, the lizard was searching again. The protagonist sees more gold and stops, realizing he finally found something valuable, but moving too much sand ended up breaking a lot of porcelain, and that is his fault. He starts checking the value and realizes he struck gold, because a single piece from that dynasty is worth at least a few million, maybe tens of millions. He takes a deep breath, saying it's a shame that his careless agitation destroyed so many things, since it could have been worth more than 100 million. Suddenly, he hears shouting. The waitress was asking what that guy tried to take, but the man yells back asking what she's talking about, questioning what she thinks she saw and saying she can't accuse him like that. He declares that since he's being accused of taking something, then he might as well actually take something. Another customer at the table asks how he can be so shameless since he clearly saw everything. The waitress begins to back away, afraid of the situation. The man shouts back at the customer, saying it doesn't matter whether he saw anything or not, because if he doesn't like it, he should try to do something about it. The protagonist stands up, saying this is interesting because he has never met someone as arrogant as that guy. The man keeps acting arrogantly, saying he has just met him, and if he isn't happy with the outcome, then he should try to hit him. Chen Chu starts walking toward him, and the man keeps acting arrogant, asking if he's really going to try something, since he is just another bloodthirsty youngster who only knows how to talk. The protagonist asks the shopkeeper if there are surveillance cameras there. She understands exactly what he meant and goes to the outlet pulling the plug and saying that, unfortunately, the cameras are broken. The protagonist smiles and, with a single slap, knocks the man out, commenting that nowadays someone actually enjoying getting beaten is ridiculous. Back at his warehouse, the system reports that his thunder control experience increased by another 10 points, and his mental strength rose by 1 point. Lying on the sofa playing with electricity, he thinks that human life barely reaches a century and is just the blink of an eye in a star's life, and that one day he will break the boundary between life and death. The next day, Chen Chu meets Leng Yue and asks her to find some time to study accounting books because she will take care of the company's finances when the time comes, and for that she will receive double. She is surprised but happy at the same time and agrees. He turns to get into the car and she asks where he is going. He smiles, saying he needs to sell some things. Shortly after, they arrive at a shop and a man introduces himself, saying his surname is Gao and he is the owner of that antique shop. Chen Chu asks if he can help estimate the value of that plate. The shop owner invites them to discuss it in a more private place. As soon as they go upstairs, the protagonist shows the plate inside the briefcase. The shopkeeper analyzes the item coldly, saying it has a salty sea smell and was apparently recovered from the ocean floor. After examining it, he confirms it is truly genuine. But it is part of a set, and apparently Chen Chu only has one piece, which significantly reduces its value. The protagonist is a bit upset, saying that it really looked like a set because when he found the piece there were many others around, but unfortunately that was the only intact one. Gao comments that this is indeed a pity, and if it's only that piece, he can offer 4.5 million. Chenchu says it's a good price, but he'll think about it. Sometime later in the middle of the street, Leng Yue tells the boss that after visiting so many shops, Gao does seem to be the most genuine. The protagonist asks what she meant by genuine since he did offer the highest price, and maybe they should sell to him. However, he still has doubts because he felt something strange in that man's eyes, and he is definitely hiding something. In the luxurious villa's living room, a man was asking Gao if he was really saying that he had managed to find a clue about that sunken ship. Gao shows the plate he bought from the protagonist, saying that this porcelain has the official seal they had been looking for, and emphasizes that it was sold to him by a young man, clearly someone who must know something more. His boss tells Gao to send all the information to Fox because within half an hour at most he wants to know everything about that person. A few minutes later they receive the information, and Gao says that the protagonist is just an ordinary college student who suddenly spent almost 3 million to buy a luxury car and even traveled abroad together with Li Tianrui. He asks his boss if they should keep doing business with those people who are supporting this kid, and Du Hong starts smiling, wondering what Gao is even talking about. Lying in his bed, Chenchu remembers that Gao had asked him to fill out that form because they needed his information for future transfers or auctions. He thinks that the negotiation that day went really well. However, he still can't shake the feeling that Boss Gao is hiding something, but he hopes nothing strange happens. The next day, inside the elevator, the protagonist keeps feeling weird. He thinks last night was actually peaceful, and maybe he's just overthinking it, so it's probably better to forget about it and head straight to school to check things out. After absorbing that sea python, his strength, muscle density, and everything else had reached 50 to 60 times that of a normal person, and maybe now he could even withstand bullets. As soon as the elevator arrives on the floor, a man was outside. Chenchu steps out of the elevator and is immediately intercepted. The man places a gun against his back, telling him not to move or make a sound. He must just follow along. The protagonist simply obeys, and inside a van he pretends to be completely terrified, asking where those thugs are taking him since he doesn't remember having done anything to offend them. The driver says they're taking him to meet someone, so he shouldn't try anything. Shortly after, they arrive at a hideout. One of the lackeys tells his boss they managed to bring the boy. The boss, with a scratch on his face and irritated, says he'd like to see what kind of person made him wait all night. The protagonist smiles and asks if it's just them. The people who had kidnapped him start to get scared because that kid was completely terrified before and suddenly became calm. And what was even stranger was that his calmness was unsettling. The boss realizes something is wrong and shouts for everyone to grab their guns immediately. Chenchu uses his speed and with one strike knocks out the thug who was armed beside him. He grabs the gun in his hand and their boss tells the protagonist to lower the gun. One of the ones pointing a gun asks if he's not listening since he was already told to lower it. The boss starts to smile, even though a bit nervous, and tells Chenchu that he only has one gun while he has two. And besides, the gun the protagonist is holding only has one bullet, so he has no choice because he's surrounded. Chenchu looks at them and questions if they still haven't understood, saying that he's not the one trapped with them, they're the ones trapped with him. He tells the boss to say who's behind all this, because if they're honest, he'll end this quickly. The thugs still think it's just a bluff, but the protagonist, without hesitation, shoots the boss right in the middle of the forehead. The thugs scream, saying that now he's out of bullets and they need to catch him. They start shooting. Chenchu throws the gun away and starts releasing his aura, catching the bullet with his hand. The thugs begin to tremble in fear, asking what that thing is, because that guy was truly a monster. And the protagonist keeps laughing and asking if now they think he's strong, because not long ago things were quite different. The sound of the punches echoed throughout the hideout. After wiping out almost all of them and leaving only one of the thugs, the protagonist approaches and tells him to say at once who sent them there. Trembling with fear, the man says it was the director of the Longhua group, named Du Hong. He is also the owner of that store on Guan Street and lives at Guanshan Villa number 3. The protagonist takes the boss's phone and calls Hong, saying his name is Chenchu and that they will see each other tonight. He hangs up the phone. Gao gets irritated, asking if the protagonist really asked for 20 million, because that's too greedy. The boss tells him to get ready because that amount is worth dozens of lives, and he would like to see if the protagonist can really take it for himself. At night, a car was driving down the road while right beside it the protagonist was running like a lightning bolt. He thinks his speed has reached 120 meters per second, which totals 432 kilometers per hour. Meanwhile, inside Du Hong's mansion, armed guards were scattered everywhere and the entire house was lit up. Inside the office, along with a bunch of other guards, were Hong and Gao. Gao asks his boss if he thinks that kid got scared because he single-handedly defeated 7 armed men and clearly has something more than what he appears to. Hong keeps acting superior and says that he has about a dozen gunmen and several dozen loyal subordinates, and that this is the time to put them to work. Suddenly, all the lights in the house go out, leaving the gunmen alarmed. The guards say they activated the backup power, however the security camera at the front gate is broken, and the front door was also forced open. This only proves how fast the intruder is. Hong starts getting scared and punches the table, saying they need to shoot at anyone who steps in there, no matter who it is. Meanwhile, outside the door, the protagonist had already taken down countless gunmen. He knocks on the door and everyone keeps aiming. The moment he opens it, the boss shouts for them to shoot. But before they could even pull the trigger, the protagonist had already taken down the two closest ones and stops right in front of the boss. Hong realizes this is not normal, and it seems the protagonist has awakened. He stands up in total panic, saying he would give 500 million if he lets the two of them leave alive. Still irritated by the situation, Chenchu says that it really is tempting, but he can't let them live after dealing with everyone else in there. Though he would like to talk a bit about those who have awakened, because he'll make sure the two of them at least have some fun. Hong starts to panic but sees no other choice. So he begins telling a story saying that back in '99 they were fighting over territory with about a dozen other brothers. In Tiger Mountain City, a person covered in flames descended from the sky and the whole city turned into a sea of fire in the blink of an eye. The next day, that place was nothing but a huge lake, and the authorities called it the Sunken Lake. The protagonist is surprised to realize how powerful awakened people are, and he feels relieved that he wasn't causing trouble at that time. Hong takes advantage of him lowering his guard and shoots, screaming for him to die. However, as expected, the protagonist easily dodges the bullet and in mere milliseconds takes down both of them, thinking that it doesn't matter who it is. If they're within his reach, then they're already dead, and that guy is so rich that to him he's nothing but a simple insect. Sometime later in the mansion that had been reduced to rubble, Guan and Guan Qing start analyzing the situation. She says that 31 bodies were found in total, one of them being the director of the Longhua group. The deputy chief says his guess is that this was caused by Chenchu and that he is probably responsible for the deaths in the Red Forest as well. He starts to think that there are unusual movements in the land there and that the next attack is imminent. Even though he had been planning to give the protagonist a chance, he is being too cruel in abandoning the straight and narrow path. Back in the warehouse at the port, the protagonist looks at the tray on the table, saying that the chicken he stored rose up and there are oil marks everywhere. And apparently whatever came there last night is extraordinary. Meanwhile, at the bottom of the sea, his pet kept eating non-stop. The system notifies that it obtained 67 evolution points and physical attributes increased by 6.7. He thinks there's more further down, so he decides to take a look. 1,200 meters below the surface, he finds an active volcano, but realizes that the pressure is becoming a bit hard to withstand. Still in the warehouse, Chenchu notices someone walking around carrying a bag of chicken. He thinks that person can't run, so he decides to attack, causing a huge explosion. But as the dust begins to settle, he realizes there's nothing there, and that the person simply vanished. He starts wondering what kind of power that is. Could it be a dimensional rift, a pathway to another world, or something of that sort? Suddenly, something strange starts happening, and the system warns him that his body is being corrupted by polluted energy. A few seconds later, another warning appears saying that his body is strong enough to be immune, but that this resistance will be surpassed after 5 hours. That strange energy begins to spread through the place, and the protagonist asks if that is another world. Suddenly, at the door, a strange being appears, and as it starts to approach, the protagonist realizes it is a monster. Even without knowing exactly what it was, he didn't hesitate to attack, and with a single punch, blew the monster's head apart. The system notified that he had eliminated a defective demonic corpse and earned attribute points. The door through which that monster came was still glowing with the name, Tiger Mountain City welcomes you. Chenchu walks through the door and appears somewhere else, saying that Tiger Mountain City is the same city Hong mentioned, the one that was turned into a lake overnight. He takes a quick look around and understands that the city wasn't destroyed, but rather pulled into another world, though he thinks it's better to go back because it's dangerous there. While he was returning, a girl up in a tree holding what looked like a human organ keeps staring and then starts eating it. He tells the system that he wants to use those points to quickly strengthen his electric powers. The system notifies that the attribute points were used to enhance his electrical control abilities, experience plus 20, spirit plus 2. He starts researching this incident, discovering that Tiger Mountain City sank, 600 people are missing, and 30,000 were displaced. Chenchu is shocked to see that more than 30,000 people disappeared along with the city, and if all of them turned into monsters, then there's an absurd amount of status points in that place. He calls Tianrui asking if he could help verify where the displaced people from Tiger Mountain City are. Tianrui says he'll look into it tomorrow. The next day, the protagonist goes to the iron shop to talk to the owner. He says he wants him to make a small steel house and a big knife as decoration. The knife must be 2 meters long and thick, durable and sharp. The shop owner becomes a bit concerned and tells the protagonist that this might be difficult to make because there are regulations regarding the production of knives. Chen-Chu asks if he really thinks someone would carry a 60-kilo knife around the city causing chaos. With nothing else to say, the owner just starts laughing. Chen-Chu begins to think that demonic corpses are strange beings, and he might end up infected by them. Besides a knife and a metal house, he could also use some armor. At the Hyacian Hotel, the information received says that there are many conflicting reports about the survivors of Tiger Mountain City. The authorities claim the matter is resolved, and even after investigating, they couldn't find anything. Inside his car, the protagonist says this was already expected. More than 30,000 people were also buried at the bottom of the sea. He sees that it wasn't a bad day of work, since he managed to collect more than 40 of them that day, and he only needs 300 more evolution points to evolve for the third time. Later that day, in another house, the agent introduces a woman saying that she is the owner of the house, Miss Lin Chinj. She says that apparently Chen-Chu has a great eye. The protagonist says that all the money is right there, and they can start after she checks if everything is in order. Chinj is impressed when she sees that he brought 20 million in cash. Deep under the sea, the pet kept eating non-stop. The system notifies that it gained 29 evolution points and reached the maximum score possible for this phase, asking if it wants to evolve. The lizard was 1,400 meters below the surface, and he says yes. Both begin evolving at the same time, and he thinks he can hear ants moving food 100 meters away. 300 meters away, a security guard on patrol complaining about life. His strength and speed doubled, and he remains just as agile as ever. Now he has reached Earth level, his constitution has hit 1,000, and his spirit 200. The system notifies that he has gained water affinity talent and electric fire spit, along with electrical control. He thinks he gained the electric fire spit ability because he ate all those mutant tiger-headed fish. He thinks that now his pet is a total of 40 meters long, and at this point, it's not just a giant lizard, but Godzilla itself. It fires its electric fire, and he thinks that even though it's reasonably strong, it is still weak internally, and its electric fire has only average power. For now, nothing changes, until he notices another huge monster a bit deeper. The monster tries to attack, but he manages to defend himself, thinking it's quite strong and that when he eats that monster, he'll probably be able to bite a warship in half. Using only the strength of his limbs, he rips open the opponent's mouth, thinking it's just too strong. After eating the entire monster, he thinks that tiger-headed fish gave him over 2,000 evolution points and a lot of burning energy. He keeps swimming around the place because that cave must have been the territory of that enormous tiger-headed fish. While looking around the place, he sees something terrifying. An iron bar was lodged into a monster's skull, and he thinks it's horrifying, giving off a feeling of fear he can't even describe. And it also seems like there's something inside the head because the energy in his body is boiling. The system warns that he has discovered an ancestral factor and asks if he wants to absorb it immediately. The protagonist says yes, and the pet's body becomes surrounded by dense energy. The system says he has absorbed an ancestral factor and is now undergoing an extraordinary evolution, having obtained the power of an ancestral beast, Kiksh's Crimson Flame, currently absorbing Crimson Flame energy. Crimson Flame plus 10 points. He decides to test his new ability, and upon using it causes a massive explosion meters away. He becomes impressed with his own power because that demonstration of strength was terrifying, a simple burst of energy, and that island vanished completely. A little later in the warehouse, the protagonist is fully equipped. The sword he is holding weighs a total of 120 kilos, and it's the perfect weight for him. So he names it the Celestial Sword. The armor he is wearing is made of titanium alloy, and it's not bad either since it's quite useful, and once he evolves further, he will be able to detect other beings. When he opens the door, he is surprised because he didn't expect his first opponent to be just a little girl. He starts questioning if she is one of the Tiger Mountain City survivors with special powers, because if so, she is also a monster. He goes in and notices there are many other monsters, and apparently the city gets livelier at night. Without hesitation, he begins his attacks. The system says he eliminated a demon corpse and gained 5 attribute points, and he asked to strengthen his weapon, the Celestial Sword. The system asks which aspect he would like to enhance: durability, sharpness, armor-piercing capability, damage against monsters, elemental enhancement wind, fire, lightning, electricity, or light. And Chen-Chu asked to put 3 points into durability and 2 into sharpness. He keeps attacking the monsters, destroying all those coming his way, and begins releasing energy saying that they're fast but not fast enough. The system notifies again saying that he defeated a second-level demon and earned 10 attribute points. His armor was enhanced by 15 points, and he acquired a first-level shock deflection ability. He tells it to put 5 points to increase the armor's resistance and 5 points to improve the sword's cutting power. He notices something moving near him, and when he looks to the side, he sees a strange slime moving quickly. He attacks and destroys everything with ease. The system keeps notifying him that he killed a violent second-level demon and gained 12 attribute points, eliminated a 4-armed second-level demon and gained 10 attribute points, and killed a snake-like second-level demon and gained 10 attribute points. Suddenly, an even bigger and stronger monster appears beside him preparing an attack. He thinks this is important. There's no way he earned all those points for nothing. The monster attacks, causing a huge impact in the area, and the protagonist dodges at the very last second. He thinks that monster is basically as strong as he is, but it's far too slow and that fight won't even be fun. He begins attacking and with just a few blows manages to eliminate the monster. The system says he killed a 5th-level armored demon and gained 100 attribute points and also discovered the demonic armor element. Now he can use 10 attribute points to absorb it. Chenchu thinks it makes sense that the monster was truly strong since it was 5th level, and now he understands why he needed to hit it more than 10 times to take it down. But this also shows he still lacks a fatal strike strong enough to eliminate monsters with a single move. Suddenly, he hears a voice telling him to run, and as he approaches, he realizes it's the girl who stole his chicken, the same girl who told him to run before, and she doesn't seem to intend to attack him. He gets closer and gently touches her head, asking if she is Shixi, and introduces himself saying his name is Chenchu, and emphasizes that from now on she'll be his little sister and he'll take care of her. The protagonist calls her over, saying he'll take her back to the city and buy her new, beautiful clothes. Sometime later in the city, the two are inside the car, and Chenchu asks if she knows what that dark lake is in the flooded area. She says it's the Black Tide, but she doesn't know what's in there, only that it's dangerous. He buys a pretty dress for her, and after taking a bath and putting it on, he gives her food. Shixi begins running around the house, completely happy, as if she were a child again. He looks at his status panel, now level 1, with physical strength above 1,000, mental strength above 200, mental control and external chi techniques at beginner level with 780 out of 1,000 experience, chi sense at beginner level with 640 out of 1,000 experience, skills collapsing punch, beginner with 105 out of 500 experience, celestial steps intermediate with 580 out of 1,000 experience, spring kick, intermediate with 460 out of 1,000 experience, proficiencies lightning mastery beginner with 400 out of 10,000 experience, Crimson Flame with 930 out of 1,000 experience, attribute points 80, inventory demonic armor element 1 unit, weapons celestial sword resilience plus 13, cutting power plus 7, armor break no data, armor demon emperor armor resilience plus 35, shock deflection specialty at first level, lizard clone with scaled spines evolved 3 times, a beastly home with ancient origins, evolution value 2,420 out of 10,000. Chenchu thinks that when he was fighting, he was fully covered, which suppressed his crimson flame and allowed him to unleash an explosive force capable of guaranteeing certain death. And since he still has 80 attribute points, it might be better to use them to strengthen his armor. He believes he has just surpassed the intermediate level and is at least 3 times stronger now, and Shixi watches impressed by the protagonist's aura. Meanwhile, at the university, a group of people were sitting, and one of the students says the place they are training in seems to be at least lieutenant level. The blonde asks if he's referring to a second lieutenant, and the girl questions if he means they ended up attracting the attention of some secret department. Suddenly, someone else walks into the room saying, "That's exactly it. A special department has been created in the city, and as soon as training ends, the successful participants will become lieutenants. However, there will be many dangers." He asks whether the group wants to quit or join, and everyone chooses to join. Back at the warehouse, the protagonist was still training. He says that his external covering makes the power of the Crimson Flame concentrate inside him and then explode outward with everything. That will be his strongest attack, capable of eliminating anything in a single move, since his punch has at least 150 tons of force. So he will call this technique Exterminating Flame. After training, he sits on the floor exhausted, thinking that 100 punches should be enough, and that now, if he finds that demonic corpse again, 3 punches should solve the problem. On the university campus, the protagonist walks past the students, and one of the girls says that he truly is very handsome. The blonde guy beside her says that car is very expensive, and that guy must have been born with a silver spoon in his mouth. Another girl scolds him, telling him to be nicer. The guy with glasses asks why she cares so much about that guy. The driver says it's because he saved Lin Rongya from 4 kidnappers a month ago. The blonde keeps acting superior, asking if that kid really saved someone from 4 kidnappers. But the guy with glasses tries to downplay it, saying they weren't kidnappers, just some desperate men. The girl in the orange overalls asks if the protagonist is really that strong. Meanwhile, sitting in a plaza, he remains still while the pet does the work. He spots a submarine thinking it must be a vessel full of thugs from the land of the kangaroos, and that's why it's so small, and apparently it's a good place for him to test his new strength. Inside the submarine, the alarms begin to blare. The crew screams that sonar detected a large life form 100 meters below, approaching fast. Another says it's indeed heading straight toward them at an impressive speed. Just brushing its claws along the side of the submarine was enough to tear a huge gash. The crew screams that the two rear cabins have been damaged and are leaking, and the sonar has also been damaged. The captain shouts to close the valves immediately to stop water from entering, and they need to activate multi-beam bathymetry, define a destination, and get an image of the surroundings. One of the crew members manages to get the image and tells the captain it's a massive creature about 40 meters long, even larger than a blue whale. The captain cannot believe it, asking how something can be that big when blue whales normally reach only 30 meters, and he orders the rear hatches closed and to return to the surface immediately, but the crewman says the water intake is severe and still causing damage. With no other options, the captain orders them to fire the torpedoes, push the turbines to maximum power, and head to the surface as fast as possible. The pet looks at the torpedoes coming toward him and starts smiling, because now he has reached a speed of 200 kilometers per hour and those torpedoes will never catch him. The show has only just begun. The submarine tries to escape, but the pet quickly catches up. The torpedoes that were following him head straight for the vessel and cause a massive explosion. The protagonist analyzes the situation, thinking that even so, the submarine's explosions are not very strong, and if he's hit directly, he would definitely get hurt, which means he needs to get even stronger. During the night, Chenchu and Shixi were watching a performance, and a man beside him says that the new girl is one of the 4 most beautiful of all the new students, because she dances with the agility of a bird. The protagonist becomes a bit surprised, asking if she is that girl, while his new little sister is stunned by her beauty. That woman performing is the same one who had been altered and leaning against a pole earlier, and as soon as she finishes performing, another person arrives, a man holding a bouquet of roses, and confesses that he fell in love with her at first sight, asking Chinkin to be his girlfriend. The crowd watching the show starts shouting, asking what that guy is talking about, saying that the woman is free and needs to leave the stage, that doing that is outdated and he should stop embarrassing himself. Chin Chin apologizes to the president, but says that the audience will not allow her to say yes, and besides, she doesn't like him anyway. After the event, she goes to the protagonist and asks if he still remembers her. People start looking around, wondering why the school beauty is waiting for that guy. The protagonist is a bit confused, and she says that about a month ago, he had called the police and saved a girl who had been drugged. Chenchu says he remembers that and asks if there is any problem. Embarrassed, she keeps staring at him, trying to speak, but her shyness won't let her. The protagonist turns away and says that if there's nothing to be said, then he will leave. Shixi looks at that woman and doesn't like her very much. She looks at the protagonist's car and says that it costs at least 2 million, and on top of that, he's wearing Gucci shoes worth at least 30,000, which only shows he looks like someone born into wealth, unlike that guy Wei Xian. Sometime later, back in Tiger Mountain City, Chenchu says that according to what his little sister said, the dark tide is coming, and he needs to find a cave, because everything in that land will vanish, and that cave has 30 meters of depth and 4 or 5 meters in height, so it will serve. He defeats 2 more opponents, and the system says he eliminated a second-level mutant Bone Lance demon corpse and gained 20 attribute points, and also eliminated a 3rd-level mutant Flaming demon corpse and gained 20 attribute points. He is surprised to see that a demon corpse managed to evolve fire control power and even got a little hot. He asks the system if he can increase the resistance of his clothes against demonic attacks. The system notifies that he used 10 attribute points, and his armor merged with demonic materials and ignited, becoming extraordinary. Chenchu says that with extraordinary demon armor, he has basically become immune to normal flames. Meanwhile, his pet was searching for food. The protagonist thinks the Pacific doesn't have many deep-sea fish, and mutant fish are hard to find. And if that's the case, maybe he could hunt them at a fish farm. Somewhere underwater, he finds a school of fish and thinks that more than 20 of them should be enough for a good day of food. Still in that strange space, the protagonist encounters a slightly different opponent. He manages to defend himself but is impressed by the speed of the monster, because it broke the sound barrier. The monster looks at him saying it has found fresh meat. The protagonist studies his opponent's movements, thinking that the sword technique of that demon corpse is surprisingly agile, and when it grips a blade, its arm trembles twice, and the sword's trajectory changes. Now that he understands it, it's time to end this. So he charges forward with everything he has. But suddenly, a face appears on the demon's chest, spitting an impressive amount of fire. The protagonist defends and uses his exterminating flame ability. The demon's face is shocked and is finished off with a single strike. The system notifies that he eliminated a 5th-level blazing demon corpse and earned 100 attribute points. Fusion core element discovered. And now, he can spend 10 attribute points to extract it. Even without knowing exactly what the fusion core element is, he decides to extract it anyway. Suddenly, a heart appears on his sword, and the system says that his weapon, the celestial sword, has been fused with demonic materials and ignited, becoming extraordinary. He tests the weapon and is surprised to see that now it can launch attacks, as he can combine the power of flames and lightning to create an energy explosion with the sword. On the other side of the city, Chenchu finds a completely different demon corpse and is shocked to see that it underwent so many mutations that it turned into something similar to a spider. He looks around and realizes the forest is so quiet it's getting eerie, so he will head back. Back at the warehouse, Shixi runs to the door after the protagonist leaves, saying she will close it for him. Chenchu is surprised and wonders if she can really close a shapeless door, which means she has spatial power and is more mysterious than he thought. But closing the door works very well anyway. At least this way, the remaining demons won't leave while he's not there. The system says it has detected that the protagonist can increase his storage space and that with 10 attribute points, he gains 1 square meter. The system asks if he wants to do it, and he says yes. He says that's exactly what he needed, because he was about to start complaining that carrying that sword was getting inconvenient, and having a storage space is everything he wanted. In the deep sea, the pet had already appeared about 5 to 6 meters in just 3 hours and gained 500 evolution points, and farm-raised fish taste very good as expected. On the surface, aboard a boat, a man calls his companion Shan Tianjun and uses a torch to shine a light on the water, asking what happened to that tuna. Tianjun says it's very strange because there is enough oxygen in the water. Suddenly, they notice a bit of blood in the water and start shouting that something is happening to the tuna. But a second later, the boat is completely destroyed with just 1 strike from the pet, throwing both men far away. Inside his house, Chenchu says he still has more than 100 attribute points left, so he should level everything up. The system says it used 40 attribute points and strengthened his chi sense, experience plus 400, reaching intermediate level, and then used 60 attribute points and strengthened the spring kick, experience plus 600, reaching moonstep. He jumps, testing his 2 abilities, and realizes his chi perception increased from 100 meters to 500 meters, and that moonstep allows him to stay in the air for a moment. Sometime later, while brushing his sister's hair, he is watching the news. The reporter says that a surprising black mist appeared in the city, covering 100 kilometers of area and causing more than 500 people to disappear. Chenchu is surprised because it seems similar to the black tide and only proves that world peace won't last long. In the deep sea off Aoding Island, a submarine was navigating the area, and a beast man approaches researcher Shan Benjun asking how Professor Kant's research is going. Benjun says he recovered a special substance from the body of the giant beast and even discovered the method by which the beast heals. The beast man asks if it is an extraordinary substance because if that is true, then they can now create extraordinary humans. The researcher says that besides that, they will also be able to control even the greatest beasts. The submarine finally reaches its destination, they disembark, and 2 people carry a box saying they have brought the mini nuclear power plant to that place. He says that is very good because it is almost reaching its target. In the middle of the ice, a gigantic dragon with a blade stuck in its chest was trapped. A man says the facility is complete and the nuclear power source has been connected. An old man says that the nuclear energy managed to enter the beast's body and it recovered. And also, it is intelligent enough to know that the metal collar will kill it, and now it must follow instructions. Benjin tells Professor Kant that he is even smarter than Einstein. The beast begins to move and the professor shouts that it finally worked and that the monster will awaken soon. The protagonist's pet was watching all of this and thinks those people are trying to resurrect a giant beast and therefore must die, so he stomps the ground hard, causing a collapse. Everyone panics, saying another giant monster is there and they must block it immediately or they will all die. The professor gives the order to fire and calls Benjin to run to the submarine. The guards start using everything they have, shooting and even throwing grenades. While the professor ran as fast as he could, none of it had any effect. The monster kept moving to attack them. The guards say it can't be real because even armor-piercing 24mm rounds and an explosive bullet didn't work. Another guard says those weapons are used in civil wars. The pet wonders if this is really all humans are capable of, then uses its ultrasonic roar ability, unleashing its crimson flame and wiping out all the soldiers around. The professor and Benjin try to escape in the submarine, but the pet spots them and launches another attack, destroying the submarine. Suddenly, the giant beast that was imprisoned awakens. The pet observes this and thinks that they really did manage to resurrect that creature, and its aura is terrifying. The protagonist thinks his pet only needs to keep its distance and kill it using electrical attacks. He strikes the giant beast, which begins screaming that it has just woken up and isn't strong enough yet, begging him to stop. As soon as he finishes eliminating that giant beast, the system notifies that he just discovered a damaged ancient reason and asks if he wants to absorb it. He says yes. The system continues notifying, telling the protagonist that his clone rested and gained evolution points +5 and physical strength +0.5. He is surprised to see that he can get stronger just by resting. After absorbing the damaged reason, Shixi is eating cake eagerly, saying it's delicious. His phone rings and shows a message. Situ Chanqian asks if he's free tomorrow because she would like to have lunch together. He says yes and tells her he'll pick her up at 11. Inside the teleportation gate, the protagonist is fighting another monster, and while dodging its attacks, he thinks it's incredible. Those blows could probably destroy a tank. Yet again, he wins with just one strike. The system says he eliminated a 4th-level demonic creature and gained 50 attribute points. He's a bit disappointed because he thought it would at least be a 5th-level one. He continues advancing quickly through the area using his probe, finds another nearby monster, and goes straight to attack. When the battle starts, the monster identifies his extraordinary level armor, and he immediately spends the 50 attribute points to strengthen himself. He launches forward and leaps, breaking the ground on his way to the opponent, but when he tries to strike, he cannot reach it, because a protective barrier rises between them. He realizes that energy wall is protecting the enemy, and that he needs a bit more force to break it. Using his exterminating flames ability, he manages to pierce the barrier and eliminate the monster. The system says he eliminated a 6th-level demonic creature and earned 200 attribute points. He allocates 100 points to strengthen his external chi and 100 points to enhance Crimson Flame. As he does so, the flames imbued in his sword become even stronger. He says the temperature of his flames rose from 3,000 to 10,000 degrees, and the range of his attacks increased to 30 meters. He strikes a monster that was flying and notices he managed to bring down a dragonfly with a single blow. Now his status has reached Earth level, and his power has surpassed that of extremely strong individuals. Physical above 1,652, mental above 254, external chi techniques intermediate with 6,200 out of 10,000 experience. Chi sense intermediate with 50 out of 10,000 experience. Spring kick advanced with 60 out of 10,000 experience. Proficiencies and powers lightning mastery, 400 out of 10,000. Crimson flame 1,930 out of 10,000. Attribute points 280. Inventory 2 cubic meters. Weapons. Celestial Sword Resilience 13, Cutting 7, Armor Break 10, Special Ability Core Conversion, Armor Demon Emperor, Armor Resilience 45, Energy 50, Specialty Shock Deflection Ability 1st level, Clone Lizard of Scaled Spines evolved 3 times, a Beast Lord with Ancient Origins. Evolution value 7,620 out of 10,000. After returning to the warehouse, he says that external chi increases his power, plus he has Exterminating Flame as his fatal strike, Crimson Flames for long-range attacks, Chi Sense for awareness, and several armors and weapons repelling demons. He begins releasing his aura into his hand, saying that now he must train Collapsing Punch, Air Step, and his control over electricity and lightning. The next day in front of the school, some students were on top of the building, asking if that girl beside the car wasn't Situ Chanqian, because apparently even she couldn't resist the charm of a fancy car. Another student asked when the university environment became this bad. Chanqian asks the protagonist what they are going to eat since she will pay, and he says he would like seafood. Shortly after, already inside the restaurant, the protagonist starts ordering food and the girl becomes alarmed, saying that the total has already gone beyond 70,000, as she had only planned for 10,000, and that amount is equal to 3 months of her housing and allowance expenses. With no other choice, she says she only brought 10,000 and asks if he could lend some money, as she will pay later. The protagonist tells her not to worry about it because he already paid the entire bill and all she has to do is enjoy. Looking at him with admiration, she asks if he really opened a seafood company, because that is amazing. She also heard that he hasn't been going to school often and now understands why. Thinking it must be because he is busy working and that entrepreneurs have a special aura, Chen Chu looks at her and says it's not exactly that. The truth is that he hasn't been going to school because he has been busy killing monsters and leveling up, so he hasn't even had time to manage his company. She starts shifting around a bit confused, asking what killing monsters and leveling up means, and if it's some kind of game. But the food arrives at the table, and she becomes distracted by the size of the crab, losing track of the conversation for a moment. Chenchu stares at the crab while thinking that if the apocalypse really happens, he doesn't know if he will still be able to enjoy such luxury. They go to a luxury store. Qianqian waits in line behind him, thinking the protagonist said he wanted to go shopping after eating. But she didn't expect him to buy at LV, especially after spending 80,000 on a meal. Spending another 20 or 30,000 on clothes after that leaves her in disbelief, since she couldn't afford even one of the buttons on his outfit with her 2,000 per month allowance. Chenchu holds her hand and says they will buy her some clothes now. She becomes shy when he grabs her hand, wondering if he thinks she is easy. After choosing everything they wanted, he says he will take it all and hands the card to the attendant, who is also surprised, thinking he is the same guy from before. The first girl who came with him was already beautiful, but in just 1 month, he managed to find someone even prettier. After paying, Qianqian holds the clothes she received as gifts, and thinks the protagonist just bought $30,000 worth of clothes for her the first time they met, and wonders if this is what it means to spend money like water. But she also becomes a bit nervous, wondering if he will want to take her to a hotel next time, and starts thinking about what she should do. Meanwhile, in a nearby gym, a demon suddenly appears and the protagonist senses it. He turns to her and says he has urgent matters to deal with and that he will send her straight to school. That attitude surprises her, making her think he has no ulterior motives or is taking things slowly. In the end, she thinks she may just be overthinking it. Chenchu believes a spatial rift occurred nearby and that something is wrong. Sometime later, he reaches the gym, still outside, and observes through the window, thinking that this is the real world. Yet a polluted aura showed up there. He follows the aura into an alley. The demon says that since it has been found, then the one who discovered it must die and begins to attack. But as expected, the protagonist finishes it with just one kick. The system notifies that he eliminated a low-level polluted monster and gained 5 attribute points. Chenchu feels relieved knowing it was only a polluted being and not a demon like the fungus from last time. Shortly after, Guan arrives at the scene with his students, saying he was planning to use that polluted individual to test his team's hard work. But someone managed to eliminate it first. The girl says that apparently the one who defeated the polluted being is someone extremely powerful who can control fire, and the deputy chief is surprised, asking since when someone who controls flames appeared in the city. Meanwhile, inside his house, the protagonist is watching the news. The reporter says that an immense number of rifts appeared across the world and unfortunately it seems the apocalypse is approaching. He is shocked, realizing that the apocalypse of 99 years has arrived, because in the last 20 years more than 500,000 citizens died on that battlefield. All those people paid for 20 years of peace with their own blood, and because of that they entered an era that belongs to ordinary individuals. Anyone can become extraordinary. He sent all of that to his grandfather, but he feels it's not enough. If he wants more information about the apocalypse, he will have to turn himself in to the city's special department. Meanwhile, deep in the ocean, a fierce battle was taking place. The pet thinks its opponent can turn seawater into heavy water, but even so, it's useless against him. He quickly moves behind his opponent and pierces through its head with his crimson attack, thinking that once he finishes eating that giant whale, he will certainly gain at least 10,000 evolution points. Meanwhile, at the city department, the group of young people was gathered. The boy with glasses says that the person who eliminated that polluted monster yesterday did very well, definitely stronger than anyone there. The blonde says it must be a flame-controlling power and probably just a normal citizen who awakened, and the girl begins to wonder if it was him, because she couldn't do what he did even if she tried. Guan approaches the group of youth saying that an evolved individual was registered that afternoon and asks if they would like to take a look. The girl immediately shouts yes. The protagonist was already prepared, and as soon as everyone arrives, one of the girls points and says, "That's the guy who drives the luxury car at the school." The girl is shocked seeing it's him, and the deputy chief becomes uneasy realizing it truly is. Guan approaches a machine saying that when someone registers their evolution, it means they must go through a test. It will measure their strength and speed, and the protagonist says he has no problem with that. Lee explains that this is what they use to measure power, and it can display up to 15,000 tons of force, so he can strike with all his power when instructed. The red-haired guy asks Lee how strong he thinks that guy is and how many stars he would be, and Lee emphasizes that the protagonist eliminated a polluted monster last night, so he's stronger than any of them. He would definitely be at least 3 stars. The black-haired girl says she'd rate him 4 stars, but the redhead says that's impossible because that would mean he'd need to land a punch of over 5,000 kilos. Lee says the protagonist is showing so much confidence that it looks like he's going to break the testing equipment, and another guy says they must be joking, because their captain is an evolved 5-star individual and he only has 10,000 kilos of strength. As soon as the signal is given, the protagonist throws a punch that causes a deafening sound, and the machine registers more than 12 tons. People can't believe it, saying that not only is he 5 stars, he is a strong 5-star. Chenchu thinks he tried to control himself, but maybe overdid it a bit. Guan is also impressed, saying the protagonist reached the 5-star standard, and now he can receive 50,000 yuan from the city's special department every month. And if he is also willing to join their team, he will be paid even more and promoted to vice chief, and he would also receive a title. However, the protagonist refuses, saying he is used to walking alone. The chief says he expected that and asks if he was the one who eliminated that polluted monster yesterday night. The protagonist says yes, and Guan asks if he also has the power of flames because his power is truly strong, as good as the awakened individuals he has seen before. And with that talent, he could be accepted by the god of battle Jiang as a disciple if he joined the department. Chenchu thinks that this god of battle is considered the limit of human potential, but he believes he cannot accept this because his giant lizard must remain secret and he has other ways to become strong. He thanks the chief but declines the offer. The department makes an official city announcement, congratulating the first officially registered evolved individual, Chenchu, male, 21 years old, evolution level 5, extraordinary strength, blood-colored flame, currently ranked first among all evolved civilians. People begin commenting on the post amazed, asking if there is really a 5-star evolved, saying it's too overpowered. In other places, the maximum is 3 stars, and that's why City N is the best. Some people are even calling him a god and study at the same school as he does. As soon as Tianrui sees the post, he calls the protagonist asking if he's really a 5-star individual and still ranked first, telling him to take care of him in the future, and the protagonist just laughs. After hanging up, he throws the phone on the table, saying that even classmates he hadn't spoken to in years called to congratulate him, and that he received calls from even more people. He starts laughing, thinking this must be what it feels like to be a god living among humans. Meanwhile, after finishing eating that giant whale, his pet has reached 90 meters in length, and his physical strength increased by 1,800 points, and his power rose from 29 tons to 70 tons. He keeps smiling because with his external covering, he could even withstand a piercing bullet. And compared to another evolved individual, he is at least level 7 or 8. Chenchu believes that the 7-star rank should be the highest limit any awakened individual can reach. But there is still an enormous gap between that level and the 10 Star War gods. In a peaceful world, even if someone grows stronger day after day, if there is no worthy opponent, an uncomfortable emptiness eventually settles in one's heart. But at that moment, everything was different, because the apocalypse had just arrived and horrifying creatures were tearing through space-time to invade that reality, causing countless powerful individuals, awakened, evolved, and even war gods to begin appearing. The protagonist gets up thinking that at the pace he is evolving, he will soon be able to face those gods on equal footing, although his real goal is to surpass even the existence of a god and become the most powerful being of all. Suddenly his phone rings. His secretary Leng Yue sends a message telling the receptionist that he is an evolved individual. Little Ning says at the front desk that the boss surpassed the awakened stage long ago and is now a 5-star individual, one of the best, while Hui Hui from the IT team praises how incredible he is. But the secretary gets jealous and tells everyone to show some respect. Chenchu replies saying it is not a big deal since they will all get there eventually, he's just a few days ahead. Ning gets excited and asks if he is serious, because she dreams of awakening like him. Determined, she comments that it would be wonderful to evolve into an angel and gain beautiful wings. Leng Yue, jealous, says she cannot choose the form she evolves into and might very well turn into a frog, which irritates Ning, who tells her to shut up. Chenchu laughs while reading the messages and tells the 3 of them to stop slacking off, and they respond saying they will return to work. Sometime later, back at the warehouse, the protagonist gets ready to enter the subspace again. He smiles and asks his sister to open the door, and she obeys immediately, saying it is already open and he can go in. He tells her to stay there without moving because he is going to check the place first. As soon as he crosses the portal, he smells something strong and notices something strange, wondering if that door leads to a new location every time it is opened. He looks back at his sister, thinking that if they want to confirm what lies beyond that passage, Shixi needs to keep it open. But that worries him because if they keep repeating this process, an even more terrifying monster might eventually discover the portal's existence. He remembers the blue-eyed monster that chased him and thinks the creature may have deduced the location of the door where he vanished and might even have sent another monster to follow him. Besides that, every time the portal closes, a new destination appears when it reopens, which means he will have to explore everything from scratch each time. He smiles at the thought that it could be a world completely generated at random, and if that is the case, it is actually not bad. Suddenly, waves of heat begin blowing against Chenchu, and the system warns that the extreme temperatures there would kill most living beings within seconds. But it also informs him that his crimson flames can neutralize the burning effect. The protagonist smiles, saying he got lucky because the hot wind even feels refreshing to him. Moments later, the system warns again that his body is being affected by pollutant substances in that environment, but his immunity can temporarily block these effects for a total of 15 hours. The protagonist is surprised to see he still has 15 hours left, even though he believed that no matter how resistant he was, he would not be able to withstand that pollution entirely. On the other hand, he imagines that awakened individuals and war gods would be completely immune to all of it since they are unimaginably powerful. He then starts walking, thinking that none of this matters now because there is no time to waste. He needs to discover everything that world might offer. Chenchu begins using his detection abilities, but does not find any trace of life, whether monsters or humans, since that place is utterly deserted. He keeps analyzing the surroundings and comments that it is no surprise, because such an infernal environment would not support life under any circumstances, which is why he needs his sister to open the door again. Suddenly, he notices something rising behind him and, thanks to his reflexes, he quickly turns and attacks the monster. His strike slices it in half, but the creature simply regenerates. The system informs him that it is a poisonous smoke monster of difficulty 3, making Chenchu smile since he had not even noticed its presence, which proves that this world truly has something different. The creature lunges forward trying to injure him, but it is blocked by the protagonist's protective barrier. He then understands that his senses did not fail because that monster is not alive, and being a filthy entity, it needs to be dispersed with thunder that repels evil spirits. Chenchu gathers energy in his hand and prepares to strike just as the monster stops right in front of him, creating the perfect opening. Lightning hits it directly, making the creature scream in pain. The skull falls to the ground and the system reports that he has eliminated a strange third-level monster and received 20 attribute points. The protagonist, however, wonders if that was truly a third-level monster, since it seems much stronger and has the special ability to make physical attacks useless. Besides that, his blows caused no damage at all, perhaps because the creature was born in lava, which also nullified fire attacks. He feels relieved for having been lucky enough to possess talents capable of countering all those abilities. Otherwise, that fight would have been extremely difficult. Suddenly, he hears footsteps behind him, and when he looks, he notices that it is his sister. He points out that he had asked her to wait outside the door because it was dangerous in there. With a shy look, she says that she came exactly because the place was dangerous and she was worried. The protagonist smiles and sighs in relief, thinking that it hardly matters since outside might not be much safer anyway. He then approaches her and tells her to stay behind him and not get close no matter what. But suddenly she smiles in agreement and begins to disappear, leaving him startled. He tries using detection but senses nothing at first, only a faint fluctuation of energy in front of him. He stomps the ground, destroying everything around, and with incredible speed starts leaping through the area toward that fluctuation. As he approaches, he notices that the environment changes completely. Observing it, he comments that it could be called a building, but it looked more like a seal or a prison capable of completely hiding the aura of a colossal monster. A dragon was chained there. Chenchu approaches, saying that the true treasure of that world had been the dragon all along. It was the burning wings of Vandenfeld, a genuine dragon. The protagonist recognizes how strong it is, not even wanting to imagine the attributes it possesses. Suddenly, the dragon rises, irritated, saying that humans are fools for challenging him while caring nothing for their own lives, calling it ridiculous. He claims that this is his world and calls the protagonist an intruder, but says that since the human is standing before him, he will be merciful and give him two choices. The true dragon stares at Chenchu and says that the first option is that he will be buried there with not even ashes left to mourn. As for the second, the dragon says he would be delighted to gain a new servant, as long as Chenchu kneels and acknowledges the power of Vandenfeld. The protagonist smiles, saying he wants nothing from that dragon, but admits he is a bit interested in its bones. Hearing this, the dragon becomes furious and summons several poisonous mist monsters. Chenchu keeps smiling, commenting that he once thought those monsters were impressive, but now sees they are just nonsense, and even asks if turning into those creatures is the fate of anyone who accepts becoming a servant. The dragon orders the monsters to eliminate the intruder and drag his body to the river of lava. Chenchu remains still watching, and as soon as they approach, unleashes his elemental power, destroying them all in the blink of an eye. The dragon asks what happened and whether it is true that his servants vanished instantly. The protagonist laughs and says that on second thought, having a black dragon as a pet sounds interesting, asking the dragon what he thinks about becoming his servant instead. The dragon is deeply offended and charges. Chenchu draws his sword and counterattacks fast enough to wound the creature's neck, making it even angrier. Furious, the dragon yells that he will send him straight to hell and fires a blast of fire that the protagonist blocks with ease, mocking it by asking if that is all. The dragon roars that he will burn him down to nothing and releases another, even denser beam. A hot mist fills the area as he declares that no one in that world has ever endured even a second of his infernal flames. However, in the middle of the haze, Chenchu comments that for a moment he actually thought the dragon was powerful, but now it just seems like a giant hairdryer. Consumed by rage, the dragon prepares to attack again, but the protagonist charges first and kicks it straight in the mouth, causing a colossal explosion. He states that he possesses extraordinary power over fire and still has the protection of a monster emperor's armor, so no one could be better protected than he is against flames, which means he can simply ignore any fire thrown at his body. The black dragon approaches, asking if he is truly immune to fire, finding it curious, and suddenly lunges, trying to bite him while questioning whether he would also be immune to its fangs. However, the dragon cannot hit him. Chenchu jumps, reaches the creature's neck, and as he drives his sword in, activates his lightning and cuts the dragon from end to end until reaching one of the bones. Noticing that he could damage it, he quickly pulls away. Chenchu comments that it is no surprise that the dragon is called Burning Wings, since it can shift into a red form, but he points out that all those charges were useless. He then unleashes the power of his armament, making the aura of a dragon manifest around him as flames wrap his body, explaining that this is a new technique he has just learned called Fire Wings Bloodburst. The true dragon keeps advancing, demanding to know how the protagonist dares to use or steal its powers, but once again fails to land a blow. Chenchu takes advantage of the opening and tears the creature's head off. The system reports that he has eliminated a 5th-level dragon-type demon and received 1,000 attribute points. With flames still burning around his body, he declares that this trash has reached the end of the game. Shixi reappears and, upon seeing the dragon's head, says that her brother is truly powerful because the dragon is dead. Chenchu returns to normal form, saying that this is the effect of the 4,000 attribute points he placed into his physical body. It is absurdly strong, and he used only 10% of his chi, and his natural recovery should cancel the consumption. He then decides to name that form Bloodburst Type 1. He approaches the dragon, saying that now he has scales, fangs, and even the meat, in addition to blood that resembles lava, which is also an extraordinary material. Just that head alone would be worth at least 100 million to the government. But he realizes a problem. How would he explain where a 5th-level dragon head came from? If he said he defeated it alone, he would reveal that he is strong enough to qualify as 6th or even 7th level. He lifts his sister off the creature's head, thinking that he should store it first since maybe it tastes good. He then decides to exchange 200 attribute points for storage space, managing to store the dragon's head easily. After that, he uses 400 points to strengthen his intuition, because he wants to perceive even what lies between the lines. The system confirms that intuition has been enhanced and that he has obtained high-level intuition capable of detecting even the aura of monsters and inanimate objects. Then he uses another 400 points to amplify the intimidation of his armor. The system reports that the enhancement succeeded, and suddenly, a power begins radiating from his body, changing the pressure around him and cracking the ground beneath his feet. Now he has awakened the king's intimidation, able to make a person tremble in fear since even the slightest eye contact can leave someone powerless before him. He takes a deep breath, saying that this should be useful for clearing out the fish in an offshore fishing boat. Meanwhile, some fishermen celebrate, saying that something is on the hook, but when they pull it up, they see that almost no fish came. One of them asks why, while another says it does not matter as long as they stay alive. Suddenly, a man examining the fish is startled when he sees something in the water. The ocean begins behaving strangely, and right after, an explosion of lightning occurs, throwing several fish upward. The fish crash onto the fishing boat, as the man shouts that there are already more than 50 and he has never seen anything like it. And deep in the sea, the protagonist's pet swims toward a fisher, while Chenchu simply watches because it was just a test. And he concludes that the king's intimidation made the lizard's oppression even stronger, to the point that nothing could move inside the area of effect. He then combines flames and electricity at the same time and realizes that he can fly, since humans have always dreamed of reaching the skies, so he climbs higher and faster, thinking that as long as he maintains these two powers together, he can completely ignore gravity. During the test of his new ability, he notices something on the horizon, guided by intuition, insisting that there are still countless unexplored places in that world. And as he approaches, he thinks that there might be a being there, so unknown that even the ruling dragon of that world did not know of it. After all, the black dragon was just a magical creature imprisoned, and clearly some superior power had to be behind it. Determined, he continues heading there, and soon he is walking through the ruins of the giant kingdom, observing drawings on the ancient walls and understanding that a civilization of giant dragons once existed there, although he still cannot identify whether they worshipped a dragon god or even a true god. Suddenly, a colossal stone door produces a strange sound, and even sensing immense danger behind it, Chenchu remembers that there is no catching a tiger without entering its lair. So he advances without hesitation and finds a path lined with enormous statues of giant dragons, until finally concluding that the black dragon had been like the little brother of those creatures. The system begins repeatedly warning that the pollution in the area is rising, but the protagonist remains temporarily immune thanks to his extreme physique, although he has only 3 hours before his body weakens and becomes affected. He confirms that something truly abnormal exists inside that temple, a being that has not even revealed its real form, yet already produces terrifying levels of pollution. So he shouts for the creature to stop hiding because he knows it is there. A brutal pressure floods the temple and startles Chenchu. He feels something rushing toward him and dodges at the last instant, before a beam of light strikes the exact spot where he had been standing. He demands to know who that being is, but the 4-armed humanoid simply declares that the Venerable has awakened. They stare at each other for a few seconds until the creature raises a hand, wrapped in a shadowy aura, and says, "Eternity." Chenchu slams his sword into the ground and lifts his shield to block the attack, enduring an impact so violent that he wonders if the enemy might be 6th level, although he quickly realizes that the power goes far beyond that and concludes he's facing a 7th level demon. The creature shifts the nature of its abilities and says devotion and surrender. The pressure increases so much that the ground sinks beneath the protagonist's feet. He understands the true purpose of the attack and erupts in fury, asking if that being really wants him to kneel, which means it is begging to die. He unleashes his power and surrounds the entire place with flames, completely erasing the oppression. He smiles and says that such arrogance means the monster will die along with the ruins that remain. The creature forms countless projectiles around its body and announces the first form blood explosion, launching everything at once. Chenchu destroys each projectile with ease, blocks the shock, and charges forward at absurd speed. He cuts 2 arms and 1 leg from the enemy, but the creature dissolves into an illusion and reappears holding his head while calling him a disgusting ant. A colossal explosion takes over the area and covers everything in mist. When it clears, the monster notices that Chenchu is still alive, releasing even more power and declaring that he will end this. The creature retreats while compressing energy around itself and drags 2 stone mountains toward him in an attempt to crush him. Chenchu withstands the pressure, charges again, and cuts the enemy in half, although another illusion is all that remains. This time he moves even faster, appears behind the creature, and strikes while declaring that this is the second form blood explosion. The monster's body trembles as if twisting its head backward while holding Chenchu with both hands and growling that he is far too arrogant. Another explosion erupts and sends the protagonist's sword flying. Chenchu says the blade would only slow him down and that he will handle everything with his bare hands, calling the enemy to fight the old way. The 7th level demon creates a barrier around its body, but the protagonist's strength is so overwhelming that the impact produces a deafening boom and throws the creature far away, making it bounce, slide, and crash into everything, until it realizes Chenchu is already in front of it again in the blink of an eye, grabbing its head and smashing it against the ground with a colossal force. A strange mist spreads across the area and the creature's body vanishes, reappearing in the air as it aims at the protagonist and activates its trap. Chenchu tries to react upon hearing its voice, but a new wave of monstrous pressure hits him, and chains erupt from the ground to bind him. The system warns that the dragon sealing formation can absorb the energy of the item it sealed and use it to strengthen itself. The monster says that the more he resists, the harder it will be to escape. Chenchu asks if that is how it sealed the ancient dragons, and begins forcing the chains until they crack. He says it is a shame the opponent is not competent enough to seal him, since he is nothing like those idiotic dragons. Using brute strength alone, he breaks every link and frees himself with ease, ordering the creature to listen carefully to his name, Chenchu. The monster watches in terror as the protagonist activates even more of his blood abilities, cracking the ground with each step until he vanishes and reappears behind the enemy to strike it from behind, throwing it downward and then reappearing in front of it again to launch it skyward. He comments that he watched Naruto and will now open the gates and show how Rock Lee should have handled Gaara. The sequence of blows becomes so violent that the monster cannot react, being hurled across the area again until Chenchu slams it against the ground with brutality, pierces its chest, and rips out its heart. Laughing like a beast, he holds the heart in his palm and declares that this power now belongs to him. Chenchu begins to lose strength when the system notifies him that the Crimson Flame has evolved into glass. Crimson Flame, the lightning has awakened and become Agile Thunderstorm, and that he has also obtained the Dragon Sealing Talisman, capable of sealing beings below 6th level, but the final warning confirms that he has overexerted himself and has been contaminated by 99% of the strange pollution. Shixi rushes to him warning about the danger while he, barely able to move, admits that he fought for too long and the pollution worsened, so he cannot stay there. He gathers the last of his strength and flies as fast as he can, while the world of the giant dragons begins to collapse without the Exalted protecting it. But as soon as he crosses the exit, he falls to the ground. His sister quickly shuts the door and calls him in desperation, but the protagonist can only say that, once closed, the door loses its connection to the other world and no one knows where it will appear again. Shixi runs to him and Chenchu says he is fine because all power comes with a price. He thinks that blood explosion seems to be nothing but condensed raw power, and that only someone with insane physical strength could withstand it, since an ordinary person would have their blood vaporized using even type 1 and end up as nothing but a dried corpse. He tries to stand despite the pain and concludes that to reach type 3 he will need to strengthen his body even more. He holds his sister's hand and says that the teleportation door is closed and they need to find a place to rest. Meanwhile, among the ruins of the palace in the land of giants, the fallen monster begins to move its hand, awakening as it sees blood dripping from its chest and releasing a furious roar. At the same time, elsewhere, a man calls for reinforcements and reports that at 35 degrees north and 2,200 meters away, a group of 5th-level polluted monsters has emerged from a fissure, and somewhere, in city, K-humans use all available artillery to contain the horde. The agents on the front line receive word that 6 minutes remain before the second volley of shots. Seth tells everyone to hold the line so the monsters cannot escape. The bald man tells him to relax because the creatures are devouring their own dead and have not moved. When Seth asks for the pollution level, Mark checks the system and reports about 15.5%, concluding that they can last another 8 hours. Seth comments that this is already enough to complete their objective. The bald man prepares for battle, saying that the bodies of 7 5th-level monsters will bring in a good amount of money because even incomplete they are worth a lot. Mark reminds them that they need this money to increase their firepower and that if a third is left over, he will be satisfied. Seth adds that, as the people from Country Z like to say, they should count their blessings, because without support from the base, any of those monsters at full health would mean certain death. Another barrage begins and destroys several enemies. Seth says it is time to work because he really wants those monsters and tells his 2 partners to clear the bodies, since that should yield 5 bottles of purifying energy, and they plan on keeping 3 and selling the rest. A mist suddenly fills the area and a gigantic monster appears, making Seth tremble as he asks what that thing is, while his own body begins reacting in a strange way. The Colossus advances, sending Mark into despair as he realizes the pollution level is rising absurdly and has already surpassed 531. But before he can react, his head is destroyed in a single blow. The leader orders everyone to flee immediately, but Tyler is also killed, and the monster watches Seth try to run, even though the pollution is so intense that his body collapses and explodes. Somewhere inside the apocalyptic base of Country M, a maximum alert is triggered as an apocalyptic event is detected, causing the highest level defenses to activate in order to eliminate any threat for the sake of humanity. A nuclear missile is launched, travels around the globe, and hits the giant and the smaller monsters around it. All of this unfolds while the protagonist sleeps peacefully at home. Sometime later, he wakes up, goes to his sister's room, and tells her that it is time for breakfast. She gets up sleepily calling for him, and he hugs her tightly while asking what she wants to do, making Shixi feel so safe and comfortable that she falls asleep on his shoulder. Chenchu carries her in his arms and walks until he hears a noise outside, where a woman in a delivery uniform printed with fast takeout food stands at the door bringing their meal. She calls Chenchu saying the food has arrived, and he introduces herself as Huangfu Ziyan. The protagonist opens the door quickly and she greets him while handing over the order, making Chenchu notice, surprised, that it is the first time he has seen a woman delivering food at dawn while riding a $100,000 motorcycle. Ziyan looks at him and at Shixi and comments that she has also never seen someone live in such an expensive mansion and still order takeout every day, especially with a daughter, which makes the protagonist smile and say that she knows him far too well. Suddenly, a crushing pressure leaks from his body, leaving Ziyan so terrified that she drops the food on the ground, trembling from head to toe and stuttering, as she says he is the first evolved individual of the new generation, the legendary Chenchu. Tears fall from her eyes as she says she has finally met him in person. Chenchu recognizes her and comments that the whole situation is very strange, asking what she is doing there. Ziyan, her body heating up, breath unsteady and face flushed, says she is there to chase after him and begins unzipping her jacket, surprising the protagonist, who asks what she means. Ziyan answers that it is exactly what he is thinking because she wants to win him over at any cost and asks him to remember her name, stating that she lives nearby and will see him on the next delivery. As soon as the girl leaves, Tianrui appears, And after hearing the explanation, the protagonist smiles and says he is exaggerating because City N has a special investigation department, and if the pollution spreads, they will act immediately. Tianrui counters by asking how they could possibly compare to the protagonist since he is not part of the government and does not owe anyone anything, which is why it is so important to know whose side he is on. Chen Chu asks what he means by that, and Tianrui explains that after the news about the protagonist spread, most of the houses near the forested area by the mountain changed owners, and that he has become so famous that the value of the region has tripled, making all the wealthy people of City N compete to live beside him. They want Chen Chu's help and do not hesitate to offer resources, connections, or money, anything he asks, as long as he protects them when the monsters come. The protagonist reflects on all of it. Tianrui adds that all those men are businessmen, so there is no blaming them for trying to gain an advantage, and besides, they all want to invite Chen Chu for a meal, which is why he came there in the first place. Chen Chu says it is fine and agrees to go to the dinner. Tianrui thinks that is amazing, but tells him it is better not to break his word and says they will meet that afternoon at Lin Xu's Supreme Hotel. He then changes the subject and says he saw Xian leaving and asks if the protagonist knows her. Chen Chu says no, but she suddenly appeared saying she would win him over. Tianrui becomes thoughtful and comments that she is a bit pushy since she has always been determined to get everything she wants, and he warns the protagonist to be careful now that she is interested in him because Wang Futai, the richest man in City N, is after her. Meanwhile, news begins to spread about global pollution, saying that Country Z used its most powerful equipment and managed to reduce contamination so far, restoring social order. However, Village Y was invaded by polluted monsters and hundreds died. A temple in Country R was corrupted by a female corpse buried alive by monks, creating a vengeful creature that has already killed 20 people. And Country Z announces that 20 years ago it created a perfect defense system and a massive resource reserve to handle a possible apocalypse, making it the safest city in the world. Even so, tensions rise and many wealthy people have flooded into Country Z, several were affected at the borders, and a black market of contracts to avoid calamities has appeared. Meanwhile, at the university, Qian Qian reads a book when her friend calls her, saying the apocalypse is coming, and asks why they still waste energy studying, since Qian Qian wants to work in a multinational or become a translator after graduating. But the situation is so bad that this is no longer the point, because no one even knows if they will be alive by then. So she could just find a powerful man and marry him. Qian Qian takes off her headphones and starts thinking about the protagonist, a 5-star awakened individual with extraordinary fire control, someone so famous online that he surpasses celebrities and generates enough discussion to fill thousands of threads. But with the fans also come voices that question him. Her blue-haired friend asks what is going on between her and her extraordinary boyfriend, and whether they have slept together. Qian Qian nearly dies of embarrassment, and blushing deeply asks what she is talking about. She thinks he is strong, talented, and handsome, so perfect that no one finds anything to complain about. Chen Chu, her boyfriend from the university, although she does not clearly understand what she feels for him. Suddenly her phone rings and she sees it is the protagonist. Still embarrassed, she says she needs to answer and her friend tells her to go ahead. When she picks up, she asks if he was looking for her. Chen Chu asks if she has time to go to his house that afternoon because he has a reservation for lunch, and excited by the invitation, she accepts immediately. Meanwhile, at the Huang residence, Xian arrives and Huang Futai asks if she managed to find him. She says yes, and he wants to know how the protagonist is. Xian fixes her hair and says that Chen Chu already knows he is being investigated by her, and that he seems very intimidating when focused, because the aura he releases makes him look like a true king. Futai laughs and says, it seems the investment her father made was correct because that boy is very powerful. Xian points out that even if her father tries to buy him with millions, or even tens of millions, it will not work. Futai says that no matter how much she tries to defend Chen Chu, he is still just a pampered boy in his early 20s, and asks if she really thinks an experienced veteran like him would be surpassed by someone who barely left his diapers. Xian replies that the world has changed and his money cannot solve everything, while power can. Futai begins to suspect something and asks if, after a single visit, she is really beginning to like the protagonist and what exactly she told him. Xian says she is chasing after him not out of interest or because of his family, but because she truly has feelings for him. Futai becomes uncomfortable and asks if she is serious. She blushes and confirms, saying he is the first man in many years to make her feel something different. That irritates Futai to the point that he slams the table and says that all the powerful families of City N and even cities H and S have their eyes on her, and he knows exactly how they manipulate others using money, women, and power. As long as the protagonist has human desires and emotions, they can use them to bring him down. make him kneel, and force him to join them. He says his daughter is being naive, wanting to fight all those families. Zeon answers firmly, saying that her aunt taught her that the path to a man's heart begins through his stomach. The father agrees but is shocked when he asks if she really plans to learn how to cook, thinking his daughter has lost her mind, and that now, touched by a man, she has even decided to change because of him. After that, he even becomes excited since she is so beautiful and thinks she might really be able to win him over. But Zeon reminds him that she swore never to cook again after almost burning the house down several times, so that definitely will not happen. The father asks what she plans to do, and Zeon turns around showing the words "fast takeout delivery" on the back of her jacket, explaining that she is delivering food to the protagonist and to him only because she used her father's name to open a delivery company. Futai nearly loses his breath and asks why the Huang's money is being used on a food delivery business. But Zeon explains that ever since the small place the protagonist used to rent, through the warehouse by the docks and now the new house, he has always relied on food delivery, even for breakfast. And she managed to get someone to grab his phone and install a delivery app so that every time he orders, she will be the first to know and can deliver it in person. Her father reaches the verge of a heart attack while she says she will soon touch Chenchu's heart with her sincerity. That afternoon at the west gate of the university, the protagonist waits for Qian inside the car and everyone whispers in amazement, saying that is director Chenchu's car. Qian appears and several women sigh with envy, saying they would be more than satisfied if it were them. Chenchu calls Qian to get in, saying it is time to go. Two boys watch them. The leader says they are trash compared to the protagonist, and his friend says he is letting someone else's ambition get to him, reminding him that everyone evolves and their group will also succeed. The boy grumbles that the protagonist only surpassed 5 stars ahead of them because of luck, and because, according to Chief Guan, their group was chosen among millions in the city while a newcomer like Chenchu just got lucky, and he asks Lunzi if he agrees. Lunzi says yes, that they are as talented as the protagonist, and in the middle of this, he notices a very beautiful girl, making his friend smack him on the head and tell him to stop getting distracted. He says that as long as Chenchu remains arrogant, he will be the only one girls look at, and the most important thing now is for them to become stronger. Lunzi asks if they should tell Rongya what they just saw, because it seems the protagonist is with someone else now. But his friend taps his shoulder saying he knows Lunzi likes Rongya, yet she likes the protagonist, and if Lunzi really wants her, he can challenge Chenchu fairly. Even if he does not win, at least he will be a real man. However, talking behind someone's back is not something a hero would do. Meanwhile, the protagonist keeps driving, and Qian, a little worried, says that in 2 weeks it will be the second apocalypse, and asks if, when many monsters appear and the special tasks department cannot handle them, Chenchu will do something. The protagonist asks why she suddenly brings up a question like that. Qian says many people online are criticizing him and calling him a coward. Chenchu asks if it could be because he chose not to join the special tasks department. Qian says probably yes, because people said he refused to join the department because he does not dare to face the monsters that will appear in 2 weeks. Chenchu says he is the first student in that country to evolve, so of course there will be people who dislike him because the crown of glory is heavy. Qian brings the subject up again, saying that if a monster strong enough to turn the world upside down appears and the special tasks department is short on manpower, then Chenchu cuts her off, saying he will stand on the front lines without hesitating for even a second. He explains that he did not join the bureau because he did not want to be restricted by bureaucracy, filling out reports before doing anything, which does not fit his lifestyle. Qian is happy, thinking that someone she likes would never be a coward. Shortly after, inside the hotel, the two had just arrived. The protagonist enters the room, greets the receptionist, and gives his name. Qian is surprised to see that everyone inside is a billionaire from major companies. As soon as they enter, a man says it is a pleasure to finally meet the protagonist, and that apparently his useless son kept Chenchu informed about the situation. The protagonist says he knows the essentials. The man says they can get straight to the point and introduces himself as Li Chenghong. He continues saying that to ensure safety during the impending apocalypse, they have decided to form a security council and would like to invite the protagonist to be the president. Chenchu asks what this security council is, and Chenghong explains that it was created to protect them, the elders, and to ensure that the houses around the hill are not damaged by contaminated monsters. Since they are being protected, it is natural to pay the protagonist a compensation of 100 million per month. Qian is completely shocked to see they were offering such an absurd amount. Chenchu says that 100 million does not sound bad and that it should indeed be the price, but protecting all the billionaires who live in those houses as an entry fee to the Security Council makes him imagine that Chenghong can collect money from the more than 30 billionaires who live there. And if it is divided among them, each family only needs to pay 1 million. not to mention that he does not know how much Chung Hong will make them pay to join, possibly millions or even 100 million. Either way, it seems like an extremely profitable business. Fu Tai, who is present, asks if Chen Chu is saying that the money is not enough. The protagonist says that in times of peace, all those rich people unite, and even if something goes wrong, they fix it quickly with money and act with arrogance, believing they are powerful. But now the apocalypse has dragged everyone off their pedestal, and in an instant, all are equally threatened by polluted monsters, with no difference between a prince and a kid. And that makes those who earned millions their entire lives very unhappy. That is why he understands them very well. Chung Hong takes over the negotiation again and says they're only doing this because a space-time crack appeared a few nights ago and the department had to use nuclear weapons to repel the monsters. He asks what the protagonist thinks would be fair and offers 200 million per month, saying all they want is to sleep one night in peace and asking if Fu Tai agrees. Fu Tai tells Cheng Hong that his son, Li Zongwen, is in the Special Tasks Department, and therefore Cheng Hong knows better than anyone how efficient those lazy people are, because if they were reliable, they would not need to be there. He raises his hand and says he will give 300 million per month to the future department president, and hopes Chen Chu accepts because he is taking 100 million out of his own pocket. Chen Chu pulls a bill from his pocket and says money becomes useless paper after a few attacks, then burns the bill, saying that all the money they have will become nothing but fire starters. Qian Qian is shocked again when she sees him burn the money, frightening everyone, and the billionaires stand up asking if the protagonist is really saying that after the second attack in 2 weeks, money will become useless. Cheng Hong starts checking the news, saying that cannot be true because the authorities said the approaching apocalypse was only a normal level threat. The protagonist asks if he really still cannot see the truth, because in the media reports, only normal individuals and evolved people are being sent to deal with the attacks. Cheng Hong begins thinking about it and becomes even more confused. Chen Chu asks him to try guessing why even the Special Tasks Department cannot locate a 4-star awakened individual, since they are busy trying to maintain the 5 apocalypse gates, and reminds him that those gates are not the true battlefield because the officials cannot even take care of themselves, so how do they think they can help anyone? Fu Tai slams the table asking what the protagonist wants them to offer. Chen Chu says he does not want money. He wants a special type of soil produced in Julong, specialized medicine from Baitai, and a special export of Lantian gold. He also wants to see the mountain fortress blueprints in 3 days, and the defenses must be completed in 1 month. Cheng Hong asks what mountain fortress plan he's talking about and when the houses became part of a defensive structure, but suddenly he realizes the truth. The houses around the mountain will be the central point and will use the mountain's natural geography to be in an easily defendable area, and even if the entire world faces an apocalyptic event, people there will be able to live for years with air circulation, electricity, wide space, clean water, food, and medicine. Chen Chu says that once they meet his request, he will become the president of the security committee and promises to protect them all. Fu Tai begins applauding and says it is no wonder the protagonist is the strongest person in the country, because he is terrifying both in power and in planning and in foresight. The others begin applauding as well, and Qian Qian looks at him with admiration. As soon as the meeting ends, the businessmen start leaving. Tian Rui, who was waiting for the protagonist, says he was truly incredible because he managed to handle all those people. Chen Chu says that everyone will benefit from this, and Tian Rui holds a golden card saying that his father owns shares in that hotel, so they can enjoy themselves. He hands the card to the protagonist and says he will not interfere. Chen Chu takes the card, looks at Qian Qian, and says he would like to talk with her because they cannot waste Tian Rui's kindness. She becomes embarrassed but agrees. They go up to an exclusive luxury suite, and the protagonist notices that the room blocks all noise and is shielded so signals cannot leave or be intercepted. He removes his suit and looks at Qian Qian. Even though she wants it, she becomes shy and says it might be too fast. But the protagonist approaches, holds her by the waist, and asks her to be his girlfriend. She gives in to the moment, and the protagonist begins gathering energy at his fingertip, thinking that she is only a normal person. So when he controls the energy inside her body, he must be extremely careful, because he is an extraordinary human with a physical stat of 4 to 5,000 points. He touches her chest and begins channeling his energy. She immediately feels intense discomfort, and the energy is so overwhelming that her clothes begin to tear. The protagonist has to be as careful as possible, thinking that a single moment of carelessness could rip her entire body apart. When he finishes, Qian Qian is unconscious and without clothes, so Chen Chu places her on the bed and covers her with a sheet. He thinks everything went well and that her body is merging with that energy and slowly changing. There are no signs of pollution or mutation, so he simply needs to wait until tomorrow to see the result. As he pours himself some wine, he thinks about using the dragon seal to take a portion of the monster energy he absorbed and turn it into seeds that, once planted in a normal person, will make them evolve. Even though it is dangerous, he needs to make Qian Qian evolve as well. 1 hour earlier, they had been lying on the bed, and Chen Chu had said that each apocalypse wave would only grow stronger, and that in an atmosphere like this, she would not be able to finish college. Qian Qian became worried and asked what she should do if she could not study, since her only option would be to run from the monsters. The protagonist tells her to look within herself for answers and asks if she wants to become an evolved individual. Qian Qian is shocked and asks if he is truly saying that she can evolve because that has always been her greatest dream. Chen Chu explains that he can use the dragon seal to crystallize a portion of monster power, and that once her body absorbs the crystal energy, she will become as powerful as an evolved person. But as with all great power, there are great risks. If she cannot control this power, she will fail to evolve and become a monster instead. He looks at her and asks if she is truly willing to take that risk. Qian Qian reflects and, with her head lowered, says that if he is the one doing it, she has no fear, and she also wants to be independent so she can protect her mother and fight by his side, not becoming a burden. Chen Chu smiles and says that is an excellent answer, and asks her not to move because it is his first time doing this, and he might place it in the wrong spot. Embarrassed, she admits it is also her first time. When the dust settles, a superhero will rise on stage. He is the embodiment of strength, the fearless protector of this city, the 4-star evolved Tianlong. With his shining metal body, he will tear through the darkness and destroy all threats. Every strike a step toward freedom, every appearance planting fear in evil's heart. A true man never looks back at the explosion behind him because he knows his real battle lies ahead. Cheer for him, applaud him, because every voice gives him strength to advance. And let us witness the legend of Tianlong. The woman says that is the short video they filmed for the city's special task department, and that the profile already has hundreds of thousands of followers on the app. The other one is the 5-star captain of Jinghai City's department. She asks if he does not think it is amazing because those videos went viral and can make millions effortlessly, besides being easy to produce. The protagonist asks if those videos were made with special effects. The woman says not entirely, but emphasizes that the app can activate filters with a single tap, making the movements automatically look even more powerful because all those apps need to help evolved individuals promote themselves so they can gain public trust, which is why they recently signed contracts with many special task offices and evolved individuals. She says the protagonist is a celebrity they would love to sign a contract with, since he is recognized by the world government as the first person of the new generation of evolved individuals. She emphasizes that all he needs to do is show his power, and they will handle the entire promotional package, which will make his popularity explode and ensure he never has trouble finding sponsors. She decides to show some sponsored videos. A nearly naked man sitting inside a cup of instant noodles, claiming that eating that brand would turn someone into a superhero ready to fight the apocalypse. Another video shows a boy running in special sneakers saying that with those shoes they could jump higher than rent prices after the apocalypse. There are even ads promoting supplements for male enhancement. After demonstrating the ads, she says that if the protagonist is willing to start live streaming on that app and become a famous streamer with thousands of fans, they are ready to fulfill any desire he has. Chen Chu stands up saying he is not a celebrity and asks who exactly are the fans she keeps talking about. The woman asks if he truly does not know how popular he is. She says that with a face as perfectly handsome as his, millions of female fans would beg to follow him. She adds that if he shows his face in a fan group, he could have any woman he wants. The protagonist stays silent for a moment and apologizes, saying he's not interested, then asks Leng Yue to escort the woman out. The secretary begins pushing Miss Wang toward the exit, but on her way out, she continues shouting that she will pay 100 million per year for the protagonist to do just one advertisement. Wang keeps yelling that they need a true hero, and only the protagonist can fill that role. Chen Chu tells her to wait a moment, and she takes the chance to show him a superhuman, the Hulk of City M, a man who can instantly transform into a 5-meter-tall green ape. Once transformed, he is essentially unstoppable and immune to weapons, can sprint 100 meters in a second, and can easily destroy tanks. To the people of that city, he is a god. She also mentions a superhuman in the army of Country Y named Yali Shanda, whose left hand can transform into a king's sword shaped like a curry stick. One of his videos has already surpassed 500 billion views, and he is known as the Human Blade, becoming the legendary general of that city. In City D, there is someone who can become flames, and another who can freeze the very air. One person there is a transformer, and in City J, someone can stretch like rubber and jump between buildings. They also have people who can become invisible. Wang says it is natural for ordinary people to feel fear and uncertainty in the face of the apocalypse, and these people need a true hero who can make them feel safe and give them hope. She emphasizes that those other superhumans have become symbols of their countries, and they need a symbol like that as well. The protagonist thinks that expanding his sphere of influence might not be a bad idea, especially now that people are criticizing him online. Chenchu tells Wang that he definitely will not do live streams, but he might reconsider recording videos. The woman becomes ecstatic and asks if he is serious. After he agrees, they begin recording that night. In the darkness, he becomes the light in despair, the hope. His blade strikes with precision and grace. He moves through the air in a deadly dance. A true hero who fights not for glory, but for every life on Earth. Chenchu, the first evolved individual of the new generation. A fearless, legendary, and benevolent protector. In the Special Tasks Department of City N, the entire group watches the video. One of them asks if it is some kind of apocalypse game evolved individuals are playing. The leader says there are so many special effects that it hardly looks real. Lunzi disagrees, saying there are no special effects, it is just a bit exaggerated. Guan analyzes the video and says the protagonist is definitely stronger than 5 stars because he surpassed the awakened stage and seems to be moving further away from that group. In another place, at a sanctuary, a group of people gathers. An old man begins worshipping the great Tengu. The creature emerges from a portal followed by a woman named Izanami. The old man becomes terrified upon seeing her and begins offering his respects as well. Izanami asks the old man if he is truly certain he found the offspring of that ancestral beast. Kneeling, he explains that the giant creature appeared near the maritime zone of City R, but City M discovered it first, and according to international law, the resources of such a creature should belong to all humanity, but the discoverer has priority. So, in the end, they will only be allowed to obtain 30% of the resources. Izanami says that international law means nothing if they eliminate the creature first and take control of all its resources, because naturally they will have full authority over distribution. Deep in the ocean, several submarines were navigating while searching for something, and a team of divers from Country M was scanning the area. They find some footprints and realize they are enormous. Then they become shocked when they see that the monster whale's skull is 20 meters long. The radiation system begins showing that the radiation down there is 46 sieverts, and everything indicates that this is the fissure from which the radiation is leaking. Suddenly, one of the divers sees a shadow and asks his teammate if he also saw it, but the other says no. Then the radiation device starts blaring nonstop, and the diver tells everyone to wait because something must be wrong. The radiation reading has already passed 459 and keeps rising. The number reaches 1,000, and they all start backing away, shouting that such a level is impossible unless they are near nuclear waste. The number jumps to 1,500, and the diver panics as he asks what that thing in front of him is. The protagonist's little pet had been discovered. Somewhere else inside the haunted house of Seafun City, Guan was interrogating someone, saying that a person had disappeared there the previous night, but no one filed a report immediately. The manager apologizes, saying he thought a tourist had simply gotten lost, and since 24 hours had not passed yet, he sent some people to look around the area, but he did not expect the person to actually disappear. The department chief closes the records and says it seems the manager was afraid it would affect his business and profits, asking if he is wrong. The man becomes frightened and does not know how to answer. Guan says that a total of 5 people have disappeared, and that the haunted house swallowed them. And this may be a sign of the approaching apocalypse, so the Special Task Department will take care of it. The group prepares for combat and pushes the manager away. The blue-haired boy looks at the sensor and says something is strange because it detected pollution, but as soon as they entered, it vanished. The team leader says that is probably because they are dealing with a strange monster capable of absorbing the polluted energy inside its domain. As they walk, the boy notices something odd and asks if that themed room was on the map the director gave them. Suddenly, the papers begin peeling off the walls and a haunted puppet appears in front of him. He panics and immediately attacks, shredding the puppet. One of the girls asks if all that theatrics was really necessary, but the boy says that for a moment he thought he was actually going to die. Captain Lee checks his device and says that the source of the pollution is approaching. Suddenly, an explosion occurs near them. Lunzi shouts for everyone to be careful and steps in front of the attack with his shield. He manages to block it and knock the monster backward. The captain activates the Sharingan and is able to read the monster's statistics. He says that it is a strange 3-star monster whose attack and defense have been enhanced, that it also possesses extreme regeneration abilities, and that its weakness is... Before he can finish, one of his companions interrupts him and begins attacking, shouting that it really does not matter if it has eaten 5 people and become even tougher, because that monster will not be able to defeat his extraordinary weapon. The captain is surprised and says that the weakness is the head. The captain's friend looks a bit awkward and asks what he just said. The captain shouts that the weak point is the monster's head and asks whether his companion even hit it, calling him an idiot. Suddenly, the gunwoman fires a shot that hits the monster's head. She says that it is truly disappointing for a 3-star monster to be defeated with just one shot. The Lancer says that this only happened because his spear restricted the monster's movements. Otherwise, how would she have been able to land that shot? Captain Lee says that everyone there is a team, so they work together to defeat the monster and asks everyone to check the perimeter, because if there is no other source of pollution, they should inform the chief captain. As soon as they make contact, Chief Captain Guan watches them and says that there is a fatal flaw in the way they work together. He questions Pan Hao about why he acted without waiting for his leader's instructions and asks whether he really thinks he is smarter than Captain Lee Zongwen. Slightly embarrassed, Pan Hao lowers his gaze and says, "No." Guan says that Zongwen is capable of handling planning and reconnaissance, yet he just sits and watches when danger arrives. The chief captain emphasizes that before being a leader, he is also a member of the team, and if he only watches from the sidelines, he will be sacrificing the lives of his teammates. Zongwen also realizes his mistake and apologizes, saying that he really should have acted actively in the fight. Guan looks at Lunzi and asks whom his shield is supposed to protect during battle. Surprised, Lunzi answers that it is his teammates. Guan asks whether the only teammate he has is Rongya. The chief emphasizes that in a fight, no one cares about personal opinions, and that he must protect all of his teammates, not just the one he judges to be more important. He then looks at the 2 girls and says that they are also not cooperating because one of them is so careless that she has no sense of danger, while the other fires without thinking when her teammate is engaged in close combat with a monster. He asks where all that courage came from and stresses that this is not a game because a small mistake can lead to death, and everyone there must take responsibility for their teammates so that everyone makes it out alive. He asks if everyone understands, and the group shouts back that they do. Guan says that he has finished his reprimand, however, for their second mission, they could be in even worse condition, and with the group's current strength, they are capable of dealing with ordinary 4-star monsters. He stresses that what he's about to say next is a military secret, so no one is allowed to leak it. He states that he truly believes each of them has enough power to face a 4-star monster, and that is why he will provide an ultra-secret piece of military information, but once again asks everyone to pay close attention, because they cannot share it with absolutely anyone. After he explains a bit, the group becomes frightened. Zongwen asks what an apocalyptic level is. Pan Hao adds that he has never heard of anything like that. The chief captain says that City M lost more than 17,000 evolved individuals in a single night, that the authorities had to use nuclear weapons and even so, barely managed to drive the monster away, and that as far as he knows, no corpse of the monster was found in the ruins. The official report merely stated that it seemed to have retreated. Zongwen cannot believe that nuclear bombs were used and still failed to kill the monsters. Guan emphasizes that 17 gates of the apocalypse were affected to varying degrees, along with changes in space-time waves, and that the apocalypse in 10 days or more will be far worse than they expected, which is why it will be difficult for them to face the strengthened monsters. Rongya begins to grow worried and asks her captain how they are supposed to become stronger and whether there will be any special training. Guan opens a box on the ground and takes out a crystal, saying that time is extremely short and that the Department of Special Tasks has already disseminated spiritual creatures, so they should already know what that means. Pan Hao gets excited and shouts that those crystals can awaken a person's latent potential, allowing their abilities to grow much faster. The captain says that they were selected to use those crystals to become stronger, and that everyone on that team must ascend beyond 4 stars within the next 10 days, and that this is for the future of humanity. The entire team becomes excited, saying that they will not disappoint or let anyone down, because this is for the future of humanity. Meanwhile, by the seaside, the protagonist is looking at his pet statistics, thinking that at the pace the lizard is hunting for food in the fish farms of the North Sea, it will be able to evolve for a 4th time in a few days, and after that he will only need to worry about Qianqian's evolution progress. In Qianqian's dreamlike landscape, she has tears in her eyes, frightened, looking around and asking where she is. That dark energy begins to take the shape of a monster and prepares to attack her. Terrified by the monster's approach, she starts screaming for it to stay away and suddenly wakes up completely drenched in sweat in the protagonist's bed, not fully understanding what is happening and breathing heavily as she remains still for a moment. Chenchu asks how she's feeling. Qianqian questions what he means by that. The protagonist forcefully throws a bowl at her, but thanks to her reflexes, she manages to block it and shatter the bowl. He asks what it feels like to be an evolved individual. Qianqian is still somewhat confused and asks what just happened. Chenchu says that 1-star evolved individuals can strike with 500 kilograms of force and move at 15 meters per second. and he congratulates her, saying that the evolution worked. Surprised by all this information, she starts to feel a bit excited, looking at her hand and saying that she really does feel stronger, asking whether she successfully evolved. Becoming an evolved individual has become the dream of countless people around the world. On the black market, a low-quality evolution inducer has become a coveted item, with its price skyrocketing to more than $50 million. However, using such a low-quality inducer carries enormous risk, as the slightest mistake can turn the user into a terrifying mutant creature. Many ordinary people desperate to evolve are forced to be chained under extreme conditions, with family members standing by with weapons during artificial evolution procedures. Once the body destabilizes, the resulting death is horrific and indescribable. Even so, countless people willingly take the risk of suffering and follow the path of evolution without hesitation. As the end of the world draws closer, the era of universal evolution advances at a rapid pace. Meanwhile, in the open sea near Aocho Island, Izanami and her small army order Ebisu to open the path quickly. He creates a sphere of energy around himself and approaches the seawater, managing to open a passage for them. They quickly descend toward the seabed and find a cave. The lizard is inside, and with the force of its roar alone, it already terrifies everyone. Benton quickly steps to the front line, saying that the beast is releasing the aura of a king, and that no one can look directly into that monster's eyes. Irina is astonished, saying that even in its juvenile form, the presence of that monster rivals that of a 9-star magical beast, which is terrifying. A monarch-class being. Susanoo asks her if she is sure about what she sensed. She analyzes it once more and says that the beast is slightly stronger than the monarch-class creature that attacked their base last month, and that her perception cannot be wrong. Izanami begins preparing to attack, saying that this is a magnificent primordial beast and will certainly produce an enormous amount of essence for their use. She orders Benton to use her illusion magic to stun the monster, while everyone else must extract every drop of the core essence and then destroy the corpse. They cannot leave behind any trace. The monster tries to contend with Benton's power, while their leader remains captivated by the beauty of that beast's power, emphasizing that they must devour and absorb it to become the beast themselves. Because darkness will devour everything, chaos will reign over all, and therefore, they must worship darkness and chaos, the infinite void. The intertwining of light and darkness, the cycle of life and death, everything will return to nothingness, and they will become eternal gods. Their pursuit of transcendent power has never stopped. When the flames of destruction tore through the heavens, a mushroom-shaped cloud blossomed, a symbol of the end shrouded in death, and the furious shockwaves swept across the land like divine snow. Civilization and order were shattered, and the world returned to the primordial chaos of creation. 30 days and nights passed before the dust finally settled. Mountains that were once towering were flattened and turned into deserts, and mighty rivers were reduced to dead pools. In the exposed fissures of the rocky earth, survivors gazed in horror at the remains of a colossal beast the size of a mountain, its bones gleaming with a strange metallic sheen, still maintaining a battle stance even after destruction, as if silently recounting the story of a lost era. Within its crystallized marrow, they discovered a mysterious substance that shone like the stars when light struck it, pulsing like a living being, and refracting colors beyond the visible spectrum. After 700 days and nights of research, they finally uncovered its secret. It could reconstruct the molecular structure of living beings, allowing carbon-based life to break free from the marks of evolution. A researcher said that this was the flame of Prometheus, the forbidden future of wisdom. The Prime Minister raised a culture dish containing the brilliant blue material during a press conference and declared that today they would crown themselves as gods, naming this substance of divine origin. But fate soon revealed its truly terrifying face. The first group of volunteers turned into crystal statues under the sacred blue light, their final expressions forever frozen in a mixture of agony and ecstasy, their mortal flesh like tissue paper trying to contain intense fire. Only then did they understand that it was not that the origin lacked power, but that the human body, made of mere clay, was unworthy and completely incompatible with the divine gift of the gods. Yet fate always has a plan. After the apocalypse, monsters began to roam the earth, and they were surprised to discover that survivors who had come into contact with the original substance, along with some humans, found that they could evolve by absorbing the corruption of monsters. Only then did they realize that mythology had not abandoned them. It was accelerating toward them. In that era, they were the heirs of myth, continuing to evolve and grow ever stronger until one day they might reach the realm of the gods. Izanami continues greedily, saying that they will finally become gods, when suddenly she hears a different voice saying, "Praise be to the god." Startled, the leader asks who is there. The protagonist appears atop his beast's head and says that they should offer praise, and that his name is Chenchu. The leader orders Irina to analyze the protagonist's information immediately. She puts on her mask and uses her Koju ability, splitting her vision, but the protagonist leaps in front of her and says that this is a sensory ability, similar to observation haki and not much inferior in power. When she tries to analyze the protagonist's statistics, the mask begins to crack and she is thrown backwards, shocking everyone. Izanami asks where the information is, and Irina says that the enemy has a mystical technique based on insight and that her divine vision was reflected back. The leader cannot believe what she hears. Susanoo says that it does not matter what kind of sorcery it is, because he can crush that guy with a single punch, and he charges forward at full force, telling the protagonist to die. However, Chenchu dodges with extreme ease and asks how he dares to make the first move, landing a direct blow and smashing him hard into the ground, though his companion manages to cushion the fall. The protagonist remarks that this guy can manipulate gravity, which is actually interesting. Feeling belittled, Susanoo tells Daiko-kunten to stay out of the fight. He agrees and stops using his abilities, letting his companion fall to the ground, then prepares for battle, telling the protagonist that it is his turn to feel what it is like to be attacked. Several rocks begin to float, and the gravity pressing down on the protagonist increases drastically, followed by an explosion. Daiko-kunten is shocked to see that not even gravity could suppress the protagonist's strength as he rises with his aura. Irina starts to panic, saying that Chenchu is completely neutralizing the force. Daiko-kunten cannot believe what he is seeing and uses even more power, saying that the protagonist is surpassing divine power. Susanoo grows increasingly furious, asking how that guy dares to insult him and saying that now he will have to pay in blood. He activates his abilities and charges again. Chenchu merely smiles, thinking that it is a technique that enhances the body and blocks it with just one hand as if it were absolutely nothing, while everything around him and behind him is destroyed by the pressure of the blow. Susanoo realizes that the protagonist is a true monster, and with a simple twist of his hand, shatters the bones in his opponent's arm and slams him to the ground, then, without wasting time, advances for another strike. Susanoo begins to panic, thinking that he is going to die because he cannot block that attack. Daiko-kunten quickly tries to help his companion by using gravity on him to push him away, pulling him out of the attack's trajectory. The protagonist uses his first transformation, red flames, blood explosion, and the pressure around them begins to change. The leader orders the gods of Takamagahara to unite their powers to defeat the enemy. Ebisu starts controlling the ground, creating several hands, and laughs, thinking that he has finally managed to imprison his opponent. The protagonist merely watches as all those hands merge into a sphere, trapping Chenchu. Ebisu emphasizes that rocks reinforced by divine power are even tougher than iron, and that even if the protagonist has extraordinary abilities, he will suffocate to death inside the stone prison once the air runs out. Irina cannot believe it and shouts that the protagonist is melting the rocks with the intense heat pouring out of his body. Suddenly, the stone begins to change color and the protagonist manages to push his hand through it, opening a hole. Susanoo scoffs, saying that the stone shell is as soft as natto strings, and questioning whether Ebisu is really any good at this. Ebisu becomes irritated, saying that one layer is not enough, so he will add another, and using his abilities he creates stone pillars, imprisoning the protagonist again, but then shouts that even 2 layers are not sufficient, so he will add a third. As a wall rises and traps Chenchu once more, he collapses to the ground, saying that this triple binding has exhausted his divine power. Susanoo apologizes, saying that he did not need to use all his strongest abilities because he was just playing around. Another member of the group appears, saying that no one can survive Ebisu's celestial golden palace and that the battle is already over. Susanoo looks on, saying that he thought that guy might be someone extraordinary, but in the end, he was defeated with ease. The leader says that the obstacle has been removed, and now they need to eliminate that lizard and seize its original essence. However, Irina begins to tremble in complete terror. Izanami asks what is happening and what her divine spiritual vision saw. With a shaking voice, Irina states that the seal will not be able to hold him because the protagonist can counterattack metallic constructions, making the triple seal ineffective against him. Suddenly, a massive amount of energy begins to erupt from inside the seal. The ground starts to shake and the protagonist shouts that if they want to hunt his pet's offspring, then first they will have to step over his corpse. Otherwise, they cannot blame him for completely crushing their bodies. With just the release of his power, he completely destroys the seals that were trying to restrain him. Ebisu cannot believe it and screams that he had sealed the protagonist completely, but then a chunk of stone falls on top of him. Irina stands frozen in shock, unable to move. With his body completely covered in marks, Chenchu says that now it is time to have a little fun, because he will take the corpses one by one and grind everyone there into the ground. The Human Torch becomes enraged, shouting that Chenchu has just eliminated one of his companions, so there will be no more talk, because anyone who dares to block the path to divinity will meet death. He prepares to attack, saying that his flames are different from the flames the protagonist uses, because his divine power can create karmic purgatorial flames that burn non-stop for days, while the protagonist's flames are better suited for making tea. He gathers all his strength, forming a spear of flames, and attacks the protagonist, who simply blows, extinguishing all the fire. Susanoo becomes irritated, saying that they need to stop that nonsense, because he will attack from below while the other two attack from above, asking Daikokunten to provide support with his gravity. The three begin to attack, and the leader says that she cannot believe the protagonist will be able to face all three of them at the same time. Benton steps in front of her mistress to protect her, asking who else can help control that demon. Susanoo prepares for close combat, but with just a single slap, the protagonist smashes him into the ground. Once again, a flame attack is launched at him, but nothing happened. Irina realizes that something is wrong and warns Daikokunten to be careful, because beneath him lies the mark of the dragon seal. However, he is not fast enough to dodge and is imprisoned in an instant. Irina says that this is sorcery of a higher order than Ebisu's seal. The leader asks Benton what she plans to do, and she says that it is time for the psychic unit to enter the battlefield. She begins to transform, saying that even if that demon's physical body is extremely strong, he will not be able to withstand her psychic attack. The protagonist is squeezing the Human Torch's neck as if it were nothing. Benton slowly approaches, saying that this voice comes from Yomi, that he must listen and fall, because this is Yomi Kotodama. The protagonist stops attacking and looks at her without saying anything, then releases the man he was holding. Benton begins to use even more power, saying that with the profanation of Yomi within that body, she binds his soul, and that he must listen, because she is the law of death, like a mother's embrace, like the strangling of a child. She tells him to fall and plunge into the path of Yomi, where even gods decay. The Human Torch, almost out of breath, says that Benton's Kotodama is still effective, and that the demon can no longer move, and that it seems he must have entered the realm of nightmares. The protagonist feels as if he is in a dark place and suddenly begins to see Benton's image, who says that power in the real world has no meaning there, because that is her mental domain, and crushing him is as easy as reaching out her hand. She emphasizes that all the physical refinements the protagonist has made are useless, and that he also cannot use his sorcery. He feels his body being restrained by something. Benton continues, saying that this is an arena exclusive to mental power, and suddenly something pierces through him, severely injuring him. She starts to smile and asks if it hurts, because in her domain the sensation of pain is amplified 100-fold. She prepares to attack again, saying that the best part is that the protagonist will not be able to pass out there, and that, in fact, he will become increasingly lucid, every nerve faithfully transmitting that agony, as the attacks begin to pierce through him again and again. However, Chenchu remains standing, saying that this is a mental domain, so that kind of imaginary damage cannot be fatal. She advances, saying that it is enough to make him wish he were dead, since her Kotodama will force him to his knees, begging her to end him, and asks whether he does not imagine that suicide is the only way out. The protagonist starts laughing, saying that he expressed himself a bit poorly, because if he is not even able to feel pain, then this place is nothing more than noise. Benton begins to go mad with rage, saying that this is impossible, and attacks him once more, piercing his body. She smiles at him and asks whether he truly feels no pain. Chenchu tries to explain, saying that if the pain she is causing is worth 100 points, then when he activates the blood explosion of the Crimson Flame, the pain of his blood boiling is probably around 1,000,000 points. He slowly releases his power, saying that this imagination is certainly interesting. However, a genjutsu of that level does not work on him, and from that moment on, her soul will remember one thing forever. She was defeated. Back in the real world, she begins to fall, repeatedly muttering the words, "I am defeated." As she collapses to the ground, blood begins to flow from her eyes and mouth, shocking the leader. Chenchu looks at her and says, "Arise." Benton rises quickly, following the protagonist's command. Izanami begins to panic, asking whether Chenchu truly turned Benton into his puppet, and whether it is possible that the realm of nightmares turned back on her. Benton grips her sword, saying that they need to leave, because that place is terrifying. The leader starts shouting, saying that this is betrayal and that it seems Benton is truly willing to kill her own mistress. Chenchu starts to smile, saying that today's training ends there, and tells Izanami that she may take her disciple back because his conqueror's aura control will end in 3 days. However, he asks her not to draw hasty conclusions about him in the future. The leader asks whether the protagonist really thinks everything will end like this, saying that those who dare challenge the divine will pay with blood, and adds that Benton can die now. Tengu suddenly attacks and eliminates her with a single strike. Chenchu says that this is the first time he has seen someone so cruel, killing even their own allies. Irina cannot believe it and asks why, saying that Benton was clearly one of them. The leader replies that those who are useless have no right to become gods, because the shell of an unworthy vessel cannot contain a gift bestowed by the gods. The intertwining of light and darkness, the cycle of life and death, everything will return to nothingness, and they will become eternal gods. She rallies her remaining disciples, saying that this is the dance of death of Takamagahara. Chenchu begins to lose his patience and uses the level 3 Crimson Flame explosion, completely transforming his body. Izanami begins to grow frightened, saying that something is wrong because the essence of the protagonist's power and the origin of the lizard behind him are extremely similar, questioning what their exact relationship is. However, the protagonist simply ignores the question and charges forward with full force to attack. Izanami is so terrified that she cannot move, but Tengu uses his wings to defend, only for the impact to send both of them flying backward. The red-haired woman uses her ability, Shinsho Yokarin, a technique that simulates a sacred mirror symbolizing truth, one of the imperial relics, which releases divine light with overwhelming power. The light begins to strike the protagonist, making him feel intense discomfort and forcing him back as his body starts to crack. The leader says that this is Shinsho Yokarin, capable of piercing the defenses of a demonic beast, like a microwave destroying the body from the inside out. Even while suffering unbearable pain and having his body ravaged internally, Chenchu summons his sword and gathers even more power, creating a barrier in front of his body. At that moment, someone emerges from the shadows behind the protagonist and attacks him from behind, but the strike causes no damage. Shocked, he sees the Imperial demon armor covering the protagonist's body. With a single counterattack, Chenchu destroys the man who had approached him. Izanami, watching from afar, says that this is useless, because where there is light there is also shadow, and as long as shadows exist, Tsukuyomi is immortal. Tsukuyomi reappears from the shadows and tries to attack the protagonist again, but his strike does absolutely nothing. He realizes that this is an astonishingly powerful defensive ability. Tengu seizes the opening and attacks with all his strength, the blow cracking the armor and splitting the ground beneath it. The leader says that Tengu's attacks can destroy an enemy's defenses and that even the strongest shield would be shattered with a single strike. The protagonist remains silent, looking at them, and suddenly starts to smile, saying that they made a good attempt. He throws his sword, slicing off Tengu's nose. Tsukuyomi tries to attack him from behind, but the protagonist dodges and blocks the successive strikes, counterattacking and landing a fatal blow. Yet Tsukuyomi's body begins to turn into smoke once more. The protagonist says that this man truly cannot be killed as long as shadows exist, and therefore he will vaporize the shadows along with that trash. He begins to gather such an enormous amount of energy that it looks like a small sun forming around his body. Tsukuyomi's body returns to normal and he collapses to the ground, burned all over. Chenchu takes the opportunity to strike, plunging his sword into Tsukuyomi's body and killing him completely. He looks at the remaining enemies and asks who would dare take another step forward. The red-haired girl falls into despair, screaming for her little brother, but Tengu stops her from approaching. He watches, seeing that she is truly suffering. Izanami looks at the rest of her team and, furious, shouts at them, asking what they are standing around for and ordering them to attack together to defeat that monster. However, the two are too afraid to approach. The girl continues trembling with rage as she looks at her brother's corpse on the ground and starts screaming, asking why such a great sacrifice is necessary just to obtain the essence of origin, saying that all her brothers are being killed there. The leader approaches and says that all of them are candidates to become gods, and that if they can eliminate that demon, they will obtain enough origin essence to become even stronger. The girl keeps crying, saying that she does not want to become stronger. She only wants to be a normal person, a good older sister. Izanami grabs her by the neck, calling her a coward and saying that she betrayed the oath of the Yaki Congress, declaring that this is a capital crime. She emphasizes that they are the heirs of myth, that they have continuously evolved, growing stronger and stronger, until one day they can touch divine power. The red-haired girl tells QNMD to act. The leader orders Tengu to eliminate that traitor, saying that her heart has already failed and that she is therefore unworthy of being a divine vessel. He merely turns his head away, ignoring her order, and the other two also pretend not to hear. The protagonist finally plants his sword into the ground and detonates it, saying that he truly had no intention of fighting them to the death, and that if she renounces hostility, she may leave now. Suddenly, the leader begins to act strangely, asking whether the protagonist truly wants her to surrender, because that is absolutely impossible. Her body starts to transform and her hair turns into serpents. She kills the red-haired girl and one of the snakes begins to devour her body. She says that every drop of origin essence will be her nourishment, and that all power will belong to her. The snakes begin to swallow the corpses lying on the ground. Irina says that the leader is fusing with the abilities of their Yaki Kong, and that this means she only ever saw them as… Izanami says that is exactly right and asks what Irina meant by Yaki Kong, calling it ridiculous, because they are nothing more than vessels used to cultivate the essence of origin, and that only she is worthy of becoming a goddess. The protagonist remarks that this is an unexpected turn of events, since they have a problem in their own backyard. Susanoo tells the protagonist that he truly cannot stand him, but that this is an internal matter of the Yaki Congress, and if he does not want to die, he should leave immediately. He picks up a stone and throws it at the former leader, saying that this is a fight for survival. However, one of her serpents effortlessly shatters the stone. She asks whether this means Susanoo is just another dog willing to kill its own master. The stones around her freeze in midair. Daiko-kunten uses his gravitational power while praying for the orphans, test subjects, and disaster survivors. Izanami had taken orphaned children after the catastrophe and implanted crystals in them, claiming that by becoming gods they could escape the suffering of mortals. However, most of the children could not endure it. She laughed, saying that those who survived from that day onward were the Yaki Kong. He says that they gathered there and became the Yaki Kong for a single reason from the very beginning, and that reason was survival. He attacks her with all the surrounding stones, but the surge of energy she releases is so immense that it destroys them all, causing a blinding flash that leaves him unable to see ahead. With astonishing speed, she appears behind him, saying that she has already obtained the powers of light and darkness, so he is no longer qualified to challenge her. Using the power of darkness, she creates serpents that bind his body, and even on the brink of death, he shouts that he will never submit. However, his former leader simply crushes his body and starts laughing. As the protagonist watches, she uses gravitational power to lift all the stones and the remaining disciples, pulling them directly toward herself because they must surrender their power. Chenchu grabs Irina by the leg and she asks what he is doing. The Human Torch charges forward, releasing his flames and declaring that he will fight her to the death. Susanoo agrees, saying that even if it means they die, they will not let her win. Izanami laughs and casually counterattacks with her serpents, slicing Susanoo in half with ease. The last survivor releases all of his power, declaring that even if he cannot fight back, he will take her down with him. A serpent simply opens its mouth and swallows his body. An explosion occurs, but she remains completely unharmed. She remarks that apparently that piece of trash preferred to self-destruct rather than let her devour him. Even so, one of her serpents moves to the body and retrieves the crystal lying on the ground. She points out that this changes nothing, because he was merely a vessel for the essence of origin, and even if he destroys himself, the essence living within him will not dissipate. She consumes the essence of fire and begins to control all the powers of her former followers. With a smile, she says that she has already devoured 7. Looking at Irina, she grows terrified and says that if killing is useless, then there is no escape. Tengu, who has been watching everything, realizes there is no way out. The former leader says that now only 2 remain. He prepares himself and then vanishes. She asks whether that man really fled, saying that it was a smart choice. Cowardly but realistic. Irina does not know what to do and, overwhelmed by fear, looks at the protagonist, begging him to help her. She says that with the power he has, he can definitely destroy the crystal of origin essence inside her. She approaches him, saying that he can kill her and then destroy the crystal, because she truly does not want to become part of Izanami's power, and that only he can do this. Chenchu remains silent, merely observing, but Izanami begins to approach, saying that Irina wants to use the power of a demon to destroy the original essence and that she, too, is a traitor to the will of the gods of Takamagahara. Driven by despair, Irina starts screaming for the protagonist to act as quickly as possible and kill her along with the crystal, because if he delays, it will be too late. She hands her weapon to him. Izanami begins to laugh, asking whether she really wants to die, because she will devour the original essence of Irina, the demon, and the lizard all at once, and thus become a divinity. Chenchu takes the short sword from Irina's hands and says that she does not need to die. Izanami attacks, shouting that the 2 of them must become sacrifices for the new god. The protagonist ducks swiftly and drives the short sword into Izanami's forehead, beginning his assault as he says that he had decided not to get involved in all that chaos. But since she tried to drag his pet into it, he has decided to change his mind. Izanami pulls the short sword out of her forehead, saying that that level of power is not enough to kill her. However, the protagonist appears beside her and lands a punch so powerful that it slams her into the ground, causing a small explosion, saying that she will die anyway. The impact of the clash is so intense that Irina is thrown backward and she begins to cry, trembling in fear. Chenchu asks how it felt to take his punch, and Izanami starts cracking her body, saying that it did not even count as a tickle. Chenchu starts laughing and releases even more of his power, thunder tempering his body and fire forging his bones. He activates the level 4 Crimson Flame Blood Explosion. Izanami begins to panic as the protagonist's speed and strength become so overwhelming that she can no longer defend herself. At the last second, she manages to switch bodies, abandoning the old one behind. Chenchu smiles and says that he truly did not expect her to escape. He grabs the old body in his hands and turns it to ashes. He tells her to use every trick she has because he would like to see them. Izanami begins to use shadow abilities, but with a snap of his fingers, all the dark serpents are completely annihilated. Izanami grows terrified, realizing that Yaki is simply useless. The protagonist begins to approach slowly with a completely terrifying aura around him. With each step, lightning bursts from his body, destroying everything nearby. Izanami thinks that the way that demon walks carries a pressure more frightening than that of a god. She uses serpents to corrode the protagonist's body, silver to seal his soul, gold to corrupt his existence. And with the combination of these powers, she creates a new serpent that appears beside him. But once again, he destroys her attack with a simple wave of his hand. Another water serpent appears and he grabs it, but another rises from the ground and swallows his body. After the serpent manages to engulf him, it tries to extinguish his body to erase him completely. However, inside it, he thinks that this is utterly ridiculous. He simply slices the serpent in half, leaving Izanami stunned. He appears behind her and says that even after devouring all her teammates, this is all she has, a weak power. With a swift slash, he strikes her neck. Izanami feels the blood begin to flow and refuses to believe it, saying that she became a goddess and should not die, that she should have become a god above all others. Losing her strength, she begins to fall, saying that she should have looked upon all living beings as if she truly were a goddess. Chenchu says that all her sins end there. She struggles desperately not to surrender, but it is useless, and she falls lifeless to the ground. Irina, who is hiding behind a rock in complete terror, realizes that someone has stopped in front of her. The protagonist looks at her and calls her to go with him. He carries her up to the surface, emerging beside a boat. The fishermen are stunned, asking where those two people came from. Chenchu realizes they are foreigners and asks them to take Irina to that beach, saying that they understood. The two men do not really know what is happening, and the protagonist wonders whether they actually understood or not. Sometime later, already inside his apartment, he lays Irina on the bed thinking that humans are a species that goes too far in internal fights and selfishness. Throughout history, the number of their own kind who died at the hands of humans is tens of thousands of times greater than those who died in disasters or at the hands of monsters. After gaining power, most people do not think about protecting the weak and upholding justice, but instead draw their blades against those even weaker. He does not deny that there will always be good people in this world who will stand up. However, this is the perverse nature of humanity. For that reason, he does not hesitate to assume the worst of anyone who might threaten his survival, because he is not good and does not carry weeping souls. But he is also not evil, for he does not revel in bitter hatred. He is not chaos and does not raise the dust of mortals. Nor is he order, for he does not bind the roots of the world. He is not light, for he does not illuminate the city of the lost. But neither is he darkness, for he does not shelter the curious lamp. He is not substance, for he does not forge an eternal form. And he is not the void either, since he leaves no vanishing shadow. In truth, he is the blade suspended between good and evil, and only he will cut through the twilight and the dawn of chaos. Inside the Department of Special Affairs, Guan and his group are about to watch a video. He says that the footage is from the protagonist's battle and that, according to the latest data, Chenchu's power has been confirmed to have surpassed the 5-star level. The entire group is shocked, unable to believe that he managed to break through the 5-star threshold. Guan begins playing the video, explaining that what they are seeing is a high-quality concrete pillar with a diameter of 100 centimeters destroyed with a single blow, and that calculations estimate the impact force of that punch at around 1,500 tons. Pan Hao almost faints when he sees it and asks whether the protagonist is really human. Lunsi also becomes completely agitated, saying that the maximum force of his own punch is 1.5 tons, and that this proves the protagonist's strength is 1,000 times greater than his. Zongwen adds that according to global evolver classifications, the base impact force for 5 stars is 100 tons, and that 1,500 tons should correspond to a 6 to 7 star classification. He tries to continue explaining, but Guan interrupts him, saying that once an individual surpasses the 5-star limit, power metrics are no longer the standard used to measure strength, and are instead replaced by something called transcendent power. Pan Hao asks what transcendent power is and whether he also possesses it. Guan explains that, from what he has heard, evolvers in every nation have their own evolutionary systems, and the ultimate goal of evolution is to awaken this transcendent power. Things like controlling gravity, releasing hellfire from one's body, mental control, that kind of ability. People will do anything to evolve beyond 5 stars as early as possible. As far as he knows, the neighboring R country even tried to use technology to accelerate the evolution of Awakeners. He takes a deep breath and says that everyone present is just a bunch of rookies who have not even reached 4 stars yet, so they need to stop daydreaming. Everyone agrees, even if they feel a bit disappointed. Inside his home, lying on the couch, the protagonist looks at the crystal. They call it Origin Essence, but in reality it is just a high-tier psychic energy crystal, and his Anami would never have imagined that it would end up benefiting him. He crushes the crystal in his hand. The system announces that his constitution has increased, but he is surprised to see that it has stopped at 9,999. He realizes that his constitution points have reached the maximum, which means the 4th evolution is about to begin. His sister appears, sitting on the couch and asking if he is okay. He smiles and says that he is fine, but she complains that she is very hungry. The protagonist opens his hand, showing that he has several energy crystals, and asks whether she wants some. She smiles and says yes, takes a bit of the crystal from her brother's finger, and eats it without hesitation. Chenchu tells her to eat as much as she wants because once she restores the portal, they will fight monsters together. She keeps eating happily, enjoying the sensation. Elsewhere, inside a base, alarms begin to blare, warning that abnormal levels of global pollution have been detected, and that all nearby bases must immediately initiate Level 1 defense protocols. The system continues issuing alerts, stating that pollution energy has exceeded the critical threshold by 20 times. Energy fluctuations are continuing to accelerate. All personnel must remain on maximum alert with immediate effect, and all evolvers below 4 stars are forbidden from leaving the purification field, as exposure to the pollution zone will result in irreversible mutation. A small army is quickly assembled and commands are issued stating that all combat personnel must take their positions because the first wave of the pollution tide is expected to hit the defensive line in no more than 72 hours. Back at Chenchu's house, he suddenly feels something and wakes up in shock, clutching his head in pain. He thinks that this sensation means a large-scale disaster is about to occur. Outside, Xian stops her motorcycle while the protagonist looks out the window. She waits outside until he opens the door. He tells her not to wake him so early and even gets her name wrong. Xian becomes slightly irritated and introduces herself again, saying that his takeout food has just arrived. The protagonist grows suspicious and says that he has not ordered anything in the past few days. So where did that takeout come from? Xian starts picking up the food, saying that since he had not ordered anything for 2 consecutive days, she got worried that he might starve to death alone in his room. Holding up the 2 bags, she explains that all the food is there, with stewed chicken on the left, which he orders 3 times a week, and malatang on the right, which he likes to order late at night, extra numbing and extra spicy. Chenchu is stunned and asks what is wrong with her, questioning whether she is some kind of stalker. Xian stares at him and says that she already warned him she is going to win him over, so she will keep an eye on his every move. Chenchu takes the food without saying anything. She starts to leave, telling him to hurry up and eat while it is still hot because she has to go, then winks at him. He remains silent, watching her leave, thinking that whether he eats or not is none of her business, but his stomach starts growling with hunger. He thinks that that girl definitely planned all of this. Shixi comes out of the house calling for her brother. He notices that she looks a bit anxious and asks what that means. Shixi says that she managed to sense a new gate. The protagonist says that this is great and adds that they will set out as soon as they finish breakfast. Somewhere else, among abandoned and unfinished buildings, the two arrive at the edge of a portal. She says that it is exactly that gate and that it has just begun to open, telling her brother to be careful. Chenchu simply smiles as his armor is constructed around his body. The system notifies that the Imperial Demon armor has increased resistance to polluted energy. He says that it is time to begin, and his sister starts using her abilities on the portal. However, as soon as he approaches, he realizes that the pollution level is insane, and even with the increased resistance of the Imperial Demon armor, it is not enough to block it completely. Suddenly, he is transported to a completely dark place and realizes that he cannot see anything. He uses the aura of radiant absorption and senses a rock falling rapidly toward him, managing to cut it in half. He climbs onto the rubble and asks why they are starting a fight just 1 second after meeting, but for him that is fine. As the dust begins to settle, the silhouette of a monster starts to appear. The system announces that a 4-armed demon ape has been discovered. Suddenly, it vanishes from in front of the protagonist and reappears above him, trying to attack. Chenchu manages to defend himself, but the system warns that the pollution level is increasing. The monster continues attacking while the protagonist only defends, wondering whether it is possible to defeat a monster with a single attack if he pushes his power to the absolute limit. He begins to accumulate energy at multiple points in his body, frightening the monster. The pressure is so intense that even the volcano behind them begins to erupt. With a single movement, he sends the monster flying several meters into the air and quickly leaps after it, thinking that he needs to finish this as fast as possible. He lands a punch on the monster that instantly disintegrates half of its body, splitting it in two. He says that the impact of that punch must have been close to 500 tons, and that no matter how tough a body is, it could not withstand that kind of explosive force. The monster's body begins to collapse and a core appears. The protagonist thinks that the concentration of energy is immense and very similar to Izanami's origin essence crystal, only much smaller. He crushes the core, absorbing all the energy. The system announces that he has just gained 1,000 evolution value points. This shows that it is a pure energy crystal, and that he can obtain evolution value simply by absorbing one. Looking at his status panel, he realizes that he still needs 10,000 evolution value points to evolve. He truly did not expect to discover a way to evolve so quickly. He continues advancing through that world, eventually reaching a forest. After moving through the forest for a while, he arrives at the top of a cliff with a breathtaking view of the area. As he observes the scenery, he wonders how many evolution crystals are waiting for him to hunt in that underdeveloped tropical forest. He starts to smile excitedly as he cannot wait to do it. He walks to another part of the forest and expands his observation aura to the maximum. He sees some ants carrying objects. The system identifies them as demon ants, level 3 demonic beasts of the nature type. In addition, he notices that the demonic crystal energy inside those demon ants is much darker than that of the demon ape. Moreover, they feed on crude demonic matter, which he finds very interesting. Suddenly, he hears a sound and looks up to see several shapes flying overhead. The system alerts him again, identifying them as demon mosquitoes, level 4 demonic beasts of the nature type. The protagonist notices that they are behaving strangely, which shows that they have spotted prey, and apparently that prey is not him. Suddenly, the level 4 mosquitoes attack the level 3 ants, surprising the protagonist. He realizes that the mosquitoes are evolving there, and that a level 4 demon mosquito can evolve into a level 5 elite by hunting other demons. As he watches, he notices another movement. Something leaps over him and attacks the mosquito that had attacked the ant, causing a small explosion. The ape kills the mosquito and starts eating it. The system identifies it as a level 6 nature-type demon ape. Chenchu continues observing, thinking that every hunt and every evolution exists to refine that raw energy layer by layer. The ape also begins to evolve, growing 2 more arms on its body. Chenchu realizes that when high-level demonic beasts reach the end of their lives, they all return to the foot of the tree of life, collapsing within the sanctuary of its tangled roots. Their shells slowly decompose, and the essence of the demonic crystal they refined over a lifetime returns to the great tree's root system, becoming nutrients that sustain its eternal life. The tree of life remains silent, merely caressing the remnants of those minerals with its roots. He approaches the ape, thinking that the new demon ant eggs are already incubating inside the anthill, and that the next generation of demonic crystal minerals will soon hatch to continue this endless energy cycle, born as slaves, becoming food in death, a cycle that never ends. He begins to release his power, declaring that this perfect energy cycle ends at this moment, because the essence those monsters spent their lives refining will now be claimed by him. The atmosphere changes, and the protagonist rampages through the surroundings, annihilating all nearby monsters as if it were nothing at all. The system starts issuing repeated notifications. He uses his abilities to collect all the crystals at once. The system explains the fusion rules. 8 low-level crimson demonic crystals equal 1 mid-level crimson demonic crystal, and 8 mid-level crimson demonic crystals equal 1 high-level crimson demonic crystal. The protagonist continues fusing them. The system alerts again that the power of evolution has condensed into a crystal. A high-level crimson demonic crystal not only provides a massive amount of evolution value, but also has a 1% chance to trigger a super random demonic evolution. A successful activation will unlock power far beyond any conventional evolution. The protagonist is astonished and wonders whether something like that truly exists. However, he thinks that a 1% chance is simply too small. If this evolution does not trigger the super evolution, then that precious high-quality crimson demonic crystal would be a complete waste. He turns to look at the monsters around him, saying that there must be something above a crimson demonic crystal, so he decides to go for a second round, once again exterminating all the surrounding monsters. After gathering a large number of crystals, he believes it should be enough. He begins fusing the crystals again. The system states that if he collects 8 high-level crimson demonic crystals, he can fuse them into a mid-level, deep blue demonic crystal. He is surprised to discover that crimson demonic crystals can evolve into deep blue demonic crystals, so he proceeds with the fusion. After completing it, the system announces once more that a mid-level, deep blue demonic crystal has been obtained, and that the chance of super evolution has increased to 10%. However, he still feels this is not enough and wants to reach 100%. With that in mind, he returns to the forest, causing complete chaos in the environment. Several hours later, exhausted from constant fighting, he wonders what would happen if he fused the essence of all the demonic beasts in the entire forest. He gives the system the order to fuse, and the air around him begins to behave strangely. Soon, the system announces that the synthesis of a high-level deep blue demonic crystal has been successful. A high-level deep blue demonic crystal allows the user to activate a super evolution with a 100% success rate. Chenchu says that he has exterminated all the demonic beasts in the entire Forest of Death and finally managed to forge that crystal. Once he uses it, he will have a 100% guarantee of triggering a random super evolution. Suddenly, another monster approaches and tries to attack him, but the protagonist dodges. He stares at the monster and senses an extremely powerful conqueror aura, something he has never encountered before. The two continue staring at each other, and the protagonist wonders whether that aura can directly distort the environment itself, because no ordinary demonic beast should possess such power. Moreover, he has already wiped out everything in that forest to forge the demonic crystal. Yet that beast really thinks it can simply take him on as if it were nothing. The system says that it is a level 9 demonic beast with monarch burn. He starts thinking about it and suddenly smiles, wondering what would happen if he let that beast eat the demonic crystal, since the rule of the Forest of Death is to devour in order to evolve. Looking at the monster, he says that this way he will be able to complete the tempering for himself. The demonic beast quickly eats the crystal, and Chenchu says that by doing this, he will make the chance of super evolution either 0 or 100%. The monster begins to evolve, and the system announces that the final form has been reached. Chimera Monarch evolution completed, a level 10 demonic beast roar. The protagonist tells the beast to evolve, saying that he will let it eat for now, but that it will spit everything back to him amplified 100-fold. With its serpent tail, the beast starts attacking. Chenchu observes this and quickly defends himself, slicing the attack in half. He looks back and sees that it is potent acid, exactly as he expected. The serpent tail has also evolved. If even a single drop had grazed him, the level of contamination would likely have meant instant death. He looks at the monster, thinking that the immense body of that beast might lose in agility to a human, but its advantage in strength is just as obvious. It is almost like his pet lizard. Its colossal size grants a growth potential that far exceeds human limits. Moreover, being at the top of the food chain, it seems to have been hunting in the Forest of Death for several decades, and the demonic crystal energy accumulated in its body and head must be immeasurable. The protagonist realizes that a decade is probably a conservative estimate, because that monarch-level demonic beast has likely been alive for more than a century. He advances, saying that he would like to see which is more durable, the monster's scales or his blade. However, the monster manages to block and shove him backward. He realizes that the pressure around him is immense, but the strike he delivered managed to injure the monster, which then healed in the blink of an eye. The beast rises and begins to roar loudly. Chenchu notices the environment changing slightly and looking up, wonders if that could be lightning magic. Several bolts of lightning begin to strike toward him, but he dodges all the attacks and charges forward, counterattacking with a direct blow to the monster's head, destroying everything around them. However, he is surprised to find that the monster suffered basically no damage and knocks him back again. Chenchu feels that the impact has left his entire arm numb, which means that the flesh of that beast is even harder than steel. However, he notices one thing: the wound is bleeding. He smiles and says that even if the monster's flesh is as hard as steel, since he managed to make it bleed, its time is almost up. The demonic beast roars again, creating even more magic circles and making a storm of lightning rain down. Chenchu watches the attack and says that this time the monster did not give him any room to dodge, so he will have to face it head-on. He advances through the lightning, striking him directly, and the system alerts that the durability of the Imperial demonic armor has reached 0. The protagonist becomes irritated, thinking that it is time to end this. He reasons that a demonic beast with the intelligence of a chimera is forced to abandon its lightning magic in close combat, because in melee combat, wide-area destructive spells will also affect the caster. He quickly closes the distance. The beast makes a strange movement, and the protagonist thinks that he already knew it would do something like that. He moves to the opponent's back, saying that his strike really was not meant to humiliate the beast's head. With a swift motion, he cuts off the monster's tail. Holding the serpent head, he says that the beast can defend its front, but cannot defend its back because it is basically impossible to protect both ends at the same time. The monster roars in rage. Chenchu asks if his opponent is surprised, saying that this is its own tail and also its greatest weakness, the acidic lightning. Chenchu begins to squeeze the tail, forcing it to fire an acid lightning blast at the beast. It quickly uses its wings to defend, but the acid is so powerful that it pierces through the monster's defenses, making it roll on the ground in pain. The protagonist takes advantage of the opening and launches his attack, landing a fatal blow to the monster's forehead. The system appears, notifying that the level 10 demonic beast, Supreme Chimera King, has been defeated, and that the reward has been obtained, a supreme black gold magical crystal. Chenchu holds the crystal and says that it is perfect, then immediately begins to absorb it. As soon as he shatters the crystal to absorb its essence, the pressure around him starts destroying all the trees. His heart also changes color, his entire body begins to turn golden, and his hair turns white. The supreme evolution of Haki storage advances, pushing his Haki to its highest level. Chenchu feels somewhat confused by his new abilities and stretches out his hand, asking himself whether space itself is responding to his will. Suddenly, he teleports to another place and realizes that there was no movement involved at all. Space itself directly transported him there. Chenchu notices a rock beside him and begins using his power to try to lift it. Effortlessly, he pulls the massive stone out of the ground. Right after that, he makes the pile of stone collapse and a small black hole begins to form at its center. As he controls it, he realizes that the density is terrifyingly high. He aims at a distant mountain, thinking that the power should also be extremely high. When he fires, he is pushed backward and the black hole shoots forward at a high speed toward the mountain, destroying everything in its path and causing a massive explosion when it strikes. Chenchu starts flying, saying that this world has already become boring and that it is time to leave. He watches everything being completely destroyed by his power, and with a simple swing of his sword, he opens a rift in space-time. Back at his home, feeling slightly tired, he throws himself onto the bed. His sister notices that something seems off about him and asks whether there is something wrong with his body. The protagonist explains that his body has already begun entering the evolution phase and that he will probably have to sleep for 2 days. Already drowsy, he asks she not to run around during that time, and if she wants to eat, she can just use the app. And if that does not work, she can simply wait for Xion to bring the food. Either way, she always delivers on time every day. Suddenly, he falls into a deep sleep so the evolution can begin, his body remaining motionless as his mind is taken to a completely different space. While he is in deep sleep, Qian tries to call him, but no one answers and the call is always disconnected. Feeling a bit confused, she thinks that she really wants to share the joy of having become an evolved individual with him, yet she cannot understand why the protagonist is not answering her calls. Meanwhile, in the Ningda cafeteria, Lunsi asks his friends whether they know Qian. Because he heard that she is already dating Chenchu, Zongwen smacks him on the mouth, telling him to be careful and stop talking nonsense. Pan Hao tells him to grab another chicken croquette so his mouth will stay shut. Rongya refuses to believe it, saying that the protagonist does not have a girlfriend yet and asks how an ordinary woman could possibly be worthy of him. If someone asked her, she says confidently that Chenchu would definitely prefer someone more capable. Lunsi keeps talking, saying that the dress Qian is wearing is worth 80,000, and that the bag she is carrying was bought by Chenchu and cost more than 100,000. He asks Pan Hao whether the protagonist brought Qian back with him on those days they went out, since she would have to be publicly introduced as his girlfriend. Rongya becomes furious and slams the table, saying she has had enough of this, telling them to continue as she stands up and leaves. Pan Hao starts arguing with Lunsi, asking why he suddenly brought up that topic, because he almost embarrassed everyone to death. Lunsi says that this is common knowledge at the university and not exactly a secret, so why should he keep quiet about it? Pan Hao says that everyone really does know, but Lunsi caused trouble right in front of Rongya, and later in boxing class, he will have to pray that her anger has already passed. Another girl approaches the two and says that an extremely talented evolved girl has come to register, asking whether they saw her. Both of them ask what she's talking about, saying they have never heard of any new recruit with incredible talent. The girl asks what the two idiots have been talking about all this time. Suddenly, they hear a noise, and unable to believe what they are seeing, they stare and say that those two are about to fight. One of the supervisors is surprised to see that Rongya is also there and asks her to come along, saying she would like to introduce someone. The woman tells Situ that this is her superior, Rongya, currently an evolver warrior in the Department of Special Affairs. She then introduces Qian to Rongya, saying that she is her subordinate, and that earlier that afternoon she repeatedly erupted into flames during class and awakened as an evolver. Rongya congratulates her on becoming an evolver. Qian says that she was just very lucky and that it is nothing special compared to Rongya, who was directly chosen by the government to become an evolver, something that is hardly worth mentioning. Pan Hao begins to tremble in fear. Guan interrupts them, informing Qian that before registering her as an evolved being, they need to analyze the data to determine what level she is at, and that if she is currently free, it will be necessary to conduct the test. Qian says that there is no problem and that she can take the test right away. Rongya offers to take her to the testing site since they are from the same school. Guan thinks this is an excellent idea as Rongya knows the test better than anyone. Panhao observes the situation and comments that now Rongya has a way to vent her anger, and that Qian is going to end up getting herself into trouble. Sometime later, already inside the testing room, Rongya explains that the strength test is very simple. You just have to strike the receptor area of the testing instrument with all your might and the machine will display the strength result. Qian concentrates, thinking that she only needs to use her own strength. She goes all out and strikes the target, which registers 4,700 kilograms. Rongya is surprised to see that this girl is no ordinary person and says that with this result she has reached the limit of a 3-star evolved being. Outside, the two watch the test and Panhao questions how she managed to do that. Lunzi, also surprised, comments that when he first evolved, his punch could reach at most 1 ton, while she, on her very first attempt, reached nearly 5 tons, which shows that she is about to reach 4 stars. In the speed test, Qian manages to move at 68 meters per second. Rongya explains that with this speed, she has also reached the limit to become a 3-star evolved being. After that, they proceed to the power test and a huge explosion occurs inside the room. Rongya realizes that Qian possesses an extraordinary power that resides in the fire attribute, along with characteristics of extremely high temperatures and explosive condensation. The materialized power is an explosive and malleable fireball with a maximum throwing range of 20 meters, possessing destructive power equivalent to that of a high explosive grenade. With that, they conclude the evaluation, and Rongya states that Qian is at the pinnacle of a 3-star extraordinary evolved being. Panhao cannot believe that she has reached the 3-star limit right after evolving, and comments that her talent starting point is extremely high. Lunzi believes that they have just met another genius. Wu Yimei says that the two of them also reached 3 stars on that same day, but only achieved it with the help of the captain's crystal. Panhao asks her not to mock them, since she has also just reached 3 stars. Lunzi begins to reflect on the situation because something does not seem right. The superiors had said that the evolutionary talents they possessed, among the few who managed to awaken, were among the highest in the city. But now, with Chenchu ahead and Qian close behind, this no longer made sense. Zhongwen tells them not to worry about others, saying that talent only determines the starting point, and that how far a person can ultimately go still depends on their own effort. In addition, their evolution should be a natural product, while some people likely went through external interventions and chose a shortcut. So it is still unclear who is stronger or weaker. In the captain's office, he is quite satisfied to learn that Qian is a 3-star evolved being on the verge of reaching 4. He asks what her plans are for the future, but she replies somewhat confused that she has not yet thought about what to do. The captain emphasizes that her talent is no inferior to that of the genius Rongya, and believes that it will not take long for her to reach 4 or even 5 stars, perhaps even becoming an awakened one. He sees her as a promising talent and asks whether she is considering joining the Department of Special Affairs, explaining that in this way she could serve the country and, more importantly, with official resources she would take fewer detours and her strength would improve with half the effort. She thanks him for his kindness, but says that she would like to discuss this matter with the protagonist first. Guan stands up and questions that joining the Department of Special Affairs is solely her own matter, so why she would need to discuss it with Chenchu. A bit embarrassed, she explains that the reason is that Chenchu is her boyfriend. The captain finds this very interesting, and she continues saying that perhaps he might not want her to join the Department of Special Affairs, so she would like to talk to him first. The captain replies that he understands and that it is fine. Then he takes out a card and says that the Department of Civil Affairs has already prepared an updated identification document for her, and that after picking it up, she can leave. She thanks him, but when she goes to take the card, the captain holds it and asks her to let the protagonist know that the issue with the Hangzhou Chamber of Commerce has been resolved and that the 3 groups involved have been wiped out, so he would like her to thank him for the information he provided. She takes the card, saying that she will definitely pass on the message. Guan takes a deep breath, thinking that perhaps she will not join the Department of Special Affairs. Meanwhile, at the protagonist's mansion, his sister floats as she watches him sleep, but she notices that something strange is happening, as his body temperature is rising. When she touches her brother's forehead, the heat is so intense that she almost burns her finger. In his dreams, Chenchu is going through something similar to an evolution. She keeps watching, wondering whether he is just dreaming. 3 days pass and he continues sleeping. News about the apocalypse becomes increasingly frequent, as only 6 days remain until impact. Television broadcasts announce that to protect the public during the disaster, the authorities have organized an orderly evacuation plan for the next 6 days. A group of people is organizing to assist with the evacuation, informing that all urban areas and homes within a 10-kilometer radius of the Doomsday Portal will be relocated to a nearby city used as a shelter, and that residents will be able to return to their homes after the apocalypse impact ends. To improve coordination of forces during the imminent doomsday impact, a unified management of essential resources such as food will be implemented. However, as always, there is resistance from residents who question where they will live, what they will eat, and who will manage the land they cultivate, since entering the city is not so simple. The authorities state that everyone is voluntarily choosing to go to the designated cities, and that no one will be forced. Even so, if they are willing to gather in the city for safety reasons, the necessary arrangements will be made, guaranteeing at least tents, drinking water, and as much food as possible. Even if residents choose to stay behind and demonic creatures invade, rescue teams will be dispatched as soon as possible because no one will be abandoned lightly. Inside Chenchu's company, Ning watches the news and does not believe that the authorities will really send people on support missions to avoid abandoning anyone, since the available forces are already insufficient and now the focus should be on population management. Lung Yue enters the room saying that as long as their boss is around, they have nothing to worry about, because Chenchu has already made preparations and, together with the city's great magnates, built an apocalypse shelter, allowing them to take refuge there as well. She places several crystals on the table, explaining that they were sent by the protagonist that morning, saying that everyone in the company should take one. Ning asks what they are for. Lung Yue, also not understanding, picks up a crystal, thinking it might be some kind of jewel, but suddenly the crystal explodes in her hand, releasing a concentration of energy. Ning is frightened and asks what is happening. Lung Yue, now floating, wonders whether that might be the power of an evolved being. To test her new abilities, she looks at a knife stuck in an apple, and, with a simple movement, pulls the knife directly into her hand. Ning asks how she managed to do that and whether it could be the effect of the crystal. Lung Ye continues testing her new strength, and when she throws the knife at the roof, she nearly cracks it. She explains that it was a gift from the boss, and that using just one of those crystals could make them evolve instantly. In this way, to deal with the apocalyptic impact, they can now protect themselves. On the Miaoyan app, a hero starts a live broadcast and asks for everyone's attention, as he is about to announce explosive news. He says that the hero called Chenchu, who recently appeared on the internet, needs to be exposed, claiming that he will reveal the great lie that the so-called extraordinary hero is, in fact, merely propped up by special effects. As soon as Guan sees this, he tries to call the protagonist, but his phone is turned off. Irritated, he starts shouting that Alexander from Country Y is directly provoking them. He goes to the protagonist's company, but Ning apologizes, explaining that the boss has not been coming to the company in recent days because he had informed them that he was in seclusion for meditation, preparing for the doomsday impact. Guan remains irritated, slams the table, and asks whether she is joking with him, saying that it makes no sense for the protagonist to be meditating at a time like this. A bit frightened, she confirms that it is true, because her boss has always liked to do things his own way, and if there is something important, he will simply do it without notifying anyone in advance. The captain asked her to inform the protagonist that Alexander from Country Y is doing a live broadcast exposing supposedly fake evolved beings, claiming to unmask those who only put up a facade. He has already taken down more than 100 people, and at the moment, the protagonist is the face of their country. If he does not appear to respond to the provocation, the country will lose morale in international public opinion and be seen as having a deceitful image. Moreover, in the midst of the doomsday crisis, if they lose the support of the people, the consequences would be unimaginable. Suddenly, the protagonist appears, saying that if he wants a fight, he just needs to set a time, and that if Alexander does not have money for the plane ticket, he can send the bill because he will make the transfer. The captain is stunned by the protagonist's appearance, as he can barely recognize him. Chenchu has long hair and explains that there are still a few days left before the doomsday impact, so it was time to update his online image. 10 minutes earlier, at the protagonist's house, Xian was there to deliver food. Shixi answers the door to receive the order. Xian asks whether her brother is still in seclusion. Shixi replies that he still has not woken up and says goodbye as she goes back inside. Xian cannot understand why evolved beings enter seclusion, since it resembles the cultivation methods from novels. However, she does not care about the training method, as long as the person she likes becomes stronger. Tianrui also appears there and greets her. Xian asks whether he came to see Chenchu, and he is surprised to learn that she also did not manage to see him. Xian tells Tianrui not to disturb her future husband because he is still in seclusion. Suddenly, a huge explosion occurs inside the house, releasing a terrifying amount of energy. Tianrui asks what is happening, while a child asks their mother to film it, saying that an immortal has appeared there. Chenchu stands at the center of that energy and his body seems different. Tianrui questions whether he has really ascended to immortality. Xian looks at Chenchu and realizes that he truly has achieved immortality, and because of that, even begins to feel the desire to become a mother. The protagonist continues rising, wrapped in a wonderful sensation of rebirth, feeling incredible. The system notifies that the sword lizard has evolved into the ancient obsidian annihilation dragon and acquired the Emperor gene, allowing him to steal gene fragments from defeated monsters. Realizing that his power has increased drastically, he decides to test his new body after completing the transformation. Back in the present, inside the office, Guan warns him that Alexander is a major star in the International Alliance of Evolved Beings, and that if the protagonist does nothing in response to the accusations, the Office of Special Affairs will lose international credibility. Chen Chu tells Guan not to worry, saying that this is just a minor matter. The captain starts to smile when he sees how confident the protagonist is, believing that there will be no problems. Therefore, he decides to issue a formal letter of challenge to Country Y in the name of the Secretariat of Special Affairs. However, he emphasizes that, in the face of the doomsday crisis, international relations are as fragile as paper, and that the protagonist must win this fight in a beautiful way, not a disgraceful one. Chen Chu asks whether he really needs to consider international relations, since that would be the hardest part, more difficult than simply defeating that idiot, and even though he understands, he asks whether they could not go a little easier on him in the arena of Country Y. In the arena, on the territory of Country Y, Alexander, the Sword Saint, has gathered thousands of people and through the live broadcast, raises his sword, calling the protagonist a special effects hero from Country Z, and saying that he will expose his true face to the entire world. The broadcast attracts more and more viewers, but the big screen still shows nothing. Alexander begins to laugh, asking whether he's afraid to accept the challenge, saying that he did not expect the strongest creature of Country Z to be so incompetent. A few hours earlier, the protagonist had asked whether the challenge would be held in Country Y the next morning. Guan explains that they have only 6 hours to get there, traveling roughly 10,000 kilometers, and that a crucial factor in determining the strength of an evolved being is speed level. Apparently, Alexander's plan is to test the protagonist's speed and endurance in this way, exposing the reality in front of everyone. The protagonist agrees, acknowledging that this is a very shrewd strategy, because if he fails to arrive on time, he will be successfully exposed. The captain explains that the Department of Special Affairs will provide him with a dedicated aircraft, and that a fighter jet can reach Mach 2, and that, including aerial refueling time, they could get him there in at most 5 hours. Guan asks the protagonist to trust their mobilization capabilities, but Chen Chu refuses, saying that 5 hours is still too long. The captain shouts that this is the Department of Special Affairs and that he cannot cause trouble, but the protagonist simply shoots off, flying away like a bolt of light. Guan had already expected this, because the stronger they become, the more uncontrollable they end up being. While flying over the country, he notices an intense fluctuation of energy in City M. He heads toward the central bank building and notices that a shootout is taking place. Before taking any action, he uses observation hockey to assess the situation and realizes that it is just a bank robbery, so he ignores it, since for him something like that is merely a waste of time. One of the bandits looks out the window, notices that the protagonist has already left, and shouts that everything is fine now, because all evolved beings have been sent to guard the apocalypse portal, and now, no one can stop them from stealing the money. After grabbing everything they wanted, they start running, using a barrier to protect themselves. The police realize that pistols are useless against those evolved beings, and request heavier weapons from command. The bandits keep running, using their powers to create a barrier that blocks all bullets. However, one of them notices something and stops, asking what that is. A beam of purple energy is floating in the sky, and the bandit realizes that an evolved being from the past is there. Chen Chu descends to the ground in front of them, creating a huge shockwave. He comments that he really did not want to get involved, but that he can consider this as just a warm-up. Desperate, the bandits drop the bags of money and try to shoot at him, but his body is already so refined that the bullets have no effect whatsoever. Chen Chu asks if that is all they can do, and without moving a single muscle, affects the bandits, causing them to fall to the ground vomiting. Another bandit steps out of the car with a slightly stronger aura, saying that the protagonist incapacitated his subordinates with just a glance, which shows that he is a very capable evolved being. However, unfortunately, the protagonist chose the wrong opponent, because he is also an evolved being and possesses the ability to manipulate metal, turning any metal into a sharp spear. After creating several spears, he uses them all to attack, but the protagonist's speed is so high that he appears behind the bandit as if he had teleported. He says that in his next life, the bandit should use his abilities for something productive, and delivers a blow that slams him into the ground. Reporters film the entire scene and publish the story, saying that a mysterious evolved being instantly resolved a hostage crisis. People watching the footage wonder whether he flew there on his own and comment that such speed is astonishing. Some people recognize the protagonist and question whether he was not supposed to participate in a fight in Country Y, asking how he ended up in Country M, and the only explanation is that he can move at speeds above supersonic. Meanwhile, in the arena, the Sword Saint was still waiting, and only 30 seconds remained before the protagonist's time limit expired. Laughing, he apologizes to all viewers, saying that the live broadcast would have to end, since the evolved being Chenchu was in fact a useless person who did not even dare to accept a challenge. However, when 17 seconds remained, he notices a bolt of lightning approaching, and a massive explosion occurs in the arena. Alexander asks what that is and comments whether he could not have used the main entrance. Holding food in his hand, the protagonist apologizes for the detour, but says that he finally had the chance to make a business trip, so he needed to try the local specialties. The Sword Saint asks whether he really is Chenchu. While eating and dressed as if he had just woken up, the protagonist replies that he is the one and only. Alexander asks whether he really came to a fight in pajamas, saying that this looks nothing like a master. Chenchu does not understand what the problem is. Meanwhile, the captain tries to make contact because he had forgotten to warn the protagonist that all of this was being broadcast live, and with him dressed like that, they have just lost international credibility. And next time he needs to make it very clear that that brat must take better care of his international image. Chenchu looks at his phone and sees that it is the Department of Special Affairs calling. He asks the Sword Saint not to rush, saying that he will just take the call and be back in 5 minutes. Alexander becomes irritated because that kid is answering the phone right in front of him while the entire world is watching the live broadcast, which shows that he is completely ignoring all the spectators. While talking on the phone, Chenchu tells the captain not to worry, stating that he will go easy on his opponent. The Sword Saint hears this and takes it as a direct insult to his strength. Chenchu hangs up and apologizes for the delay. Alexander replies that it does not matter because he will lose anyway, and that it does not matter whether he is well-dressed or poorly dressed, since in a few minutes he will be covered in dirt and that today he will be completely exposed. The audience goes wild, glorifying the Sword Saint, who moves forward to attack, but Chenchu asks him to wait a little longer. Alexander, already furious, shouts, asking what the hell he is doing now. Chenchu asks whether that sword is powered by electricity. Alexander asks if he is scared, but the protagonist replies that he just wants to help him, because if he uses electricity, it will backfire on himself. The Sword Saint retorts that the protagonist has his limits, because even ordinary people know that to cause a negative reaction between attributes, one would need at least 100 times the strength of the attacking user's attribute, in addition to a similar attribute. Chenchu says that he does not know all those theories, but that his observation haki is warning him that if Alexander attacks with that sword, he will not suffer any damage at all, but Alexander will die. The word die makes Alexander feel a bit uneasy, but he soon starts laughing, asking whether the protagonist has any idea of the fool's role he is playing at that very moment. Without believing him, he uses the electrified sword to attack, saying that he will not give Chenchu any more chances to keep spouting nonsense. The protagonist simply watches the attack coming toward him, and a huge explosion erupts in the arena. Alexander collapses unconscious on the ground, and everyone is alarmed as the medical team rushes into the arena. However, he manages to wake up, raises his arm, and with great difficulty begins to stand, saying that he made a small mistake, since that sword short-circuited, and asks for another one. A new sword appears in his hand, and he admits that he wasted a good weapon, but states that as the Sword Saint, he has many other excellent swords. He declares that now it is time to demonstrate the power of his great fire-attributed sword. Chenchu once again asks him to wait, but Alexander ignores him, saying that this time he will split him in half. The attack is repelled, the sword shatters into many pieces, and the Sword Saint is thrown backward once again. The people watching begin to question whether the Sword Saint is nothing more than a clown in that circus. Chenchu comments that he was just about to warn him that the fire attribute was also not a good choice and that he should switch. Alexander stands up once more, complaining that his consciousness is becoming hazy because he just struck something far too hard. He grabs 2 new swords and says that the protagonist is making a fool of him in his own territory, and that even if Chenchu has an advantage because of some strange attribute, it no longer matters, because this time he will use a large sword with no attributes and cut him into pieces. At that moment, Chenchu receives another call and once again asks him to wait. Alexander asks whether they are ever actually going to fight. Chenchu answers the Department of Special Affairs and explains that he did not attack the Sword Saint of his own will, therefore he should not bear the blame. The department scolds him, and the protagonist replies that he understands what they mean about international image, but emphasizes that it was the opponent who started everything, and that he is trying to smash his head against a brick wall, something he cannot prevent. The Sword Saint realizes that he is being humiliated and starts attacking furiously, saying that he no longer cares about international image and just wants to eliminate him. Chen Chu simply dodges all the attacks while continuing to speak on the phone, informing the department that his opponent is not prioritizing international image by attacking someone who had no intention of fighting back. He adds that he has already given enough room and asks whether he can now retaliate. Stopping on top of Alexander's sword, he tells the department that he understands and knows his limits. The Sword Saint asks what he is talking about and whether he is really going to belittle him. The protagonist replies that he is just waiting for the right opportunity. The earlier footage reaches the audience, showing that Chen Chu resolved a terrorist crisis in Country M. The report states that, at that very moment, the protagonist was on his way to the duel against the Sword Saint, who claimed to be exposing fakes. The audience begins to grow confused, asking whether it was the same person, because someone of that level could hardly be a fraud. The protagonist finally finds his opportunity and emphasizes that the true heroes are now working tirelessly to fight against the tide of the apocalypse, confronting the chaos engulfing the entire world. Meanwhile, the false hero, under the pretext of exposing imposters, is there acting like a clown, constantly creating conflicts just to attract attention. He then throws a question to everyone present and to those watching online: who truly deserves to be exposed? Chen Chu looks at the Sword Saint and asks whether, after exposing so many evolved beings, he himself is not the one whose power level is the most inflated. The crowd begins shouting that the Sword Saint is the real fraud. Alexander starts to lose control and yells that the imposter and the clown is clearly the protagonist, but Chen Chu loses his patience and, using only a single finger, wins the fight, leaving the Sword Saint unconscious on the ground. He answers the phone and informs the department that everything has been taken care of and that he is now heading back. He also states that the apocalypse should not be treated like a live broadcast, because the apocalypse is a bloody reality. Yet, ironically, some people use lenses and cameras solely to chase fame. Therefore, he leaves everyone with a question to reflect on. When the shadow of the apocalypse covers the entire world, who should be the true hero? To reinforce this, he mentions those ordinary people in the ruins, where monsters spread unchecked, who silently deliver supplies to the elderly and children, blocking shelters with their own flesh and blood. They may never receive a single like, but it is these nameless individuals who work tirelessly to protect the last spark of civilization. Their qualification as heroes has never been defined by any combat power ranking. So with what authority would anyone have the right to expose such people? The audience is left in shock. Some begin to cry, saying that those words were heavier than the weight of the universe and that this was exactly what one would expect from a true hero. The captain stares at the phone, trying to understand the meaning behind it all. Kolsa asks whether they are truly preparing to let everyone evolve, but points out that if it were easy to make people evolve, there would be no need to implement the ARC project. This project, called the Pure Earth Project, had been in preparation for more than a decade. Katarina questions whether they truly possess such capability, since simply using it would ease the pressure on the apocalypse battlefield. Kolsa explains that the inferior evolution crystals produced by the Pure Earth Project would only turn ordinary people into cannon fodder. Even so, he states that the time has finally come to verify who is right, because the more living people willing to enter the battlefield, the greater the attraction for monsters, which is beneficial to their strategy, as they need to unite forces to survive and weaken these apocalyptic-scale creatures. Katarina adds that if they succeed, they will possess an arc to survive the apocalypse, and by taking advantage of the special shockwave and the loosening of the apocalypse portal, they will have 2 arcs to get through it all. Kolsa asks what she means by that, and Katarina explains that they have also detected a massive signal of primordial energy within their borders. When they look at the screen, they see the protagonist's broadcast, whose estimated magnitude is at an apocalyptic level. That boy is exactly at the scene where the Sword Saint was pretending to expose everything to the world. Katarina cannot understand how primordial power emanating from a monster could manifest in an evolved human, and according to the data, the person who appeared at that scene should have been nothing more than a clone. Kolsa then understands why the Sword Saint lost so humiliatingly, because that boy is not human, and if he is not human, then everything makes sense. Katarina states that the main body must be moving near the Atlantic, and that accidents with casualties are inevitable, and she says that if Kolsa manages to detect the target again, he must eliminate it at all costs, even if that means using tactical nuclear missiles. Chen Chu was already above the ocean, accompanying his pet, when Leng Yue calls him to say that they have already arrived. The protagonist tells her to come in, as they will meet later in the backyard of his house. He accelerates even more, slicing through the sky until he reaches the backyard. Ning, excited, greets him, saying that she heard his cultivation has already ended and asks how his hair grew so long, becoming even more infatuated as she wonders what she should do now. The protagonist explains that his cultivation yielded results, and that is why his hair grew naturally. Ning looks at him in surprise and asks whether cultivation can really make hair grow. Chen Chu calmly confirms. He then congratulates Leng Yue on becoming an evolved servant. Hui Hui is surprised since she did not know about it and asks when she became an evolved being and what abilities she awakened. Leng Yue explains that she is not very sure herself what happened because she accidentally broke the protagonist's scarlet crystal and then successfully evolved. She looks at the knife on the table and demonstrates her powers again, pulling the blade directly into her hand. The protagonist steps closer and comments that it seems she possesses weapon manipulation. Leng Yue asks what kind of ability that is. Chen Chu says that he encountered someone with a similar ability the day before and explains that anything she identifies as a weapon can be freely controlled, and that this ability can also amplify its power up to a certain extent. He adds that the evolved being he met earlier could only manipulate metal, or more precisely, seemed to control iron atoms. Leng Yue remarks that even so, it still seems weak, because although it is stronger than ordinary people, it is far inferior to transcendent beings who command ice, fire, or lightning. On the battlefield, where evolved beings exchange long-range energy attacks, manipulating only a small knife does not seem practical. The protagonist analyzes the situation and realizes that moments earlier, when the fruit knife flew over, it was not controlled by psychic power or telekinesis, nor was there any electromagnetic fluctuation. It simply appeared out of nowhere. Moreover, when Leng Yue wielded the knife, he sensed a power similar to the blade sharpening attribute enhancement of the Sovereign, amplifying the knife's strength by roughly 100 times. He explains that the instability occurs because the manipulated object is unsuitable, and that this is not her fault since there were only ordinary knives there. However, if she were to wield an indestructible longsword or even a transcendent weapon, her manipulation ability would allow for an instantaneous leap in power. Chen Chu then takes out his sword and drives it into the ground. The amount of power accumulated in the blade is so immense that everyone around feels the pressure, and even the ground begins to crack. The girls are stunned when they see the boss's weapon, which emanates an oppressive and crushing aura. Chen Chu explains to Leng Yue that if her ability can control that sword of the Lord of Heaven, her strength will leap to another level. He emphasizes that blade abilities are directly tied to the level of the weapon. The more powerful the weapon, the greater the power it can draw out. Ning begins to tremble in fear and comments that the weapon is far too terrifying. Chen Chu replies that this is only natural, because the souls beneath the Sovereign's blade are countless, and even when stationary, the murderous intent it disperses already carries the aura of a king. Leng Yue thinks that this is exactly what she would expect from the boss's weapon, since even at rest it already displays overwhelming power. With her body trembling, she approaches and tries to grasp it, but the moment she touches it, she feels something extremely strange and immediately lets go, seeing that her hand has been injured. She asks how the protagonist can wield such a sword so naturally. Even so, she keeps trying, forcing herself to grip the blade. Her skin and clothes begin to tear, but she persists until she finally pulls it out of the ground. At that moment, she realizes that upon wielding the sword, her power seems to have instantly risen by an entire level. The protagonist asks whether she wants to try swinging it. Leng Yue hesitates, asking if she really can, and he confirms. She concentrates, tries to feel the blade, and executes her first swing, startling the other two girls, but the pressure of the sword is still far too great, causing her to drop to her knees immediately afterward. The sword falls to the ground and Leng Yue apologizes to the boss, saying that she still cannot handle it because the weapon's power is too overwhelming. Chen Chu says that she did very well, because even a single swing like that would be enough to cause a devastating effect on the world. He asks her to look ahead and shows that, with that simple strike, she sliced an entire house cleanly in half. Shocked by the result, Leng Yue asks whether that is real. The protagonist confirms it, but emphasizes that she still needs more control and that, for that, the weapon she uses must be transcendent and more suitable. However, that is a conversation for another time, and now he says he will treat everyone to a grand lunch. After lunch, Leng Yue will accompany him alone. She asks what he means by that, and Chen Chu explains that they will go to the Department of Special Affairs so he can obtain a transcendent weapon from the captain. Meanwhile, the global defense system issues an alert stating that source energy reactions have been detected, and that the rift of Doomsday Portal number 2 is expanding to a critical point. The leading segments of the target have already visibly breached the barrier, and the estimated time for complete passage is 120 seconds. Strategically positioned war constellations begin opening fire, destroying everything ahead. The report indicates that the leading parts of the monster were struck by heavy artillery, but even so, it could not be stopped, and continues crossing the Doomsday Portal. The estimated time for complete passage drops to 90 seconds, and monsters begin to emerge, with half their bodies already outside the portal. With just a single glance, one of the helicopters starts to fall, and an analyst reports that the armed helicopters have lost power for unknown reasons. Apparently, an energy field capable of cutting off energy supply has been deployed. Katarina is stunned by the monster's strength, recognizing it as a monarch-level ancestor. She orders the immediate cessation of conventional tactical weapons and demands the deployment of static nuclear warheads. A young man tries to warn her that soldiers are still on the front line, but as a colonel, she simply asserts her authority and orders him to carry out her command without question. The nuclear missile is launched, but the monster manages to disable it midair. Kolsa suddenly appears and kicks the missile, sending it straight into the monster's mouth and triggering a massive explosion. Katarina watches in silence, thinking that ordinary people do not know this. But in truth, faced with doomsday portals across multiple countries, countless superweapons have already been used to kill monarch-level monsters. This is also why nations have managed to contain, for so many years, the countless monsters on the other side of the apocalypse gates. Throughout this time, whenever large-scale monster assaults occurred, king and monarch-level creatures appeared, and nuclear bombs, hydrogen bombs, and thermonuclear weapons were continuously used to suppress them, whether through large-scale devastation or targeted annihilation. The most powerful weapons at humanity's disposal have always been the best means of delaying the arrival of the apocalypse. However, she does not know how long this can truly prolong humanity's fate. It may last 3 months, 3 years, or even the next 30 years. No one really knows. After the monster's defeat, Katarina shouts that they must now do everything possible to recover the source energy within the creature's body, and that even if they have to endure radiation, they will be creating a new future for humanity. In this way, the deaths will ultimately become a glorious sacrifice for all humankind. Because everyone has boarded the same great ship, they will pass through this doomsday portal together and open a new home for humanity. This is the magnificent ARC project. Meanwhile, at the Special Affairs Bureau, the protagonist and his secretary had just arrived. Lung Yue asks if that is really the place where evolved beings are managed. Chen Chu says he is a friend of Director Guan, so they should be able to find a good weapon that suits her. Suddenly, a car stops in front of them and Qian Qian steps out, asking the protagonist who the woman beside him is. Chen Chu introduces Lung Yue, explaining that she is his secretary and also an evolved being who recently advanced. He then introduces Qian Qian to his secretary as well. Qian Qian looks at Lung Yue without saying anything. Lung Yue takes the initiative to greet her, and Qian Qian greets her back, thinking that her appearance is indeed better. The protagonist emphasizes that he does not want any kind of argument between them, since in the future they may be fighting together as a team. Shortly afterward, inside Guan's office, he remarks that the protagonist's battle truly boosted their image. Now everyone is saying that the evolved beings under their command are at the level of a great nation, and all of that is thanks to him. Chen Chu tells him to save all those compliments and thanks for later, because he is there for something else. The director asks what he needs at the moment. Chen Chu snaps his fingers and the two women walk in at the same time. The director greets Qian Qian and comments that the other woman's face looks somewhat familiar, as if he has seen her somewhere before. Lung Yue introduces herself, stating her name and that she is currently the protagonist's personal secretary. Guan is impressed and jokes that Chen Chu really knows how to enjoy himself, saying that if he has free time, he would like to learn a bit from him. However, the protagonist asks them to stop talking nonsense, since he is there to register the status of an evolved being. The director explains that there was no need for Chen Chu to come in person, since he already issued Miss Qian Qian's evolved being certificate. The protagonist says it is not about Qian Qian. Now his secretary is also an evolved being and needs to go through registration. Guan is startled and asks what is going on, and how his secretary also became an evolved being. Nevertheless, they head to the testing room on the 3rd floor. After completing all the tests, Guan states that she possesses strength equivalent to 3,300 kilograms. Her current speed is 51 meters per second. In addition, her physical aptitude is approximately equivalent to that of a 3-star lower-tier evolved being. However, he points out that these are not the most interesting data, since her transcendent power is very special. It does not act on the physical body, but instead enhances the cold weapons in her hands. Furthermore, the stronger the weapon, the greater the power she wields. In other words, her strength increases by 1 star due to the weapon's bonus. Theoretically, she has reached the standard of a 4-star evolved being. Qian Qian, who was observing everything from outside the room, feels slightly displeased, questioning whether that girl's overall strength is really not below her own. After everything is registered, Guan and Chen Chu return to the office. The director says that if it were only Qian Qian, it would be normal, but suddenly the protagonist has 2 evolved beings around him, both at 4-star level strength, and asks whether he is hiding some valuable and important information. Chen Chu says that since he is already sitting there, he will speak openly. He explains that it is true there is a method by which he can promote the evolution of ordinary humans, similar to the psionic crystals issued by the Special Affairs Department. The director is shocked and asks how he knows about those crystals the department has been distributing. The protagonist activates his observation hack and states that there is nothing in this world that can be hidden from him. However, he tells the director not to worry since he does not care about things like those crystals. What he really wants to talk about is something else. He takes a crystal into his hand and asks whether the director can recognize it. Guan senses a faint wave of corrupt energy and assumes it is a demonic crystal. Chenchu says he is correct and confirms that the crystal is indeed demonic. Slightly alarmed, the director steps back from the crystal and asks where the protagonist obtained it. Chenchu says he simply found it somewhere, asking whether the director truly does not believe him. Guan explains that it is not that he doubts him, but the protagonist should already know how much monstrous source energy is required to crystallize a demonic crystal the size of a grain of rice. Now imagine forging one the size of an egg like the one in front of them. Chenchu asks whether the director truly thinks that stone is precious. Guan replies that it is far more than precious. It is something that cannot be given a price. To be more honest, he explains that these psionic crystals issued by the Special Affairs Department are refined from demonic crystals. He states that the worlds beyond the 5 doomsday gates truly exist, and that demonic crystals are their most valuable resource. However, this is the first time he has seen a demonic crystal of such high purity, and because of that, the level of contamination is extremely high, to the point that even being near it is extremely dangerous. The protagonist explains that he still has many more of those crystals. However, the director asks him not to show anything else, since that item is considered dangerous contraband, and he does not want to ruin the agency because those precious minerals can not only accelerate the cultivation of transcendent powers, but also have many tactical uses, serving as materials for various prohibited weapons against powerful monsters. Therefore, he needs to ask once more in hopes for an honest answer. He questions where the protagonist is obtaining all those demonic crystals. Chenchu explains that he got them behind a small doomsday gate, and now it is up to the director to believe it or not. Guan begins to think that the protagonist's incredible growth speed is finally being explained. Chenchu says that, unfortunately, he ended up annihilating the entire doomsday world and consequently, the gate was also closed. But before doing all that, he managed to recover many red demonic crystals from that place. The director understands that it is not contraband since the protagonist obtained them honestly and asks what price he wants, because the department will certainly be willing to pay well. Chenchu starts laughing and tells the director that both of them know very well that, on the eve of the apocalypse, money is worth nothing. Guan asks what he has in mind. Chenchu replies that he wants the strongest weapons the Special Affairs Department possesses. He emphasizes that the director's bureau forms hero teams by pairing evolved beings with corresponding weapons, and the team he is about to form will also need to borrow from the department's armory. For that, he is willing to offer the demonic crystals he currently has, stressing that this is a trade and a very fair exchange. The director eventually agrees, and with that, they head to the testing room on the 3rd floor. Leng Yue holds a sword. Guan explains that the sword was forged from iron of a meteorite that fell from a collapsing apocalyptic world, and that compared to the Sovereign Saber, its size is just right for a girl to wield. He asks how it feels and explains that the equipment was just allocated from the Doomsday base. Leng Yue is impressed when she realizes that the sword is truly very light. The protagonist picks up a short sword and asks what is going on with it. Guan explains that the sword is called Qianlin. It was forged from the leftover meteorite iron used to create Yulong, and due to the limited materials, the blade is short, making it less useful in real combat. However, the protagonist senses something else. He faintly feels that the two swords share some kind of energy connection, perhaps because they were born from the same origin. Upon closer inspection, he realizes that Yulong and Qianlin have another connection. One stands in the light while the other stands in the darkness. After noticing this, he tells the director that he wants that sword, but the director is confused and asks whether the other one is not better. Chenchu tosses the sword, telling Leng Yue to hold it. The moment she grasps it, the two complement each other, and the protagonist states that not even the entire Special Affairs Department managed to discover the true use of that weapon. He explains that Yulong and Qianlin clearly release their maximum effectiveness when combined. Leng Yue confirms, saying she can clearly feel the two swords resonating. Guan is impressed by the protagonist's insight and says that since he discovered this, the Special Affairs Office will consider that he bought one and got the other for free. But the protagonist replies that he does not need that and will pay the equivalent cost with crystals, as long as the Special Affairs Department is willing to provide its best weapons. While looking around, the protagonist senses a powerful fire element aura coming from an accessory. As he approaches, he realizes that it is entangled in a layer of corrupted energy. Guan explains that the accessory called the Purple Luan Fire Wings is a support weapon. Using the fire wings alone cannot harm enemies, but it can enhance the user's fire abilities. It can even generate a pair of fire wings, temporarily granting the user the ability to fly. Chenchu tells him to wrap it up because he will take it as well. He asks Qianqian whether she truly possesses fire element abilities, and she says yes. However, when Guan realizes that the protagonist intends to give the item to his woman, he shouts that he will not allow it since that equipment is different from the others. He explains that because the accessory was obtained from a doomsday world, it still retains powerful corrupted energy, and ordinary evolved beings cannot use it until the corruption is removed. Chenchu snaps his fingers again, calling his daughter. Everyone in the room is startled, asking where that little girl came from. In the past, Chenchu regarded Shixi as a younger sister, but he noticed that now their relationship feels more like that of father and daughter, so he decided to treat her as his daughter. He tells everyone not to be surprised since Shixi is his daughter, and explains that she is immune to corrupted energy. Moreover, she can feed on corruption. In an instant, Shixi consumes all the corrupted energy and says she is satisfied now. The director no longer knows what the limits of the protagonist's power and influence are since the Special Affairs Department's Research Institute spent $500 million to build a pollution removal device, and it is not as effective as the little girl standing beside Chenchu. This makes him wonder what else Chenchu is hiding or even capable of doing. After all the corrupted energy is removed, Qianqian puts the accessory on her wrist, enchanted by its beauty. Chenchu is also pleased and praises her, saying the bracelet perfectly matches her natural beauty. However, the bracelet's effect finally activates. Qianqian cries out, saying it hurts and is becoming extremely hot. Guan rushes toward her, shouting that this is very bad, since her level is too low and she will not be able to control such high-level fire element power, urging her to remove the bracelet immediately. However, Chenchu says she can do it, telling her to use all her power to tame this wild beast. Qianqian hears her master's voice and does everything she can to restrain the advancing flames. A fire response team approaches, saying they must save the people first, but Guan tells them everything is under control and orders them to stand down. The protagonist continues speaking to Qianqian and explains that her body has an affinity with fire. Not only can it not be burned by the flames, but it can also be healed by them. The voice of the man she loves echoes within her, drawing the will of fire toward her. The fire begins to obey and retreats. The fire wings appear, giving her an angelic appearance. Qianqian grows confident and says she has managed to adapt to her new power. The director observes the situation and realizes how strong she truly is. Moreover, he understands that everyone around Chenchu is extraordinary, since he never imagined that a 4-star evolved being could wield 6-star equipment. After settling everything, the protagonist leaves the department with his women. He says that from now on, they will be his direct subordinates. Rongya, who was outside, senses their presence and watches them. Chenchu continues, saying that those two are now the first members of the Transcendent Squad. Rongya hears this and wonders what the Transcendent Squad is. Irritated, she also questions why those two women are standing so close to the protagonist. Suddenly, Lunzi appears beside her and asks what she is looking at. However, she is clearly furious, saying that she is part of the hero squad, but apparently they are just a bunch of losers. Lunzi is a little startled and asks whether she had a bad morning. Wu Yimei says that Lunzi is truly an idiot and explains that she is like this because Chenchu just left the place. Meanwhile, elsewhere, some people notice purple clouds gathering in the sky. At a certain doomsday base, all warning signals are triggered. The doomsday tide has just begun. Everyone starts running as fast as possible in an attempt to save their lives. Inside the Hero Squad hall, Wu Yimei watches the news on TV, though what she is really searching for is her favorite superhero cartoon. Annoyed that she cannot watch what she wants, she turns off the television and points out that the news says that once the doomsday tide begins, ordinary people must stay at home. However, the government cannot even manage to broadcast the TV signal she likes, so how are ordinary people supposed to endure this? Pan Hao walks into the room and says they are the hero squad, so they must immediately head out into the streets to protect the citizens, and she should stop worrying about useless things like a cartoon. The director also enters the room and asks if they are ready. Everyone is surprised, and he emphasizes that now is the time to show their true worth. He explains that this time, with the Doomsday Tide, not only have the main Doomsday Gates become active, but secondary gates have also appeared in various regions. Therefore, not only are there numerous monsters, but their forms are varied and their emergence locations are not fixed. For that reason, the few evolved beings who have recently reached the 4-star level must deal with ordinary invasions of 3-star monsters, which should be more than enough for them. According to the information, a very small number of 4-star monsters have appeared on the streets. They are currently causing widespread destruction and are extremely dangerous. Zongwen tells Guan that even the weakest member of the squad, Lunzi, has reached the early 4-star level, so now they can handle 4-star monsters without any problems. Lunzi feels a bit embarrassed and asks his captain not to say such things. The director explains that their strength is not the issue since they are all promising talents he personally cultivated. However, what he truly wants is for them to use this apocalyptic tide to further temper and enhance their strength and abilities so that they can reach the 5-star level. Everyone stands up excitedly, saying they understand and will not fail their master's expectations. Rongya asks whether Chenchu agreed to help. Guan replies that the protagonist most likely will. Meanwhile, at Chenchu's house, a little girl rings the doorbell. He had been observing his two subordinates as they trained and thinks that, apparently, they are managing to calibrate their equipment and abilities without problems. His daughter tells him that a girl is calling at the front door. When he answers, the girl is amazed to see that he really is Chenchu. The protagonist recognizes her and asks whether she is the one from the 8-headed serpent sect. The girl says yes and explains that her name is Inaba Yuko, though within the organization she goes by Inari. Chenchu recalls that she is the fox goddess with the ability to analyze information. She calls him Lord and thanks him for saving her life in the past, explaining that after she returned, she tried to learn more about him, but did not expect him to be considered a celebrity there. So she quickly conducted a search and found his address. Chenchu realizes that he can no longer hide his identity. However, he asks why she is there and whether she needs help with something. Yuko explains that she has come seeking refuge. He quickly understands the situation and brings her inside, explaining everything to his companions and introducing her, saying her name is Inaba Yuko and that he saved her while dealing with some trouble on the island. In addition, she said she had no money to eat at home, so she came there seeking shelter. The two women feel a little awkward, thinking that the girl might just be taking advantage of the situation. However, Yuko decides to demonstrate some of her abilities and after putting on her mask, says she can see that Qianqian is a fire element controller currently in the middle stage of 4 stars. Leng Yue is a 3-star weapon controller, but with a weapon in hand, her power can reach 4 stars. The protagonist praises her, saying the precision of her information-gathering abilities is impressive. Moreover, he states that the Extraordinary Girls Squad needs an intelligence specialist. Yuko laughs and says that in front of Lord Chenchu, the divine oracle she possesses is nothing more than child's play. Qianqian remains jealous, thinking that the girl only knows how to flatter. However, she still does not seem fully developed, so she poses no real competition compared to a mature woman. Chenchu tells them that this will be their first mission as a 3-person team. He states that now that they have Yuko as part of the team, serving as their intelligence officer, they will definitely overcome the apocalyptic tide safely. Qianqian is surprised and asks whether he truly does not plan to stay and help with the monster invasion. Chenchu explains that he has a more important mission to fulfill now. Shixi appears and says the door is open. Leng Yue points out that the two of them have just evolved, so how could they possibly take on such a difficult task? Chenchu rebukes her, saying there are now 3 people in that group, which is already enough to save the entire world, and asks her to believe in their abilities and strength. Yuko smiles at the two of them and asks them to guide her as older sisters. A massive explosion erupts at the popular mall and people begin to panic, asking what that is, until one of them realizes it is a monster and screams for everyone to run immediately. The soldiers, aware of their duty, shout that no matter what happens, they must hold the front line, but as soon as the monster appears, one of them asks what that thing is. It is the terror demon. Even when facing such a creature, the soldiers step in front of the civilians and open full fire, but after several shots, they realize their weapons are useless against it. The terror demon prepares to attack and fires projectiles at the soldiers. Lunzi arrives just in time and activates his spiritual shield, protecting everyone. He tells the soldiers to fall back and help evacuate the civilians, saying the hero squad will handle the monster. The soldiers recognize that this is the hero squad from the Special Affairs Department and feel relieved, saying they will leave it to them. Zongwen uses his instruments to check the pollution levels and notices that the index is high, which means a secondary doomsday gate must be nearby. He informs the Special Affairs Department that the terror demon has been found near the popular mall and that its strength is approximately 4 stars. He relays orders to the rest of the team, stating that the mission is to eliminate the monster and close the secondary doomsday gate. Pan Hao, eager to test his strength, charges at the monster and attempts to attack, but the creature blocks the strike with ease. Pan Hao realizes the monster's defense is so strong that his spiritual spear cannot pierce its skin. The terror demon throws him back as if he weighs nothing, but Zongwen uses spiritual fabric to cushion his teammate's fall. Wu Yimei looks down as she was about to fire one of her shots, and at the last second he manages to move out of the way and her bullet hits the terror demon directly. Although the monster remains standing, Panhao can tell that her rifle was able to penetrate its defense. Wu Yimei grows excited and says they need to pierce the terror demon's weak point once and for all. She tries to fire again, but this time, the terror demon blocks the shot with its hand, deflecting the bullet into a nearby building. Panhao warns that any damage to public property will be deducted from their salaries. Irritated, she tells him to stop talking nonsense, since she was clearly aiming at the terror demon's weak point. Zhongwen orders the two to stop arguing and explains that the monster appears to have some kind of special deflection ability, which makes weapons that rely on precise trajectories ineffective against it. Wu Yimei thinks that if that is the case, they simply need to create many imprecise trajectories at once. The monster probably will not have time to deflect all of them, so at least one will hit. Zhongwen reprimands her, saying she must follow his commands since he is the captain. He also reminds her that the director scolded them last time because their coordination was terrible, with everyone acting independently. Therefore, he orders her not to launch any large-scale attacks until the terror demon's true weak point is confirmed. Wu Yimei says that is easy to solve. Lunzi just needs to draw the terror demon's attention, and she will find a way to hit it. And even if one shot does not bring it down, she can fire again. The captain tells Rongya to provide cover for Wu Yimei, so she can attempt to strike the weak point. He also explains that the monster's weak point appears to be the back of its neck, and that a close-range explosion should damage its core. Rongya prepares for combat and says she understands. Zhongwen continues explaining the plan and tells Panhao and Lunzi to draw the monster's attention from the front, while he will use his spiritual power to try to control the terror demon and restrict its movements. He then gives the order to begin. The monster charges forward as well, but the captain manages to pin it to the ground, temporarily controlling its movements. He explains that his spiritual threads can materialize into anything. However, even while unable to move, the monster can still attack at long range, once again firing projectiles at the hero squad. They manage to dodge and block the blows. Panhao seizes the opening and rushes in, hurling his spear toward the monster's face, but the creature catches it with its bare hands. Panhao shouts for Lunzi to act. Lunzi sprints forward excitedly as he has been waiting to use that move for some time. Forming a shield on his arm, he leaps and uses the momentum to drive the spear with full force into his opponent. The monster is severely wounded, and they wonder if that truly worked. However, the terror demon simply begins pulling the spear out of its own body. Zhongwen is shocked, questioning whether the monster's head was not its weak point. Wu Yimei launches a full-force attack using her spiritual explosion, but the captain shouts for her not to aim at the head, since that is not the weak point. Unfortunately, the warning comes too late. She fires, hits the monster's head, and destroys the spiritual spear. Wu Yimei arrogantly declares that the battle is over and that, at critical moments, they need to learn to trust her more. Zhongwen desperately yells for her to get away from the terror demon immediately. However, with her guard down and believing the fight has ended, she cannot react in time. Rongya tries to save her teammate, but unfortunately her shield is not strong enough. The monster's attack pierces through and strikes her body as the creature grabs her. The hero squad begins to collapse. Lunzi loses control, overwhelmed by his emotions, shouting at the monster and demanding how it dares to hurt Rongya. Releasing all his power, he charges in to save her, but the terror demon simply hurls Rongya at him, knocking them both down at once. The captain realizes that if they crash directly into the ground, the impact could seriously injure them, so he uses his abilities to catch them. However, this causes the bindings restraining the monster to weaken and start to vanish. Wu Yimei, traumatized by the thought that she injured her teammate and that it is all her fault, stands frozen. The captain shouts, asking what she's doing just standing there. Seeing that she is not in a condition to think clearly, he tells Panhao to get her out of there and leave the terror demon to him. However, Panhao is without his spiritual spear since Wu Yimei destroyed it with her attack, and lacking any confidence, he says that without his spear he would die if he advanced now, so he is sorry but cannot do anything. Zhongwen feels disappointed, thinking that the hero squad faced only a single high-level 4-star monster and has already completely lost morale. Since he can no longer rely on any team member, he decides to act himself. He reflects that if it were merely a difference in strength, they could have compensated with teamwork, but when a fighter loses the will to fight, it becomes truly impossible to do anything. He remembers the director reprimanding him, saying that although he is responsible for coordinating and identifying the enemy's weaknesses, he stood still at a critical moment and did nothing. He must remember that he is not only the team's brain, but also a warrior, and that if he continues seeing himself only as an observer, his companions will sacrifice themselves in vain. Seeing the same situation repeat before his eyes, he does not hesitate. He realizes he has always remained in the rear, giving orders from a safe distance, while his teammates risk their lives on the front line, and that, in truth, this is his abandonment of duty as captain. The terror demon prepares to deliver the final blow, but is suddenly stopped. Zongwen grabs the creature's arm and declares that it is not the only one capable of combat abilities, and that now, as a member of the hero squad, he will face it. Channeling all his strength into his fist, he unleashes a powerful strike that sends the monster flying upward. Thanks to his spiritual threads, he can concentrate his energy into a specific limb, multiplying that part's strength many times over. Shifting the force to his leg, he leaps into the air and then forms a massive axe, striking the monster with full force. The monster remains on the ground for a few seconds, and the captain wonders if he finally managed to pierce the terror demon's armor. However, the creature rises again, and he realizes that not only did he fail to break through the armor, but the shell that was about to crack is regenerating. The terror demon forms blades along its arms and charges at him. Zongwen does not lose confidence and braces himself, thinking he needs to unleash an even stronger attack. He binds the monster once more with his threads and rushes forward with a barrage of strikes, knocking it backward. Noticing that his blows are now slightly more effective, he presses the assault. The terror demon attempts to drive him back, firing countless projectiles around him. But through this exchange, Zongwen finally identifies the true weak point: the heart. He understands that if he retreats now, they will lose their only chance to defeat the creature, so no matter what happens, he cannot take a single step back. If they falter, they will fall into the abyss. Now is the moment to prove why he is the captain of this team. Either he returns alive with glory, or he does not return at all. With unwavering resolve, he lands a decisive strike, bringing the battle to an end. Wounded and utterly drained from exhausting his power, he believes he has finally succeeded. Yet his moment of triumph does not last even a second. Wu Yimei runs toward him, screaming for him to look ahead. When he does, he sees that several more monsters have appeared. Despair grips him as he wonders what cruel joke fate is playing on them. They are completely lost. The captain is injured and exhausted. Pan Hao has lost both his weapon and his will to fight. Wu Yimei is still in shock. Rongjia is gravely wounded, and Lunzi has not returned to formation. Pan Hao drops to his knees, shouting that they are still too weak. Even after reaching 4-star strength to face a monster 1 star above them, they paid a terrible price. And now, with so many 5-star monsters present, it is essentially impossible to do anything. The captain understands that the burden of intelligence is always knowing what must be done. He orders the others to leave and take Rongjia and Lunzi with them. Even as unbearable pain courses through him, as if every bone in his body were shattered, he gathers the last of his strength and says that the Special Affairs Department must still have the power to protect them and overcome this doomsday. They must treat this day as a lesson and grow stronger in the future. Wu Yimei tries to stop him, saying they cannot abandon him, but Zongwen shouts that they are weak and cannot do anything, so they must not sacrifice themselves in vain. Before they can finish arguing, one of the monsters approaches unnoticed and grabs the captain by the head. Even in the face of death, he continues trying to save his team, declaring that they must always be responsible for their companions, that this is the highest principle the Bureau taught them. The only rule is to enter the battlefield alive and leave it alive. He screams for everyone to retreat immediately. Chenchu's voice cuts in, asking why they need to retreat. The mere pressure of his presence forces the monster to release the captain. He says it is too early for the captain to be shouting for withdrawal. All the monsters instinctively step back for a moment. Pan Hao wonders if that truly is the protagonist. Even knowing Chenchu is an ally, Wu Yimei trembles under the overwhelming aura radiating from him. The captain mutters that he always ends up meeting the person he dislikes most. Yet in the end he feels relieved, because now everyone will be saved. Chenchu steps forward and tells the monsters that their target is now him. He observes that they are merely 5-star creatures, so there is no need to summon the Heavenly Overlord Blade. He will send them all back to hell with his own hands. Pan Hao asks if he has gone mad trying to fight them barehanded, but in truth Chenchu does not even need his whole hand, just a finger is enough. With a single flick, he pulverizes half the body of a 5-star monster, remarking that it is far too weak to be considered a challenge. He then tells the remaining monsters that he is in a bit of a hurry and invites them all to come at him at once. Pan Hao cannot believe how strong the protagonist is. He defeated a 5-star terror demon with nothing more than a flick of his finger, something that a team of 5 4-star fighters could not accomplish, even working together. Wu Yimei tells Pan Hao to stop gawking at Chenchu and help save the injured. Even the remaining terror demons are terrified, afraid to charge at someone as powerful as the protagonist. Chenchu smiles, saying that apparently even monsters fear the true boogeyman, and if that is the case, then he will advance himself and show them who the real predator is. However, his speed is so overwhelming that he simply vanishes. Within seconds, all the monsters are completely torn apart. Zongwen is so stunned that he feels this can only be called cheating. The protagonist's strength can no longer be understood with normal human logic. His speed and power are so extreme that the eyes cannot follow what is happening at all. Overwhelmed by such terrifying might, the captain drops to his knees, thinking that fortunately Chenchu is not an enemy, otherwise humanity would have no chance of victory. Pan Hao also stares in disbelief, saying that the protagonist is even more terrifying than the apocalypse itself. Chenchu reappears in front of the captain and tosses him a crystal, telling him to use it to save Rongye, emphasizing that only that will work. When the captain recognizes what it truly is, he can hardly believe that Chenchu is casually throwing away an item of immeasurable value. For a moment, he even feels as if Chenchu is humiliating them out of superiority. He shouts, asking what the life or death of his team members has to do with him, but by the time he finishes speaking, the protagonist is already gone. Chenchu realizes that monsters were pouring out of the city from every direction, but he truly hopes they can withstand all that pressure since he only needs a little more time. Xian was on the outskirts of the hillside houses. She gets frightened, asking what that thing behind her is, because she only wanted to deliver food to the protagonist and had no grudge against that monster. But now, she thinks she is finished. A monster leaps forward to attack her, but she ends up having an accident and falls off the motorcycle, rolling to the side. The monster keeps approaching and she becomes cornered against a wall. Terrified, she looks at that abomination and thinks this was only to be expected, since only a protagonist could deal with a situation like that. Her father had asked her if she knew why they had spent so much money to move to a godforsaken place like that. The reason was very simple, because when Judgment Day arrived, there would be someone truly powerful there to protect them. He tells her to pay close attention because the moment the bell of Judgment Day rings, monsters will be invading every street. But he does not know where the protagonist is. With a sad expression, she says she believes Chenchu would never abandon them, because he had promised, and he never breaks his promises. Futai tells her that she holds him in too high regard and that, when truly faced with danger, he will still prioritize his own interests. Unable to believe the protagonist would abandon her, she tells her father that she will find him immediately, but now she is about to be eliminated. Completely overcome by panic, she screams that she does not want to die there and begs for help from anyone who can help her. Suddenly, an extremely powerful attack strikes the monster. She looks at that attack without knowing what is happening, but the attack keeps growing stronger and causes a small explosion. As the smoke begins to disperse, she looks ahead and asks if he is the protagonist and if he really came. Changqian looks at her and is surprised to see her. Xian is also surprised and asks when she became an evolved one. Wearing the cloak of the fourth Hokage, she says that is a long story and that now is not the time for them to talk about those things. She shows her companions, saying they are there to clear out the monstrous pollution. According to the protagonist's instructions, the area around the fortress must be prioritized for cleanup. Xian gets a little jealous and asks what the protagonist's instructions were and what their relationship with him is. Leng Yue introduces herself, saying she is the boss's secretary. Inari says that Lord Chen Chu is her benefactor, and that she came from afar to repay his kindness. Qianqian says that Chen Chu is her boyfriend. Shixi also appears, saying the protagonist is now her father. Xian gets startled and a little lost, asking them to wait a moment, because the makeup of that group is a little complicated, but in any case, all of them are Chen Chu's subordinates or part of his family. Qianqian says Xian appeared there recently and, from the looks of it, was looking for the protagonist. She also becomes a little concerned and asks what kind of relationship the two of them have. Xian gets confused and asks herself exactly what kind of relationship she has with him. She remembers the first meeting she had with the protagonist when he had asked what exactly her purpose was in approaching him. She had answered that it was obvious she was pursuing him because one day she would manage to win him over. But since she had not carried that plan that far yet, she only introduces herself as his exclusive delivery girl. Pan Hao goes over to Lunzi, who asks if he is okay. Lunzi says yes, but Rongye seems to have suffered a very serious injury. He asks what they should do now because the most correct thing to do would probably be to notify the Special Affairs Department and call for rescue immediately. Wu Yimei says she has already contacted them, but they cannot be reached. Zhongwen points out that it is useless because after the bell of Judgment Day rang, monsters spread throughout the entire city. Even the rescue teams have already been scattered and there is no time to respond to new requests. In other words, their hero squad can only rely on themselves from this point on. Lunzi remains worried about Rongya, saying she is still bleeding heavily and that if this continues, she may end up dying. Zhongwen says that, according to the protagonist's plan, if Rongya can level up to 5 stars, a momentary increase in strength will be able to heal most of her injuries. But that plan can only be achieved with this. Everyone is shocked, and Pan Hao asks if that really is a corrupted magic crystal. He warns the captain that it still has residual monster corruption. Magic crystals that have not been processed by the Purification Department of the Special Affairs Department are definitely contraband. Zhongwen asks if they have any other way to save Rongya. Pan Hao tries to argue, but the captain gets irritated and asks what time it is now, questioning what is more important, following the rules or saving a life. All three of them fall silent, having no argument against that kind of thing. Zongwen asks them to say what the purpose of that hero squad is. Pan Hao gets startled and says it is to follow regulations, protect civilians, and protect teammates. The captain asks what happens if they cannot follow all the rules, or cannot protect the civilians, or cannot even protect their own teammates. Then what should they do? Pan Hao has no answer, but the captain keeps pressing him and asks again what he's going to do. Pan Hao says the crystal was given by the protagonist and that the captain himself hates that guy, saying the power he has was obtained illegally. The captain says that is exactly it, and that they cannot use power obtained illegally because once used, the consequences are even more unpredictable. And in fact, he truly does hate Chen Chu. He always acts on his own and never cares about other people's opinions. But it does not matter whether that power was stolen, seized, or obtained through unscientific means. He still used that power to save everyone. Without him, all of them would have already gone straight to hell. Wu Yimei agrees, saying that is indeed true. But Lunci continues questioning it, asking what if they use it on Rongye, and she ends up mutating because of the monster residue. The Special Affairs Department will not allow a mutant evolved one to appear in the hero squad. Zongwen says she will not mutate because that magic crystal will not be used on her. He uses the crystal on himself, saying he will bear that sin for his team. He quickly manages to reach the 5-star evolution level. He feels an overwhelming power rushing through his entire body and asks if it really worked, but receives a notification saying that the evolved one's DNA cannot resist the corruption and is collapsing. His body begins to break down and his entire group is frightened, but he shouts that they just need to move away. Suddenly, an extremely powerful energy begins to burst out of his body as he screams desperately. The system warns that his evolution level is abnormal and has been reset as a 5-star mutant level. Wu Yimei points her weapon at the captain while trembling, saying that he has become a mutant, a fallen being, following an upgrade path completely opposite to that of evolved ones. And because of his greed for the compressed power from inside the Judgment Day Gate, no one imagined that, in the end, he would become a servant of the Abyss. He activates his weaving technique and begins closing Rongya's wound. He thinks that, after reaching 5 stars, he can feel that his technique has become even stronger. Wu Yimei is impressed when she sees that Rongya's wound has truly closed. She looks at her captain, but Zongwen feels that he has taken a path that should not have been chosen. So, from that moment on, he will no longer be the captain of that team, because his goal will be to catch up to the protagonist and become someone who can replace him. Besides, all of them have become even stronger and will no longer need his help. He shoots into the sky in search of his new goal. Pan Hao watches his captain leave and says he became a mutant and can no longer bear the shame. So he abandoned the squad. But in the end, he agrees with his captain, because if there is no power within oneself, even adhering to principles is useless. Meanwhile, at the girls' gathering, Xian asks if she understood everything correctly, because with the protagonist's help, all of them managed to become evolved ones. But she gets upset because someone always gains an advantage before her. Qian Qian notices her expression and asks what is wrong and whether she would like to become an evolved one too. Xian gets embarrassed and says that is not exactly what she meant, because she would very much like to ask the protagonist for help. Many monsters have invaded the fortress, especially near her family, who are almost completely surrounded by monsters at this very moment. Leng Yu gets excited, saying that is perfect, because her hidden scale rising dragon is buzzing with thirst, and it is time to feed it. But Xian becomes worried, saying there are only 3 of them. Qian Qian explains that the protagonist seems to have some personal matters to deal with and left the fortress's safety to them. Inari puts on her mask, saying the concentration of pollution there dropped rapidly after they managed to eliminate the monster dogs. However, the concentration of pollution in that direction is still increasing, and it seems to be a Judgment Day rift. That is why they need to act quickly to eliminate all the monsters there. Xian runs over to them, saying she cannot simply trust them to do everything alone, so she wants to go with them. But Qian Qian says that is not a good idea, and that she cannot take part in this, because she is not yet an evolved being. So, if she encounters any monster, her life will be in danger. Xian gets a little upset, saying that even if she is not that strong, this is still her home and her father is in danger, so she cannot simply stand by and do nothing. Meanwhile, somewhere else, people were trying to contain the monster's advance, using all their weapons to protect their homes. However, the bullets were useless against those monsters since they were not causing any kind of injury. The monsters keep getting closer and prepare to attack, but suddenly one monster is cut down. The secretary had arrived on the battlefield. The wolf's head falls into one of the guards' hands and he panics, throwing it to his companions. In another house, Fu Tai was completely surrounded and said the protagonist had played a trick on him because He really did not appear, and the one there to support them was not him. Cheng Hong also gets irritated, saying that if it was only an ordinary evolved being, it would have been better to call his son Zongwen. Suddenly, some people tell them to look ahead because that is Fu Tai's daughter. Leng Yue continues annihilating all the monsters around her. Qian Qian was not falling behind either, using her immense power to defeat all the monsters that had remained from the first attack. She is impressed, thinking that this is only to be expected from a divine weapon personally chosen by the protagonist, because it seems to have been tailor-made for her. One last wolf tries to attack Xian, but Inari appears to protect her. She thinks that two new evolved beings have appeared, both capable of reaching the same power as the protagonist, so it is impossible not to feel envious of that. So, she truly wants to become as strong as them. Inari asks Xian to step back a little because a battlefield with monsters is very dangerous, and no one can protect her completely. The three continue completely devastating the battlefield, destroying the monsters as if they were absolutely nothing to them. The guards run over to Xian asking why she is there, but she simply explains that she wanted to experience what true power feels like. But her father angrily calls the guards, ordering them to bring his daughter back to the fortress immediately because if anything happens to her, he will never be able to face his wife in the afterlife. In the middle of that entire war, one of the monsters is thrown near them while still alive. The guards panic and Fu Tai calls them useless, ordering them to protect his daughter immediately, but the guards simply start running, apologizing to their boss. Xian is left alone in front of the monster and says that this time it will not be so easy to intimidate her like last time. She holds a rod in her hands and tells that bastard that today he will learn a lesson. The monster charges at her, but she does not get scared and faces it head-on, landing a direct blow to its face and throwing the monster backward. Her father is impressed and asks what is happening there. He asks the guards if his daughter can really attack those monsters. Xian continues beating that monster to a pulp and finishes it off without much difficulty. Cheng Hong tells Fu Tai that apparently his daughter is not an ordinary person. Just like his son Zongwen, she is a natural-born, evolved being. Fu Tai gets a little confused and asks what a natural-born, evolved being is. Cheng Hong explains that they awaken quickly at some point in their lives or are strongly stimulated by external factors, forcibly breaking the genetic lock. Perhaps Xian met all the conditions and finally unlocked her true power. As soon as she finishes off the monster, she starts asking if she really managed to do that. And, seeing that she had won, she begins to laugh and shouts that she did it and that, this time, she is even stronger. Inari throws another defeated monster near her and asks if she managed to defeat the monster that was there. From the looks of it, she awakened her evolving power at the right moment. Xian starts celebrating, telling Inari to look carefully at her and tell her how strong she has become, strong enough to strangely eliminate a monster. Inari uses divine will to analyze the strength she had awakened. Xian asks if she is a 4-star or 5-star evolved being right now. Inari notices something and says that perhaps she still needs to step back a little more. Xian gets confused and asks what she means because she just defeated a monster personally. Inari points out that she used a lug wrench to eliminate the monster. She explains that Xian awakened a 1-star support ability and the monster she defeated was already gravely wounded. Even an ordinary person could have eliminated it. Besides, the ability she just awakened cannot improve her personal combat strength. Inari apologizes for saying that, but explains that this battlefield is dangerous, and she does not have the ability to survive there. Xian gets a little irritated and asks what nonsense she is talking about, because she clearly felt that she had awakened some kind of power just now. Inari explains that the ability she just awakened is called Life Bond. It can transfer injuries suffered by others to herself, so she must not use that ability carelessly, because it could end up taking her own life. Inari returns to the battlefield and leaves Xian standing there, confused, asking if she really awakened an ability that cannot be used. She shouts angrily, asking the gods what kind of joke this is. Meanwhile, on the front line, the war was still happening in devastating fashion. Qianqian was using so much of her power that burn marks were appearing on her body. She remembers that the protagonist had previously explained that the fire marks appearing on her body represented the reaction level of flame manipulation. Initially, using flame abilities would cause the marks to spread across her hands. She only had to wait a brief moment, and the fire marks spread across her entire body would disappear completely. Then, she could manipulate the flames again. Qianqian asks what would happen if she continued manipulating the flames, even after the fire marks covered her entire body. The protagonist explains that once the marks reach her heart, she will die. He stresses that even if her body has a huge natural affinity with fire, she cannot change the negative effects of that equipment. She must always remember to learn how to protect herself and not take unnecessary risks. Back on the battlefield, the marks were already taking over a large part of her body. She remembers the rules her boyfriend had given her. that she must never take risks and must wait for the fire marks to disappear. The battlefield near them had already been cleared. The secretary says she eliminated 16 monsters. Qian says she forgot to count the rest, but she can more or less remember, and it was 26 or 27. Inari asks the two of them to stop counting their victories and not underestimate the enemy, because there is still a Judgment Day rift nearby. The appearance of only large groups of monsters is quite unusual. Normally, each group of monsters is accompanied by a boss monster 2-star levels above the group. If the monsters are 3-star, that means the boss guarding that Judgment Day rift should be 5-star. Leng Yue says that if the three of them fight together, they will probably be able to deal with a 5-star boss. Suddenly, lightning starts cutting across the sky and something begins to fall as if it were rain. Qian looks at it and realizes it is not rain but blood. Suddenly, an absurd amount of energy erupts from the ground and reaches the sky. That is the 5-star boss. The mere presence of that monster makes them suffer, and their eyes cannot look directly at the enemy. Inari uses divine will, but her mask begins to crack. She covers her eyes and shouts for everyone not to look directly at that monster because it possesses an emperor-level aura. Anyone who carelessly approaches it will have their internal organs ruptured. Qian, already badly injured on the ground, asks what an emperor-level aura is and what that guy's origin is. That is the Horned Slaughter Demon, a 7-star emperor-level monster. The three are frightened, asking how 3 to 4-star evolved beings like them could possibly deal with a 7-star emperor. That monster's strength should be at least 3 orders of magnitude above their combat power. Inari explains that normally a 7-star emperor-level creature would require tactical nuclear weapons to deal with it. And even if all of them underwent a qualitative increase in strength, they still would not be a match for that monster. Only Lord Chen Chu can deal with a 7-star emperor. Leng Yue points out that unfortunately the boss is not there, so he cannot help. Qian says that the only thing left for them to do is retreat immediately, fighting against someone whose combat power is 3 orders of magnitude higher than theirs. No matter how they look at it, it is impossible for them to do anything. On the phone, Futai was desperately trying to talk to his daughter, asking if she could hear him. She picks up the phone and says yes. He desperately shouts, ordering her to return to the fortress immediately because he will close the gates at once so that no one can enter. He's looking at the monster, and it seems that something incredible has appeared, and this is not something an ordinary evolved being can deal with. She holds the lug wrench in her hands and says that even though she knows she cannot do this, she simply cannot leave. Her father gets angry, saying that this is an absurd attitude and asks what she is trying to do. Xian simply starts walking across the battlefield and says that this is her home and she will not abandon it. A monster jumps in front of her, causing enormous pressure around them. Xian prepares to fight, saying that it will not take a single step toward her family's fortress. Futai becomes desperate to save his daughter and orders the guards to stop her immediately, saying he will give 10 million to whoever can do it, as long as they bring his daughter back alive. Money is not a problem. The guards say that 10 million to capture just one young woman is enough for them to risk their own lives. They open the fortress gate and go out with cars and missile launchers, apologizing to the young lady but saying that she needs to be stopped. One of them prepares to fire, but the monster defeats him with a single move. The other guards try to advance, but they are completely massacred by that monster's terrifying power. Everyone is frightened by such strength. Inari uses her abilities and says that this is the finger of death. Lower-level evolved beings will be instantly killed by that emperor's power. However, her vision does not seem very good, because she could not even see that monster's eyes. Qian starts to speak, but Inari immediately interrupts her, saying she needs to stay quiet and not say anything, because thanks to her ability Deaf Heart, even if she does not make any sound, she can still transmit information directly into the consciousness of anyone she wants, and can also hear that person's thoughts. From that point on, everyone must listen to her commands and retreat at the slowest speed possible. Xian starts speaking and asks if that is really all, questioning whether the only thing they can do when they encounter a monster they cannot defeat is turn around and run like cowards, because she refuses to accept that. She throws the lug wrench at the monster, saying she has nowhere to retreat, but it has no effect at all. The monster looks at her, and she keeps cursing the monster, calling it stupid. Inari becomes worried, thinking this is not good, because the demon now has a target, which is Xian. The demon begins using the finger of death, and Xian realizes she cannot breathe. The emperor starts levitating her while her father screams for his daughter's life. Inari says that this is the finger of death, and now it is too late to save her. However, Leng Yue also refuses to retreat, and with a fast and precise movement, manages to cut off the emperor's hand, causing Xian to fall unconscious. Qian also begins gathering flames, saying that Xian is right. Behind him is the protagonist's home, and it was because of his trust that they were placed there to protect the fortress. Simply watching that monster destroy that place is not the right thing to do. She lands an attack on the Emperor's face, and Leng Yue thinks this is a great opportunity. With a precise strike, she hits the monster's throat. Inari is impressed by the power and says that she actually managed to break through the defense of a 7-star emperor, which makes her question how a 4-star person is capable of doing that. Inari continues observing carefully and realizes that the truth is that it was not Leng Yu who managed to break through the defense, but the dragon blade in her hands, because this is clearly beyond all reason, some kind of skill enhancement effect. Some time ago, the protagonist had told his secretary that with the resistance of his current body, even a blade 100 times sharper than that fruit knife, if stabbed into his body with full force, would not be able to leave a single scratch. On the other hand, the knife in his secretary's hand was able to leave a cut on his finger. Leng Yue was startled and apologized to her boss because she did not mean to hurt him. Chen Chu said it was fine because he wanted her to understand that her ability is far more powerful than it seems. As long as she has a weapon in her hand, there is still a chance to win. Leng Yue prepares to attack again, saying that with a blade in her hands, even a god will be cut down. Inari finally understands the ability Leng Yue possesses. Apparently, she enhances weapons, but the truth is that this is a rare rule-cutting ability. By cutting through all the enemy's defensive abilities, every slash deals true damage, which means no defense can withstand a direct strike. Leng Yue continues attacking, but the Emperor's body regenerates. And she says this is not good, because that monster's wounded body can regenerate rapidly. Qian Qian has been using all her strength, saying she would really like to see if that monster can regenerate faster than she can cause damage. She tries to attack with everything she has, but the monster blocks the attack, and Leng Yue shouts for her to be careful because the monster is about to attack her. At the last second, she manages to dodge using her wings, but the attack causes massive destruction on the ground around them. She looks back and sees that it is over now, since she's too close to dodge the next attack. She receives a direct hit and falls gravely injured. Xian manages to regain consciousness and asks if it is really over. She remembers that Chen Chu had said he did not need the food she delivered, not to mention that someone who orders takeout at 6 in the morning is not a normal person. But if she really wanted to ask him something, she could do it directly. Xian smiled at him, saying she had no demands because she simply thought he was a good person, and asked if he would like to follow her. But the protagonist takes a deep breath and says he has already warned her that he has a girlfriend. Xian kept insisting, saying that had nothing to do with her proposal. Even if the protagonist's private life is a mess, she still likes him and wants to stay close to him. He had become a little irritated and told her to be careful because he could sue her for saying his private life is a mess. Xian smiles and asks if he knows what she really likes about him. The protagonist takes the food she had delivered to him and tells her to go ahead and say it because he is going to lock the door immediately. Xian shouts that what she truly loves about him is that he is a brave person who never fears the uncertainties of the future. Besides, he likes to change that world in the way he wants and believes is truly right. Chen Chu looks at her and says that, from the looks of it, she really knows him very well, so he would like to know what there is to like about an attitude like that. Even though he is an extremely stubborn person, with a personality that can easily irritate anyone. Xian says that is not exactly what she sees when he acts, because there is a place inside him that radiates a dazzling and warm light, as if he were the last savior. The protagonist smiles and asks if she's going crazy for suddenly saying such foolish things. Xian asks if he has ever heard that saying. Once illuminated by the light, one also dreams of becoming the light itself. She asks why, after meeting someone like him, she also came to desire the power to define her own future one day, just like him. She also remembers her father saying that she is the daughter of that family and will one day take control of all the family businesses in the future, and that right now she is only playing around with everything, questioning how she will face the ancestors and her mother in the afterlife, and whether it would not be better to simply be a rich second-generation heiress. She says that is not good, even if only for a moment. She wants that world to recognize that she was once capable of doing something to change everyone's lives. She wants to live a different path and break free from the protection of her family and her father. She wants to see beyond the mountains with her own eyes, making all of them admit that her life is not worthless. The protagonist asks what all of this has to do with him. She says that the reason she really likes him so much is not because she wants to be his girlfriend, wife, lover, or anything related to that. Chen Chu asks where she is going with all of this, because he is not managing to understand her. She smiles a little awkwardly and says he is such an idiot because what she truly wants is to become him. That is why she has been following him everywhere, wanting to close the distance between them. The more the protagonist stands beneath the brightest sun, the more illuminated he becomes. and that finally makes her start fantasizing about having the power to emit a dazzling light like him. But the ability she awakened is called Life Bond. It can transfer the damage suffered by others to herself, so she should not use that ability. Otherwise, she would be eliminated instantly. Zeon realizes that she has finally understood the reason for her entire life, why her ability awakened now, and why that was exactly the ability she awakened. She gathers the rest of her energy and thinks that now she can also bloom like a dazzling light in that instant. She uses her ability, Life Bond, on her target, Qianqian. Inari watches it and thinks that she really used that newly awakened ability, because that ability transfers the damage received by the target to herself, which means the effect of the horned demon's finger of death will be transferred to her. The Emperor uses the finger of death on Qianqian, and it is automatically transferred to Zeon. She receives the damage, and while losing consciousness, thinks she did it because she was once illuminated by the light, so she also wants to become someone else's light. Her father sees it and starts screaming for his daughter's life. She falls to the ground surrounded by her own blood and thinks that she really wanted to emit her first and last ray of light. Qianqian realizes what happened and uses all her firepower, ordering the monster to die immediately. The accumulated firepower is impressive, frightening even the Emperor. An abyssal pillar of flames takes over the place, leaving the secretary impressed by that monstrous strength. The monster is gravely wounded, but it is not enough to eliminate it. Leng Yu takes advantage of the opening and charges with everything she has, thinking that this is now her final moment. She begins spinning in the air and throws one of her swords, revealing a weakness in her opponent. Qianqian shouts that this is a great opportunity, and the secretary tears the monster's arm off. Qianqian, even with the fire marks taking over her body, continues attacking tirelessly. Inari shouts that the Emperor is trying to regenerate, but the wounds left by the secretary's attacks have significantly slowed down the regeneration. Qianqian shouts that she will pierce through that monster, no matter how much of her strength she needs to use. Suddenly, the Emperor uses another ability and begins releasing a powerful roar. Inari warns them to be careful because the Emperor is draining the life force around him, preparing for a powerful area attack. Leng Yue continues advancing, saying this is the only chance she has to defeat that demon. Qianqian says they will do it together and without hesitation. Even if it means risking their lives, they must endure for Chen Chu. She prepares her attack, and Leng Yue pierces the monster's chest once again with her blade. Qianqian takes advantage of the wound and hits the monster head-on, causing an extremely powerful burn and defeating the monster. The two of them were completely exhausted, but the monster was on the ground. Futai runs over to his daughter, who was unconscious on the ground, saying that he was the one who made a mistake in raising her, because he should never have moved to that god-forsaken place and let her meet such a tragic end. And if she dies, how will he face the two of them in the afterlife? He keeps crying, saying he should never have said those things to her back then. And even if she became a delinquent in the future, he should not have said anything. Guys, if you enjoyed the video, leave a like, comment, and subscribe to the channel so you don't miss new content. Thank you.